So are you ready to create some magic? This is the week that I think is probably the most helpful one in revisiting your deepest aims in terms of your feelings, your connections to people and things like that. I think that's really, really helpful to do this week. It's also one where we're revisiting the past a little bit. You know, we're really revisiting everything to do with success, status. We're getting the feeling that we're coming to the end of something, and it's like a review period, but I think it's quite a magical review period. As weeks go, this one has a lot going on, but I also would say it's not as harrowing or quite so disturbing as the last 2 weeks have been. So this is a week where there's loads of stuff going on with Venus. Pluto's getting a good old look in and Mercury is going direct. What is more to like about this week? So what I'm going to do is in the first part of this video, I'm going to deep dive into the planetary placements. I'm going to be looking through the moon signs, the phase of the moon that we're in, and also examining the biggest or the most important aspects as I see them arising. I mean, this is a really, really big week for Venus. You know, Venus is connecting to so many planets. I mean, she already got that going, you know, at the end of last week, you know, where she was making quite a few different things. Like she was making, was it a square to Mars? Yes, she made a square to Mars, and she also made a square to Jupiter. Now she's moving on, and she is connecting to, she's coming out of her opposition to Saturn that's been lingering, but she is connecting to the 3 outer planets. So we've got Uranus, Neptune and Pluto. In fact, she's forming what's known as a KITE, which is a really, really great aspect. In fact, a really great sort of constellation of planets. I will talk about that in another video. So anyway, that's what I'm going to do. In the second part of the video, I'm going to be looking at how these energies are going to affect us on a sign-by-sign basis. Now, you can use this. This is more designed for your ascendant, I'll be honest, but I think you can also use it definitely for your sun and also for your moon sign. So for instance, if you know what your moon sign is, check it out. And when you listen to that particular forecast, think of it as me speaking directly to your inner psyche or your soul. You know, it's more intimate. It's more about your intuition. And maybe what your higher self is wanting for you. If you're listening to the zodiac forecast for your sun, that's really speaking about how you can shine more as a person, you know, how you can absolutely radiate all that you've been born with, you know, and absolutely allow yourself to come forwards in this month ahead. And if you're listening to this from the perspective of your ascendant, then take it as me looking underneath the bonnet of your car. You know, it's like looking at all the integral parts of your life, how they're all fitting together, and, you know, how we might make your motor run just that little bit better. So, yeah, there you go. So let's dive in and have a look at some of the aspects coming up. If you're new to this channel, by the way, my name's Louisa, Louisa Tanner Munson, and this is Feel Good Astrology. The whole purpose of this channel is to examine astrology and use it in a way that's practical. You know, I really like astrology to have a really good use, you know, and my intention is that it brings you a bit more space, a bit more peace, a bit more joy, freedom and clarity. That's freedom and clarity are the two that really resonate for me. And I hope that's what you get from it, or that you get something out of it. If you're returning to this channel, then thank you for coming back. I really appreciate you. Speaking of that, I just want to put a thank you out to all those people who really do support the channel. You know, whether you've donated something in the past, whether you're doing it, you know, on a regular basis or just every now and again buying me a coffee, you know, whatever works best for you, I absolutely love and appreciate you. And I really appreciate your support. Similarly, anyone that likes or shares, anyone that's subscribing to this channel, you know, I appreciate you too, and all your comments as well, because all of this really helps with, you know, with the analytics. It really helps for my show to go further. So I absolutely adore and appreciate you. Thank you so much. Anyway, let's bring on the nuts and bolts of this coming week. So I'm I'm doing this from, a Monday perspective. For me, that's when the week starts. I guess it depends on you culturally, whether it's a Sunday or a Monday. But from my perspective, let's look at it on a Monday to Monday basis. I'm also based in the London time zone. I'm not far from Lisbon in Portugal. It's the same time zone as London, which is the midpoint of all the different time zones. So, if I say that something is happening here and it doesn't quite resonate with you, if you're in California, or if you're in Hawaii, the timings might just be 8 hours behind or 13 hours behind. Similarly, if you're in Sydney, Australia, you'll be getting these aspects half a day before we do. So, bear that in mind according to your location. That's why I'm releasing this a couple of days, or a day, at least a day and a half before Monday. I'm recording this on Friday the 23rd. So, hopefully it should be released by then. But I try to do it ahead of time so that, whichever time zone you're in, you can make it work for you. Anyway, as we start the week, we are in a waning moon phase. We've just had the full moon, so the phase we're in right now is the one where everything is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. The moon will slowly be disappearing. We're in the second part of that phase, in fact, because the new moon is approaching. The new moon is actually happening in September, on the 3rd of September. So we're at the midpoint, the third quarter, the start of the third quarter, and going into the end of the waning period, the waning crescent. And during this time, we're really starting to neaten things up. It's a really great time to retreat. It's a really great time to go into yourself a lot more. It's not a time when we are notoriously outward. We're a lot more internalized. We need a lot more time to ourselves. We traditionally need a lot more rest during this moon period. It's a really good time to nourish yourself a little bit, throw a few things away. It's like we're preparing. If you imagine you're about to move home, or move to a new country or something, it's like the end of one life. If you think of a moon cycle, we're coming to the end of this particular moon cycle, and it will start again on the 3rd of September. When you're getting ready to move, or move country, like I've done a few times, you start to thin everything out. You start to look at what you've got and you start to pack it away. You want to neaten things up, and you might think in terms of, well, how do I pack things away? For some of you, you might choose to recycle some of the things that might be useful for other people. You might choose to just throw a few things away. You might gift others with things, and you'll decide what is absolutely right for you. And I think life is like that during this particular moon phase. So there'll be some thoughts that maybe aren't relevant to you right now, and you might just kind of put them on the back burner. They might be manifestations that you want to create in the future, and you've had the thought, but you're not quite ready to receive it yet. So you just park it for maybe a month or two, but you've got your eye on it, or your unconscious mind is on it. There might be something that suddenly comes up and you remember it, and that becomes a thing that you're going to kind of nurture and treasure, and kind of meditate and still your mind on for a little bit. And that's great. And then there'll be things that you might gift to other people. You might let go of a few things. You might, release a few patterns, giving away and being in gratitude for what we've achieved is a really kind of good look for this particular moon phase, because I think it really helps us to feel good about letting go. I think of it as a shedding. We really are shedding. We're letting go in a much bigger way. Great time for a detox, by the way. Really good time for a detox as you are letting go and resting. It's time to just go quietly, silently inside. Whew. Now, whilst we're going internally, we are also starting the week with the moon in Taurus, and it quite quickly moves into the sign of Gemini. So that move is, if I think of Gemini in this kind of waning phase, this more quiet phase, I think of it as the thoughts going quite crazy in our minds. We're jumping from one thing to another, to another, to another. And I always think it's better to have a much shorter attention span during that time. So don't plan to do any deep diving where you have to focus on things. But if it's okay to do some kind of internal job or low key job where you're flitting from things in quick succession, where you don't have to be so focused and drill down. That's perfect for the end of Monday, Tuesday, and half of Wednesday. As we're going into the sign of Cancer, now that is a time to let go of some emotions. It's also a time to kind of connect really, truly with your nearest and dearest, the people that you love the most. It's often a time when we feel quite vulnerable. So don't put yourself in the company of people that irritate you or offend you or you feel triggered by, because, we don't have as much energy. We are much lower in our sort of, almost like, is it like our personal magnetism? It just feels like, we've had too many nights out. We need to get some beauty sleep. So, don't put yourself in that kind of stressful position. And then from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as the moon goes into Leo, we are wanting to strut our stuff a little bit, but not quite as much as we would be if, say, we had the Leo full moon and we were going out in a blaze of glory, or a Leo new moon like we had last month, where we're starting to feel quite buoyant, quite upbeat, and really wanting to take on the world. This Leo moon in the waning phase is kind of silently appreciating yourself and connecting to people and being central, feeling like you are central in your own story, but not needing to outwardly demonstrate it so much. I see it more as an inner knowing. So, right from the get-go, I think this week is a lot more known internally. It's a time when it's really good to check in with you, like have as many little breaks as possible. I mean, this is one of the things that I almost not resent or regret. I don't regret giving up smoking like 15 years ago, but it was always quite a good habit in terms of it got me outside on my own quite a lot. So I would go out for a crafty cigarette and I would contemplate stuff. I mean, 15 years ago was a time, when we weren't so on our phones either. So it was a time when I would go out and watch what was going on around me. And, maybe you are a smoker and you might be nodding and going, yeah, I understand that. But, find your own way of connecting outdoors and getting these little moments to yourself. I highly recommend it. What else is going on? Well, I'm going to kind of skirt through these and then talk about the two biggest patterns and then kind of recap at the end. I will be talking through this in detail, but we've got some big aspects, with Venus. So the first one is on Tuesday, 27th, Venus in a trine to Uranus. This is kind of fun. We have really strong feelings at this time. Like Venus is all about the feelings and also creativity of feelings. Venus connects us and flows us. So it's like the flow of energy between you and another person. Or you and a project, it's the flowing energy. And of course, Uranus is a bit of a wild card and creates an instability. It creates the stopping and the starting of things, and it can create some shock. So I always I think this is actually quite helpful for people that are single, and who really want to meet someone rather special. In fact, Venus in a trine to Uranus really brings unusual connections into our world and exciting connections. This is a time to be excited by your connections. If you could spend some time at least chatting with someone that you find eclectic and spontaneous, slightly rebellious, slightly edgy, it just feels so real. So I think this is about us really feeling our emotions in a real way and kind of tingly. It's a very tingly thing. Great. I mean, in terms of intimacy, this could be really quite erotic and exciting. Wednesday, Venus is in opposition to Neptune. And Neptune, I mean, this is slightly difficult, I think. Neptune and Venus are both harmonics of love. They are frequency of love. And, Venus is known as the sort of human vibration of love and connection and the sharing energy and the flowing energy. And Neptune is the higher harmonic of love. One could say unconditional love. And yet that is quite a big ask for us humans. As much as I'd love to say I love unconditionally, I can't guarantee it that I do. every moment, like every now and again, you know, if I'm in nature or I like cats, you know, so I'll stroke my cat and have this like blissed out moment, or, you know, you're cuddling your child, or, you know, you're cuddling something, you connect with somebody, and all of a sudden, you know, that you are just this infinite being with another infinite being, and it feels magical. Or you know, you have these little moments, but I can't stay in that moment, you know, forever. You know, my humanity or being human just brings me back into my body, and, you know, then I realize I'm this flawed person. So I think Neptune can, you know, show us the potential for unconditional love, but can anyone hold on to it, outside of holding on to it as an idea, or as, you know, I think we can delude ourselves with it, you know, like we might be, like when Neptune and Venus are sometimes in a, like maybe a conjunction or a trine, you know, we might be really wanting an idealistic love, and, you know, you might be searching for it, and you might kid yourself that you have it, you know, because Neptune can sometimes be like a dream. How do you know if it's real or not? So Neptune, it is a highly idealistic planet, and it has this beautiful ability to be experienced in a spiritual way, and we can absolutely kid ourselves, and we can feel the disappointment, and we can get a bit deluded, you know. It's a very creative planet, and so yeah, the energy of Venus in an opposition to Neptune, I think we could confuse ourselves, you know. Our emotions might be predated upon. You know, there could be predators, there could be people that want to fool us, there could be predators. Now, I'm not necessarily saying, oh my God, don't connect with anyone on Wednesday the 28th, definitely not saying that, but what I would say is our ability to stay in hope, and, you know, something that is too good to be true, if that comes up around this time in this whole week, I would say, because, you know, Venus and Neptune are already in opposition to each other. They're just exactly opposite each other on the 28th. But, you know, when, you know, during this week, we are likely to really want to believe something that might appear to be too good to be true. And we might leave ourselves wide open, our beautiful, human, fragile, frail hearts wide open, because we are utterly human, utterly vulnerable, and we leave ourselves like that. I would urge for a little bit of caution. Just, you know, if something is real, it won't mind proving it's real. You know, it will stand the test of time. So if we are talking about intimacy, I think, you know, around Wednesday, it's okay to say, look, this seems really magical, and I just want to check a couple of things, you know, just, you know, protect yourself a little bit. Anything that's true will not move away from you. And then the next day, you know, Venus is going into the sign of Libra, and she's in her own sign then, so she's in her full power, which is fantastic. You know, when she's in her opposition to Neptune, it's right at the last degree of Virgo. Venus is really not herself at 29 degrees Virgo. You know, she is totally herself. She's totally owning her energy in the sign of Libra. So, you know, as she goes into Thursday, you know, Venus is absolutely coming into her own. I think your feelings are much more, you know, you can trust them a bit more, you know. And Venus is then making the exact trine to Pluto. This is really powerful. These are really strong, powerful emotions. You know, Pluto will transform us, given half the chance. You know, Pluto wants to show where there is real power. And, you know, one of the things I think about a Plutonic, and not like a Plutonic friendship, but like the idea of the Pluto kind of love, it can be deep, long lasting, truthful, loyal, deeply powerful. So yeah, dive into that one. What interests me more is actually these three will actually form, or the four planets will form a really lovely pattern. So I'll explain that in a sec. Now on the 29th, so yeah, Venus makes that exact trine to Pluto, powerful. Mercury goes direct at 21 degrees in the sign of Leo, and that's been a powerful journey, bringing us back to ourselves, us remembering who we are. And Venus going into the sign of Libra, her own sign, I think is a really strong day. So I think the 29th is super strong day. And then, you know, the next thing that I really notice is Mars in a semi-sextile to Uranus. Now, I don't often pay too much attention to these smaller aspects. There's usually enough going on. However, Mars and Uranus, you know, Mars takes over 2 years to go around the zodiac. So I do pay attention to the Mars aspects quite a bit. And Uranus is obviously a slow moving planet too. So these two in a semi-sextile, which is a hard working aspect, I think, you know, it gets things moving. It's picking up on the themes from last month. On the 15th of July, we had the conjunction between Mars and Uranus. I think I did a video for it. I think I most likely did. I can't remember now. But essentially, it's a seeding point of unexpected, powerful energy or innovative energy. Like Mars is absolutely thrusting and moving things, inciting things. Now, around that time, that's the week of the assassination attempt. And since then, there's been quite a lot of riots, you know, so unexpected, sudden outbursts of anger, you know, which is Mars. Mars is, you know, can express in a sort of super angry, kind of violent, you know, manly way, you know, all the men go, and Uranus is, like I said, it's about stops and starts and suddenness and change and innovation. So it's like a change of a situation and then something bursts out of it. Now, obviously, we've seen it on the world stage playing out in many different ways over this last month. But, you know, now the Mars and Uranus energy is starting to get moving. So what I would say is, you know, we might see that there has been something seeded into the human consciousness over this last month since these two planets came together. And there is an unrest that has been fermenting. Don't want to talk about it too much because, crikey, there are countries now, like redefining what it is to communicate, like redefining speech and saying, well, if you say something, you know, in a particular way, that could be construed as hate speech. So I want to be really clear and also very careful. I'm not trying to incite that energy in people, but just kind of retrospectively link it in. You know, there is this new energy that seems to be erupting. Now, how does this work for you on a personal level? Well, what have you got passionate and fired up about since mid-July? You know, what has absolutely kind of come into your consciousness? Like Uranus is our unconscious, you know, it's like the human consciousness, and like what is fed into us, what has been absolutely popping up in your mind. It's coming up. You know, what has been coming up from the depths, what has been seeded, and what is growing into something. What are you feeling like you want to create change about and take action about? Because this is really coming into its power. It's coming into its own. Like when Mars moves into Cancer, you know, not this month, but I don't know if it's in September. I haven't checked, but you know, it will be coming up. You know, when Mars does move into the sign of Cancer. Oh yeah, because he's going to be in Cancer for quite a time, actually, because he's going to be in a opposition to Leo later, to Pluto later on this year. But Mars, you know, he will go into a sextile with Uranus. And when he goes into a sextile, it will be turned up a notch again. So whatever we're passionate about creating change for ourselves, and also think about where Mars and Uranus are in your birth chart, you'll be able to see what you're getting passionate about and what you're creating for yourself. So, you know, this is something that I think is interesting. And then at the end of this particular week, Pluto finally, and for the last time, is going back into Capricorn. So you might be aware that Pluto was in Capricorn for what appears to be like a gazillion years. It wasn't, but, you know, for quite some time, 15 years or so. This is off the top of my head and I'm a bit scatty. I might be wrong. But, you know, he started transitioning into the sign of Aquarius last year in March. He went into Aquarius, then dived back into the sign of Capricorn. Then he went into Aquarius again at the end of January this year. Now he's going back into Capricorn for the last time. He's going to stay at 29 degrees until the 19th or 20th of November this year when he goes into Aquarius. And then he's going to be there for 20 years, I think. So, you know, this is the last ditch attempt of Pluto's power in Capricorn to be expressed. So I'll be talking about that in a sec as well. Anyway, as we move forward, let's just check out the Venus KITE. So here it is on a chart. So you'll see Venus. This is the exact moment of Venus going into the sign of Libra. So if you can see that, like the symbol for Venus is at 0 degrees 00. So she's making an exact trine with Uranus on the 27th. There's Uranus down there. That's the sign for Uranus. It looks like a space invader. If you ever played that game or have eaten those crisps. So yeah, she's in a trine. It's 120 degree. It's based on a 120 degree angle. If you looked from here and got a protractor out, and pop the center point here, these two would be pretty much 120 degrees apart exactly on the 27th. And then on the 28th, she's in opposition to Neptune. If you had a protractor in the center of your circle, that would create like a 180 degree angle. And then she's in another trine with Pluto. And obviously she's also going into Libra in this week. So this is known as a kite, and you can see why. Now it's formed of a grand trine, with 3 planets all at 120 degree angles to each other, and the grand trine is made out of 3 separate trines. So you've got a trine between Venus and Pluto, a trine between Pluto and Uranus, and a trine between Uranus and Venus. And the trines are useful energies. I think when there's too many of them, it can sometimes be detrimental, because, the trine is an easy aspect. It shows where there's a talent or a natural connection between the 2 planets. It really shows where the planetary energies are working together, but they're not working together with stress or strain. They're working together with ease. So, Pluto, when he's been easy, he's actually been quite loyal and trustworthy, and he's a deep connector. He's deeply powerful, and you can really trust him, I think, in these easy kind of connections to Venus. There is that very transformative feeling of the deepest kind of love and the deepest kind of connections. So if you are working on something that you're really passionate about in this week ahead, this trine is fantastic energy. And, like I've already said, Venus in a trine to Uranus is making exciting connections and exciting flow on the things that you're wanting to manifest more of in the world. Uranus is really quite good for manifestation, as is Venus, I think, in my opinion. And then you've got this connection between Pluto and Uranus, which has been going on for a long, long time. And these two are creating this energy. If you think of Uranus, which is dynamic change and a sense of innovation and a sense of novelty, Uranus really does bring up a lot of novelty and new things, and it's bringing things forward in our consciousness, and it's a great channeler of energy, so we can kind of almost hear the ideas that other people are thinking. It's quite telepathic. I think ideas spread really fast with Uranus, especially when Uranus is supported. And Pluto here is showing this deep, relentless drive for success or power or completion, finality. And so there's this energy of deep transforming change, and it's kind of underpinning our year, I would say, because these guys have been coming into this for a really long time and sort of dancing around these degrees. This is a long-term aspect. So Venus coming in here is really helping with this long-term change. It's creating a sweet face on this long-term change. It's helping us feel reassured about the long-term changes that we might be making. And it might be bringing in somebody into your world that you might want to be intimate with in a very deep and transformative way. Like if you are meeting somebody at this time, it could be the most important relationship of your life. Though I would say you also need to bear in mind that you might also be so idealistic that you don't see the person as a real person. You might put them on a pedestal. So I guess that is one thing that I would recommend, is not to put people on a pedestal. Now, I probably will do a separate video about kites, though I've already kind of explained it a little bit. You know, here we've got a sextile and another sextile, and we've got this opposition. You know, I was talking about the yods in a different video, you know, where you've got a planet here and a planet there, and one in opposition. And the opposition is at the midpoint between the two planets. Well, here, the opposition is also at the midpoint between Pluto and Uranus. And I checked what the exact midpoint between Pluto and Uranus is this week, and it's 28 degrees and something else. And of course, Neptune is right at 29 degrees. So, you know, the midpoint between, you know, Pluto and Uranus is highly sensitive for sudden change, sudden, deep, marking change. And having, you know, Neptune, which is a bit of a deceiver, but also possibly really creative, and actually something that might deceive us but also rise us up. Like all of a sudden the blinkers come off, or the veils come down. So, you know, the thing that's the deceiver is us. You know, we might be interpreting everything around us in one way, and then all of a sudden the veils drop and we actually see what's going on. So this could be deeply profound, what's going on right now with Neptune right in between these two. Neptune's right on the midpoint. So we are rife for change right now. Yeah, like there she is. Let's have a look at this midpoint. I forgot, I've brought in the Sabian symbol. Now I have done a few, two to be precise, videos with Linda Hill, and this is this is her website that I've taken this from. Linda Hill, she wrote a really great book, you know, about the 360 degrees of wisdom. For every degree in the zodiac, there is a separate symbol representing each degree, so you can find out what your sun is, for instance, the symbol for your sun. And mine was really spot on for me, so it's worth having a look. And you can go to www.sabiansymbols.com. Now, when you go to her site and you find the symbol, put in the symbol, the degree that you're looking for. So I'm looking for 28 degrees in the sign of Pisces. I think it was 2839, but I'm going to look for 28. Linda's website will automatically round it up to 29. And so this is the one that we're looking at. So this is interesting, this really deep transformation point that is opposite Venus and at the midpoint of Uranus and Pluto, really talking about deep, fundamental, shocking, sudden change. The midpoint, so like Neptune, who might show us where we're deceiving ourselves, and then where we suddenly, the veils fall and we can see things and maybe spiritually evolve or have this kind of big moment. So this symbol is called light breaking into many colors as it passes through a prism. Immediately when, and I'm not an expert on these symbols at all, I'm hoping to speak more with Linda, because she is flipping awesome. Can I say she's so straightforward? I love Linda's energy. She's amazing. But when I read this, I'm thinking of many answers, that nothing is right and nothing is wrong, but there's loads and loads of different possibilities. But this shows analyzing things, considering and drawing conclusions from available data, and being perceptive of color, light, refraction, reflection, auras, and light. You probably have the ability to break situations down into the simplest components in order to see the full picture. So that's interesting, isn't it? So if it looks like there's some deep transformation going on, you know, you need to, like, what you might choose to do is to break every situation down into its little component parts, because you know, when I'm like hearing myself saying that, I'm visualizing you, maybe not your actual face, because I don't know what you look like, but I'm imagining us all maybe like taking these little bits that we're looking at and holding them up to the light to see what really shines through. You know, can the light be shone through our new truth? Can we see it really clearly? This can and often does lead to a greater understanding of the relationship between the whole and the many parts. Just be careful not to overanalyze, thereby losing the joy that's inherent in the simplicities of life. Taking a single vision and turning it into many individual streams can be rewarding, but it can also confuse and distract. I'm going to put diffuse in there as well. Spectrum analysis, color and crystal healing. So it's great for people who work with crystals and light, rainbows, light refraction, considering many facets of a situation, optics, sight, telescopes, microscopes, auras, copying ideas. So I love that. I think that's an amazing and beautiful image. And I think that could be very useful for us. Anyway, let's move on. We're going to have a look now at Pluto. So that's the next, the other big thing, I think, for this week ahead is the moment that Pluto goes back into the sign of Capricorn. So he's no longer at 0 degrees in the sign of Aquarius. He's actually at 29 degrees 59 in the sign of Capricorn. Now, I always think that the ingress charts, and that's what they're called, like where a planet moves from one position to the other, the moment they ingress, move in, that chart describes how that planet might be behaving over his time in Capricorn. We're talking about Pluto here. So he's going back into Capricorn. I should say, actually in my time zone, he's going in on the 2nd of September. And he is still in the time zone in North America and Hawaii when he's in this, in this particular week, he goes into Capricorn. But for me, it's the next day. It's the start of the next week. So, I just wanted to clarify that. He's going back into Capricorn, and he's going to be in Capricorn until he goes into Aquarius again on the 19th of November. So he's got 79 days in Capricorn. Now he's been there for a long time, and I think planets have a lot of business that they get done in each sign. And when they fanny around, they go from one sign to another and then retrograde back in before going back in. Sometimes they go back and forwards, quite a few times, like Pluto has. And I always think every time they dip their toe back in, they realize they forgot something. So if I go back to my analogy of earlier, where you're moving home, and you've packed everything up and you're about to set off and you're like, oh my God, I forgot to leave the plants in water. Like maybe going on holiday. Oh my God, I didn't take the rubbish out. And so you go back and you just get it absolutely right before you move on to your next thing. So Pluto right now is going, oh my God, there's more to do. And so we might consider what was his business in Capricorn? What's the energy of Capricorn? Capricorn is all about big business, and the accumulation of status is one of the big things, so the corporatocracy has got so much more important during this time of Pluto in Capricorn. When Pluto was in the sign of Sagittarius, I think, we were absolutely in the era of spending and being shocked by different ideas of faith and difference, the Twin Towers went down and whatnot. There were all sorts of calls for us to notice the difference between our religions, our languages. People were traveling a lot more, all of a sudden holidays became a real big thing and people were having gap years and all sorts of different things. And then when Pluto came into the sign of Capricorn, people were getting a lot more interested in consolidating business and making masses of capital, and taking over things, like the consolidation of things becoming massive power bases, and taking their time to do it. So, I would ask, is any government actually in control of any country? Are countries still? Are they owned by the people? Are the countries in the possession? Do people have a say over their country, or are there bigger interests running their country? Because, I think there are many big corporations out there that have a bigger turnover than countries, or there are rich individuals that could own a whole continent, So I just think the power base and the spread of power has changed. and there's more of a consolidation. So, you know, the difference between the highest earners and the lowest, you know, like the gap between the poorest and the richest has just absolutely expanded, you know, in a way that is almost inconceivable. And in fact, during COVID, you know, my understanding is that a lot of the richer got richer and the poorer got poorer, and the middle class have lost a lot of their wealth, because, you know, we've had to sell things, we've had to change the way we're living, and then the people at the top who've got tons and tons of cash run in and gobble it up. So, you know, there is this huge kind of amalgamation of power, like Pluto, power crazy. You know, he's the hand behind the people that you see at the front. You know, he is what's going on behind the scenes. You know, you might not even know that Pluto exists, you know, like, because we see the Saturn person, like the CEO or the prime minister or the monarch, or, you know, like we see, you know, figureheads, but Pluto is what is behind the figurehead, I think. The invisible, if you think Pluto is the god of the underworld, so Pluto is kind of unseen, he's hidden. I mean, if you think Pluto is one of the rulers of Scorpio is all about hiding things and secrets. So it's the hand you don't see that has all the power. So he's going back into Capricorn, and God only knows what he's going to do when he's back in Capricorn. You know, I think there's going to be another sort of bigger transfer of wealth to Pluto while he can grab some. Now, I don't mean to be pessimistic. In fact, I don't feel pessimistic about it, even though it could be awful if Pluto goes in and says, well, you know, I didn't consolidate on this, and this. I don't have enough power yet. I need to get more and more and more and more. But isn't it really interesting that as we're coming to the end of this time of Pluto and Capricorn and going into the sign of Aquarius, that there is this really strong theme that I'm picking up on right now, where people are absolutely talking about gaslighting. I also think that's because of Neptune right at the end of Pisces. I mean, can you say gaslight Neptune in Pisces? But, you know, the race for ultimate power as countries and continents, and, you know, there are all these agreements between different, like, everyone's coming together in different ways. There's the formation of BRICS. You've got the WHO. You've got all these different groups are getting more and more powerful and taking over more and more real estate, or taking over the mind. You know, I think that's probably what's going to happen as Pluto goes into Aquarius. I'm going to be talking a lot about the planetary changes next year, because next year I know this is a weekly forecast, but I'm on a roll now. You know, Neptune's going into Aries, Saturn will go into Aries, Uranus is going into Gemini, Pluto will just be in Aquarius. The North Node is going into Pisces. Later on, Jupiter goes into Cancer. That is a lot of big changes. You know, that's within one calendar year, all three outer planets going into positive signs. And by positive signs, I mean air or fire. You know, and air is all about thought, the mind, mentality. It's fluid. You know, it moves everywhere. Can't keep track of it. So AI is likely to really take hold. And then Aries, you know, we've got Neptune and Saturn as well going into sign of Aries, where the North Node has already been going through, where we've been thinking about our sovereignty in quite a big way. You know, there is a whole new story emerging for us, you know, as they go over this 0 degree line. It's big. So, you know, I do think the grab for power will change, and it could be our minds, you know, that we get hooked into the system, like we get hooked into technology a lot more. You know, I do think humanity, humans may change. You know, we might start dabbling a lot more with cyber humans. I know that sounds crazy, but I think cybernetics, the whole idea of mapping the brain out and linking it in, hooking it into things, we are not we, I'm not, but I think there are going to be people that are pushing this on. So there's a lot of big changes. So this is a big thing. with Pluto going through here, going back into Capricorn. It's a last-ditch attempt to reclaim power, or power that you may think is lost. And so, how can you apply that to you? If we are thinking on one level, the world is changing, that's a given, but that's always been our reality. The world is changing. I just think it appears to be changing at a much faster pace right now, given that all 3 outer planets are changing signs within 1 calendar year. It's pretty big. So, this could be like one of the years where you could also make a quantum leap in a really big way. It doesn't mean to say that you should lose power just because everything else is moving really quickly. That shouldn't be the case. But you might want to think about, okay, what is my response to power? How much status do I think I have? Is there a way to gain more status in a way that is okay? Your actual feelings about power may have changed completely. I know that when I was growing up in the 80s, and 90s, I was really kind of sold into this whole idea of, we're all going to make a buck or two, like when you look at the videos, films and things that were released in the 80s, there was this really optimistic feeling that everyone was going to become a millionaire and it would be brilliant. It was absolutely so, we were real consumers, a real sort of consumer vision. And my feelings about power have changed quite a bit since then, quite understandably. So the themes, we've got an end of a story. I think I've kind of touched on that. Now also on the day that Pluto changes signs, I want you to notice, can you notice this? We've got Neptune, Uranus, Mars and the moon, and obviously Pluto, between 27 and 29 degrees. So they're all at the end of the story. They're all, when we're coming to the end in a sign, now, obviously, Mars can do all of this in 2 years. The moon does all of this in a month. But, these guys take many years to go through a sign. So there is an end of a story. But because they're all at the end, that means they're making aspects to Pluto. So we've got Pluto in a trine to Uranus. That's ongoing. I've already spoken about that quite a lot. Then we've got a yod. Now, I released a yod video a couple of weeks ago now. And if you're interested in yods, it's worth having a look at. But with a yod, you've got 2 incompatible truths. So, there's a Pluto truth. And if you look at where Pluto is right now in your chart, you might have a truth about your attitudes towards power. And then Mars here at the tail end of Gemini will represent another truth. And it's really difficult to hold both of these truths at the same time because they appear inconsistent and they just don't seem to mesh or blend very well. So it's like, how do you hold these incompatible truths? But the yod also doesn't have just one incompatible truth. It has another one. So the moon here at 28 degrees in the sign of Leo is another one. And then the yod is Pluto. Pluto is being pointed at. Pluto is seen as one of these forces in this Pluto chart to resolve the difficulty of trying to hold these incompatible truths. So, I'm not going to expand and explore it here in this video, but if you look at the yod video, you might start to piece it together yourself. So there is this yod placement. And this aspect is 150 degrees. It's known as an inconjunct or a quincunx. Then you've also got another yod. So it starts with Neptune to the moon and then Pluto to the moon. In fact, I did talk about Pluto and Neptune as being a really quite good base for a yod in my yod video. So this is also very interesting. And like the moon is one of these points that we can release the energy through. And then we've got this third yod as well, which is, this isn't a typical one, I have to say. I've used Pallas Athena. Now I like to use Pallas Athena, and Pallas Athena brings a lot of levity and strategy, and analysis and calm, cool, ability to work things through. So we've got Pallas Athena and Pluto working on Mars. So we've got Mars, the moon, and Pluto all in an intense kind of, they're all funneling energies. They're both, all three of them are kind of focal points. And so you could also consider that, during this last phase of Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, that, there is going to be a lot of deep transformation and a grab for power, that people are going to also feel very entitled. And we're also going to start reclaiming our personal power. And then Mars at the tail end of Gemini, it's almost like what like information is key. The more you know, maybe the more powerful you can be. And we might be quite aggressive at finding that power. It's almost like a race for power, a race for information. Now, I do also note that between now and early autumn, that Mars is moving into an opposition with Pluto. And obviously this happens every 2 to 2.5 years. But in this particular opposition, Mars and Pluto are going to come into opposition, I think 3 times between November the 3rd and April the 27th. In fact, they stay in the opposition the whole time, but they just move out of the exact opposition. And then, they make this like really exact conjunction a few times. So it starts off in Capricorn to Cancer, and then I think we have a Leo Aquarius one as well, or two of those ones. So not only are they in opposition, but as they come out of their oppositions, they're in new signs. So yes, Pluto and Mars in opposition is big. They're both the rulers of Scorpio. I do use the traditional and the modern day rulers. I think why limit myself? Why not go with the choice? The full spectrum of it. And Mars and Pluto together, Scorpios are going to find this time very energizing and possibly, very stirred. This could create a really, really strong feeling, especially I would say for people with Scorpio ascendant. It's huge because if you've got Scorpio ascendant or Scorpio moon or Scorpio sun, actually, this could, especially in the early degrees, this could really land in some squares, because Leo and Aquarius are also fixed signs, as is Scorpio. So there could be some very, very big sort of energies. Anywhere where you've got Scorpio is going to be affected by these oppositions. But, Mars is your personal power, your personal sovereignty, your personal vigor. And Pluto can represent, yes, it can represent what you'll do to get power, but it can also represent what appears as power in your life. So I actually think these times, look at the date, November the 3rd, this could be people claiming for power against a powerful force. And, it doesn't complete until April. And given that we've also got, this is turning into more of a worldwide update, but you've got Jupiter and Saturn as well in a square. I think I might pull this out and have it as a separate video as well. This is a very, very tense time, suffice to say. And it's starting at the end of this week. So, it's not all going to come into fruition at the same time, because I think these slower moving things with these outer planets, they don't all land in one day, and they're not on the whole time and then come off as they move away. We come into these aspects slowly and we come out of them slowly. So think of this as the underlying fragrance of what is going on. This is like the color scheme of your room, but like the personal planets are your throw cushions, and they are your rug that you might have on your sofa. They are the books, and the plants and things, but the color scheme of your room is the outer planets. And Mars and Pluto in opposition is big. So yeah, some really strong feelings coming in. I do think September is going to be a really kind of serious month, where people are really thinking a lot about stuff. We've gone through a lot of change in July and August. It's really thrown us for a loop. So yeah, lots going on. Given that we've looked at Sabian symbol before, let's have a look at where Pluto is going to be. So Pluto is at 29 degrees 59 in the sign of Capricorn. So what does that mean? So, yeah, what does it mean? First of all, it's at 29 degrees. So if you go onto Linda's amazing website, sabiansymbols.com, and put in 29 degrees Capricorn, it will get rounded up to Capricorn 30. Now, Linda and I have spoken about this, or she's really spoken about it, this particular degree, because it's such a fundamental degree. You know, Pluto's been on it a lot, you know, in this last year, and is now at this last point. So at the end of this week, we are really coming into this energy, and it's directors of a large firm meet in secret conference. So given that I've just been talking about like a last minute power grab, you know, for the powers that be, it says this symbol shows meeting with others in order to lay out plans, to have secret meetings of people that are often VIPs in some way, or at least in charge of decisions or governments or empires. The directors meet, they conference, or just conference call, exchange views, ideas, gossip. There may be decisions to be made or plans to be laid out. Do you make all your decisions on your own, or do you need help? You can often call on the relevant, knowledgeable friends or authorities, as you're bound to know them or how to meet them, and you'll iron out the details. Sometimes, however, you may feel shut out by those in charge. Masterly control, sharing innermost secrets, confidential information, big guys, calling the shots, governments, secret spies, strategies, having a say, councils, doors. Now, you know, obviously on the world stage, you know, we might already be aware that things do feel a bit like that, you know, there are high level meetings going on and people planning things behind the scenes. You know, it almost doesn't matter if I feel shut out or not. You know, I'm not in those meetings. I've never expressed an interest to be a politician at a high level. I've never done anything to get to that level. So why would I be in those meetings? But, you know, you might feel shut out, and maybe if you felt shut out from family decisions, you know, like if you think about how you grew up, or what's going on in your business, does it feel like there are people around you that are pulling rank and kind of keeping things behind the scenes and not including you in the situation? Or maybe you're doing that yourself. Like if you're a parent, you might be shielding your children from things, or you might be shielding your partner from things. You know, there are all sorts of collaborations going on. So it's not just all about what's going on in the outer world of governance and power grabs and the rich elite, who I'm pretty sure are conspiring to keep their place. Why wouldn't they? You know, Pluto really brings us to our core belief about ourselves, which is, or the core decision, which is, how far will I go to maintain power? And I already know how far I'll go on a day-to-day level. Maybe I haven't been completely pushed. I think, you know, in extreme circumstances, we might go much further to, like, for instance, if you're fighting for your life, if someone's attacking you and trying to kill you, you will probably go all out to save yourself, to regain that power. But, you know, most of us aren't in that situation on a day-to-day basis. So there could be something about, you know, how far you'll go to get power in your life. And of course, people at the top, I'm sure they're probably the most insecure people of all, because they've got the furthest to fall. I know that sounds crazy because they appear to have all the power, but actually I think, you know, sometimes not having any power is actually the most powerful way to be, because you've got nothing to lose. You know, when you make your decisions, you just make it and do it. You have no other choice. To surrender to it. If you can live in surrender and be completely fine with that, to me, that's actually one of the most powerful ways of being, complete liberty to be yourself. So who knows, but this degree is going to bring out a lot in people. So just to wrap up this week before I start on the sort of sign by sign forecasts, you know, Monday, it's got a moon trine Pluto, and the moon is in a square to the sun. So that does bring out a murmur of power issues. You know, the moon and sun in a square, we often feel slightly uncomfortable. There's something going on in our mind, and our body is saying a different thing. So there's a slight whiff of power going on Monday. Tuesday, and if you remember, this is the waning crescent. We are lower on energy, we're needing to rest up a bit, but Tuesday has some exciting things. So the moon is making a conjunction to Jupiter and Mars. That's likely to fire us up, and we're likely to be a lot more in our emotions, and possibly quite argumentative, given that the moon's in Gemini, and a conjunction to Mars and Jupiter will make us feel a little bit more gobby. The square to Saturn as well, we might be sticking our fingers up to authority, so we might be a lot more rebellious and a lot more kind of teenager. And then Venus trine Uranus is also giving us the spontaneity to act slightly out of character as well. But this could be really quite exciting, if you just met somebody. The moon in a conjunction to Mars could be very physical. So this is quite an interesting day. Wednesday the 28th, moon's in a square to Venus, in a square to Neptune. So Venus and Neptune and the moon are in a T-square. So again, watch out for that feeling of being, are you being deluded? Are you being fooled? Are you being gaslit with the people that you feel like this really pure connection with? Just study what you're feeling. Make sure it's absolutely real. I mean, it could be really real. I mean, you might just be having this really beautiful connection. So don't let my skepticism sully it. You might be having a really beautiful connection, and it's good to always check inside and work out if things are real. The moon is going into Cancer. We want to connect. We want to connect at a really deep and vulnerable level, and I think that's beautiful. I'm actually going out for lunch with some girls on Wednesday. I think it's going to be a lovely, beautiful connection. Thursday the 29th then, we've got Venus in a trine to Pluto. So I've mentioned that already. Strong feelings. Moon in a trine to Saturn. Things are moving, and Mercury direct. So I think the 29th is a day to move things forward. What a great, talking about optics, that's a great day to really see where you're going and to take a step forwards. Friday the 30th, there's a square to Chiron, sensitive, a trine to Neptune, super sensitive. The moon goes into Leo, and then the moon is in opposition to Pluto. So this could be quite dramatic. We could feel quite triggered, then super weepy, and then super mad, and entitled, really mad, like someone's eaten our slice of cake, someone's taken something. It's almost like toddler tantrum time. So just watch your feelings. If you're feeling triggered, if you're feeling susceptible to it, if you haven't had enough rest, watch out for it. I wouldn't be booking like if you've got a meeting with your boss on that day, don't do it. And lots of people get paid on the last day of the month, and if this is the day when you go out and get wasted with your pals, this could be really disastrous. So just watch how you're feeling as you're going out. Watch how you're feeling as you're interacting. Saturday 31st, then we've got that sort of real movement feeling again. Mars is sextile Uranus. We can make that bold decision to take good action, and the moon in a trine to the North Node is great. And then Sunday the 1st of September, we've got the conjunction to Mercury from the moon, a trine to Chiron, square Uranus, bit of a wild card. But again, I do think this particular weekend we are moving forwards, and then we're coming into the new power games. So let those games commence. So that's the end of the first part. I hope you found that useful. Once again, thanks to everyone who supports the channel and who's watched this far. These are really, really interesting times. So stick around if you want your zodiac forecast, and let's see what is manifesting. Hey there, Aries. So this is your forecast for the week ahead. For the week starting Monday, the 26th of August, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 1st of September. So this is the last week in August. And it's ending on a bit of a happier note, I have to say. Like the rest of August has been quite stressful. And this week we're going through the third phase of the third quarter phase of the moon. We're in the waning crescent time of the moon, which is where we are slightly more quiet, slightly more reserved. We're pulling it back in. We're really looking after our energy, and I think that's really important. This is a week also where Venus's aspects seem to really steal the show. There's a lot going on with Venus, as I'll be explaining. And if you can see that kite layout in the chart, that is representing what's going on with Venus. So yeah, as weeks go, this is the one that I think we're going to get a little bit of respite with, where you might get a bit of a chance to plan a little bit more, relax a little bit more, kind of come back into a neutral position, which is great, because next week, as we're going fully into September, we really start the month with a new moon on the 3rd. So yeah, this is going to be good. So, you know, what is coming up? So in this short video, I'm going to be looking at the biggest aspects in this coming week. And like I said, the ones to do with Venus are big. You know, at the start of the week, Venus is in the sign of Virgo, and she moves into the sign of Libra. During this whole week, she's making aspects to Uranus in Taurus, to Neptune in Pisces, and also to Pluto in Aquarius, and later into Pluto into Capricorn. So she's pretty busy. She's touching the 3 outer planets. So, you know, at one level, you could assume that love, the connection, the kind of flow that happens between people, between you and someone else that you love, or someone else that you're getting to know, for instance, you know, everything to do with your connections in this week ahead is absolutely felt at a much deeper level. You know, that's the first thing that I would say, you know, and the fact that Venus, you know, is going into your 7th house is also really beneficial from your perspective as an Aries, because, you know, this is really putting the planet of connection, the planet of love, the planet of compassion and flow and generosity, and all those lovely kind of energies that are always connecting, forging connections, strengthening connections. This is absolutely strengthening your connections to everybody in your life right now in a really, really profound way. So this could be the time that you've been waiting for all year. The other thing that I think is also worth keeping an eye on is the idea of what your status is, where your status is in life, what you've been thinking about. You know, over this last year, you know, with Pluto going in between Capricorn and Aquarius, it's like you've been drifting in your focus. You know, on the one hand, you might have been thinking, okay, this is as far as I've got. There's nothing else I can do in terms of my status. And so you might have been really thinking that actually the best way to survive in the world is through collaboration and through joint activities, through connecting and networking, etc., etc. And so you might have actually like forged some very good and strong relationships, you know, business relationships and networking relationships. But actually, as Pluto is going back into the 10th house in this week, and for the next 79 days, really what's happening is you're getting a chance to have another stab at your career. You're getting another chance. And you know, by saying having another chance, I don't mean to imply that it's the last chance, but it's the last chance for Pluto to make the big changes in the 10th area of your birth chart. You know, the area of career, prestige, reputation. You know, Pluto is a very strong planet to be going through that part of your chart. You know, it often rises us up, sometimes before we're ready. It can actually be quite intrusive, you know, in terms of how exposed you can feel with such a strong and heavy energy, you know, impacting that part of your chart. And yet that strong and heavy energy can really make changes. So I think, you know, this week is going to be you reviewing all of your networks, all of your connections, and how they might be actually setting you up for something much stronger over the next couple of months. Almost as if the next step for you in terms of stepping into a bigger version of yourself with a stronger reputation, with stronger status, with a stronger chance, you need some of these contacts around you. So there's a lot to be thinking about. So let me just quickly run through the planets that the moon is going through. So at the start of this week, we're in the sign of Taurus, and it quickly moves into Gemini. So really up until Wednesday, the energy of the moon in Gemini is really bringing up a lot of discussions. It's bringing up a lot of sharing. It's quite a good time for meetings and being busy within your local environment, and in terms of the people that might come into your life on a day-by-day basis. I would say Tuesday, the 27th, is particularly energizing. The position of Venus on that day, she's exactly in a trine with Uranus, and with the moon going into a conjunction with Jupiter here, and also with Mars here, you're likely to be really feeling things in your connections with other people. I mean, if you're single, this is actually quite an interesting time to meet a new partner through your community, not necessarily through your own volition or through like bumping into people, but through introductions from people that or through the work, or through the day-to-day activities. I think there's that possibility to connect. There is something quite exciting about the people you could be connecting with in this week ahead, in particular on Tuesday, when like I said, it gets a bit surprising. It could be quite sexual. It could be really quite fiery and intense. And kind of knock you off your feet. Anyone coming into your life around this time could be really, really important, but for surprising reasons. And then Wednesday, the 28th, is an interesting day. And this is a day, the moon is going into the sign of Cancer later on that day. But on that day, it's worth bearing in mind that there is something slightly duplicitous going on, or possibly duplicitous. The opposition between Venus and Neptune that is coming in, and then the moon down here is forming what's known as a T-square. And so your emotions and your feelings, and then your delusions or your ideations about your connections and your feelings and your psyche, it all kind of gets a bit confusing, and you might not be entirely sure what's going on. Venus in a square to the moon can sometimes bring up things like latent possession, the feeling of jealousy and possession, and not wanting to share with your friends, not wanting to really wanting to guard everything that feels really intense and like it's yours. You really almost want to kind of own it a little bit. And then with Venus in the opposition to Neptune, you may well feel like you don't have enough control over the people in your life. You may feel like you're not quite clear how you are related to people. It might just feel a little bit unboundaried and a little bit indistinct. You might not be able to quite put your finger on it. And then, the moon coming into this very sensitive part of your chart in the sign of Cancer might make you absolutely really quite weepy and sensitive. So I would, on Wednesday, just watch out. There are some very, very strong energies, and all is not quite as it seems. It's not to say you can't trust people, but please do double check what you assume to be true and run with as the truth, because you might actually be making a massive mistake. You might be kind of almost gaslighting yourself. And obviously you don't want to do that. Now, on Thursday, the 29th, as the moon is fully in the sign of Cancer, we've got some slightly easier aspects going on. One of the ones that I particularly like is the trine between the moon and Saturn, which has us back being reasonable and not feeling quite so highly emotional and vulnerable. But the energy is of moving on. So on that particular day, Venus moves into the sign of Libra, her own sign, so she's very happy there. We've also got a lovely exact trine between Venus and Pluto. And also Mercury here is going direct in your 5th house. So everything to do with passion that you've been pondering over, and what brings you joy, what brings you love, and what brings you that sense of connection. Whatever you've been pondering about with that is starting to come clear. It feels like you've undone yourself enough. You've reconsidered it from all different angles. And now as Mercury moves on, it feels like you are possibly ready to commit to somebody or to connect at a much deeper level. So I really like the energy of Thursday onwards. To me, it feels like you can start moving again. Now, Friday is another one of those highly emotional days. So that's the 30th, so on that day, the moon is moving out of Cancer and into the sign of Leo. It goes into opposition with Pluto, which really brings up some emotions. But the moon is also going to be in an exact square with Chiron. It's going to be in a trine with Neptune. Is it? Hang on. Yes, it is. It's going to be in a trine with Neptune. It's also going to be connected with the North nodes and also in opposition to Pluto. So this is actually going to be creating just so many different levels of deep emotion that kind of rattle around, from feeling vulnerable to then feeling quite elevated and mystical to then feeling absolutely out of control and really, really powerless and vulnerable. So again, given that the 30th, it's the end of the month, often it's a payday for people, or, people often, mark the end of a month. It's the beginning of a weekend. It is the kind of energy of going out and unleashing ourselves a little bit. I would just be cautious with how you are sort of expressing yourself and having fun. Could be one of those days where, if you've got underlying emotion and then you go out and you go a bit too far, you drink a bit too much or party a bit too hard, that you might come unstuck. You might sort of not quite see the situation as it is. So yeah, there are some slightly deceptive and slightly difficult to interpret aspects of this week ahead. Saturday and Sunday, there is high intensity with the planets. However, the feeling of moving forwards is just really strong. On Saturday the 31st, there's this great aspect between Mars in Gemini and Uranus. Here they're going into a semi-sextile. Whatever you started in mid-July and you're starting to work towards, where you felt really fired up to do something new, it's starting to yield some results, or you're starting to get that sense of, yes, that was the right thing to do. I'm glad I chose to do that. So it's almost like you're getting the confirmation of it. And then the rest of the energies, with the moon going into going through the sign of Leo, is just absolutely bringing you out of the extra sensitivity of the Cancer time. It's kind of making you feel a little bit more proud, a little bit more visible, like you want to be seen, you want to be experienced, and you want to take part. So yeah, this is a funny week emotionally. There's a lot of weaving in and out and up and down. Overall, my comments, I think, is that there is some magic to be held and had and explored. Venus in this powerful trine to Pluto is really showing us that we can trust. We can go into trust. We can go into a much deeper loyalty, and it feels like there's a whole new way of relating that can be explored. Venus in an exact trine to Uranus is showing us that we might connect with people that we never thought we'd connect with, and that it happens really quite suddenly, and it takes us by surprise. I also think it's giving us the opportunity to work in a much more creative way, because the trine between Pluto and Uranus is also emphasized. This is also about taking big steps forward and big strides in your life. And then this opposition to Neptune is just warning us just to be really, really clear about what we're getting into. There's such a good feeling about collaboration and connecting with people in a different but more powerful way. You could feel so swept up in that emotion that you don't pay enough caution to the obvious moments of deceit or over-emphasizing, over-egging situations, over-promising and under-delivering. So there are some things to be cautious about. Last of all, then, I think the thing to really bear in mind is how, all of these planets. So we've got aspects at, 27 to 29 degrees. We've got Pluto, we've got Neptune, we've got Uranus, we've got Mars, we've got Mercury. There's a lot at those degrees currently, and to me it's really indicating that you are at the end of a life pattern, or a particular cycle is coming to the end. There are new ones coming. There's a hell of a lot coming, just in this year, and next year is a really sort of like big sense of turnover and change in the world. This next couple of months, the next 79 days, as Pluto is refinishing his journey in Capricorn, I think this is a time for you to make some really, really big choices. This is a time when your attitudes to power are really changing in a big way. So I think it is good that you feel like there are people you can connect with. I think it's great that you might be taking it a little bit more easy in this waning crescent week. Nourish yourself as much as you can, because as of next week, we've got the new moon in Virgo, and then things start to pick up in terms of work. So if anything, I think this week is best considered from the aspect of networking, like your relationships that help you rise up, because as you're furthering into the month of September, it all becomes about work. It's very, very focused on your day to day. So I hope that's helpful. Venus is really giving you an opportunity to connect with people at a deeper level and a more exciting level. It does feel like things are starting to get moving. And yet it's also important to, recognize that you do have another shot at your career. You have another kind of go to reestablish yourself. So I wonder what possibilities are going to happen for you, Aries. I really do. This is such a strong time for you. Anyway, lots and lots of love to you. Have a great week ahead. And if I can be of any help, then just get in touch. Bye for now. So Taurus, this is your week ahead. Taking you from the 26th of August until the 1st of September. In this brief forecast, I'm going to be paying some attention to the fact that we're in the waning crescent phase of the moon, third quarter to the waning crescent. It's all about getting more quiet, more silent. How are you going to be expressing these, the moon going through these signs in this particular waning crescent time? Let's see what comes out about that. I'm also going to be looking at Venus that moves from the sign of Virgo and into Libra. Now, Venus is your ruling planet, so this is really doubly important to you. Venus is in a very, very strong position. She's making this very strong kite position with the three outer planets. We've got Pluto, we've got Neptune, and we've got Uranus. So yeah, there's lots of really big patterns that your ruling planet is involving herself in. And then at the end of the week, Pluto is transitioning from Aquarius back into Capricorn for the very last time in our lifetime. So yeah, there's a lot to do with how you're expressing your power, and also how are you expressing your ability to get on. Yeah, and let's not also forget that Mercury is going to go forwards again. It's going to go direct from the 29th, Wednesday the 29th. Wednesday the 29th is a big day, in fact. So yeah, let's work through this and see what is really relevant to you in at this time, and how you can prepare, because actually next week we're coming into the time of the new moon, and quite a lot of tricky things. There's a lot of squares actually in this first week of September. So this, I really do think it's really important for you to rest up as much as you can whilst almost preparing for the start of September. So let's see. So the first thing to recognize, obviously, we're in the waning crescent phase. That is the time when we tend to sleep more, need a lot more rest. We feel the ravages of overindulgence. If we don't pay attention, this is a time to really watch what goes into our bodies, in particular for you, especially as your ruling planet, Venus, especially she goes into into these big aspects, it's totally possible that you could overindulge and be invited out to some pretty cool places. As we start this week, you know, the moon going through Taurus, it quickly moves into the sign of Gemini, and it's there really right the way through the 27th and 28th. So that's Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We've got a lot of this moon in Gemini energy. Now, the moon going through this part of your chart brings up a lot to do with your earnings. But also, I think, you know, what's your intrinsic value? How do you value yourself? Do you feel like you're worth it? And in particular on, you know, we've got a couple of really quite, you know, strong energies, but I want to draw your mind to Tuesday the 27th, because on Tuesday the 27th, first of all, we've got the, you know, the first exact Venus energy to an outer planet, and that is Venus making this lovely trine to Uranus in your first house. This, I think, is really quite beneficial to you. It's bringing you opportunities, possibly from young women or, you know, women that you work with. It feels like opportunities are coming from work that can really excite things in terms of how you are working and how you are in your actual life. It might be that people have got ideas for you that you can develop. I don't know, but there is something quite exciting going on. I mean, this is actually quite a strong day, given that, you know, your ruling planet is Taurus. This could be quite good if you're single. There's definitely some feeling of new spontaneity and possibly synchronicity. The moon is also on that particular day, on Tuesday the 27th, making a conjunction with Jupiter and also Mars. So it could bring up some exciting new opportunities in terms of your work and in terms of your earning potential. But actually, I think it's got more to do with contacts and connections and ideas that come out from meeting with work-related people. I just think you're really setting up some opportunities that could yield something in a month, like a moon month or two later on down the line. You know, we are coming up to the eclipse period, and I think, you know, before an eclipse, it's always worth lining up a few opportunities, you know, because the eclipse can really raise the, you know, the energy on the things that we're making decisions on. So yeah, there's some interesting things going on the 27th. The important thing on the 27th is not to take things too personally, not to take it internally. You know, this is a time when I hope you're feeling proud to be yourself. I hope you realize your value. Now on Wednesday, the 28th, again, you know, the moon is in the sign of Gemini. It does later go on into the sign of Cancer. And towards the end of the day on the 28th, we've got this very strong T-square that comes up out of nowhere. So all through this week, we've got this energy of Venus in opposition to Neptune. Now, they're both lovers. They're not fighters. They are absolutely about expressing love, but in different ways. So one is Venus. It's very bodily. You know, it's very much felt. It's about our real connections. And Neptune can be really quite transcendent and spiritual, but it can also be downright deceptive and unclear. You know, kind of slippery when wet. You know, you don't quite get the understanding of who it is that you're interacting with. When you're connecting with somebody, are you connecting with their higher self or their ideal self, or are you connecting with, you know, a mask? Are you connecting, you know, to somebody who's actually really hiding themselves? You know, this could be a day when, if you're sort of interacting with people that aren't being quite straight with you, that you could turn it back on yourself and think, oh, what did I do wrong? You know, so I think it's really important that you keep asking yourself things like, you know, who owns this? Who does this belong to? Where does this feeling come from? You know, am I seeing my projections? You know, am I seeing myself in the mirror here? It's really important to ask yourself, because, you know, the moon, as it comes into the sign of Cancer, could turn everything into a bit of a drama. In particular, if you are in quite a social environment at that time. I mean, Neptune is still kind of highlighting friendships and networks. You know, Venus at that point is still highlighting this place of passion and love and joy and expressing yourself. And then the moon comes into a very social third house, which is keeping you really, really busy and social and interactive. I just think highly charged emotions and deceptions and ideations about things can get really, really messy when you're in social places. Much easier to have these strong feelings when you're on your own, and when nobody gets to see you freak out. So, if you are feeling quite charged on this day, unbelievably charged and surprisingly out of control, if you're feeling really quite weepy and sort of questioning, this doesn't quite feel right, then just be a bit cautious. This could actually be really quite an amazing day if you can trust somebody. You could actually go through to a much deeper level than you've ever got with the people that you're with. But if you sniff any level of deception, whether you're lying to yourself or you suspect the person that you're with is not just being clear and straight with you, you might find it much easier to be around your beloved pet or in nature, something that is real and that you can trust. I think trust is really, really important to you. As a Taurus, you absolutely value trust and loyalty. So just be aware of what's going on. Keep watching the emotional aura of people, and check into the fields of energy on that day. Now, although I've been slightly cautious about that day, the 29th is one where things start getting moving, and that's Thursday. Now, on that day, your ruling planet is going into the sign of Libra. That's great. You're feeling really kind of into your normal pattern. It feels like you're getting back to normal. It feels like you can get a bit organized. It feels like you really know what's required of you. You don't have to guess so much, So all in all, that is helpful. Also on that day, Mercury's going direct, so it's no longer retrograde. So all of that sort of deep level thinking that you've been doing, wondering about how you're meant to be at home and are you in the right place, and when will I ever feel stable, all of those sort of big and almost impossible questions to answer, it starts to draw to a close. And hopefully you've brought up enough thoughts and hidden sabotage patterns that you can move forwards now and feel like you're clearer about who you are. So that's really, really great. Also on the 29th, Venus goes into an exact trine with Pluto. So yeah, we're stepping forwards. We are feeling like we can communicate a bit more clearly, and I actually think we can go to a much deeper level with our loved ones. It's like all of a sudden some extra special trust is coming out. So I see this as really beneficial. And, this kind of trust can lead us to a much deeper spiritual understanding and a much greater level of freedom. Isn't it funny that when you trust people more, it doesn't imprison you, it actually liberates you? So I really get this feeling of a deeper liberation with the people that you are in relationships with, whether they're working relationships, family relationships, marriage, or like long-term partner relationships. Then as we're coming up for the weekend, Friday seems to be a bit of a trigger day just across the board. So, even if you're feeling quite in control, like on Friday, which is the 30th, the moon is in Cancer for a lot of the day before going into the sign of Leo. So the moon kind of coming into this area of your chart does often bring up a lot of emotion at home. But actually, if you're going to be emotional anywhere, I think it's actually slightly safer at home, isn't it? Because home is where the heart is. And, if you can't allow your feelings out at home, where can you? But the aspects on the 30th, we've got a square with Chiron that spells vulnerability, especially seeing as Chiron currently for you is in the 12th house of your hidden fears, your hidden hurts and wounds. So it does feel like something on Friday is triggerable. But then there is this kind of beautiful trine to Neptune that happens as well, which Again, it opens up the possibility to really read what's going on in your psyche. And there is also an opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. So yeah, a lot of high end emotions, and not in that order. In fact, I gave them to you in the wrong order. It starts with a high end aspect to oh no, it doesn't. No, I did get it right in the right order. There's so much that I'm talking about here. It's very easy to get lost in the detail. On Saturday and Sunday, which goes from the 31st to the 1st. So, the moon is fully in Leo the whole time. Again, you may well be feeling a lot more kind of connected at home, a lot more things going on. That said, one of the better aspects of Saturday, I think, is that it feels like your projects are getting moving. So the project that you've been thinking about that maybe really came into your consciousness mid-July time, the thing that would give you more freedom, a sense of space for yourself, a sense of possibility, that thing that felt really truthful as a reality for you, it feels like things are starting to move forwards. Like Mars is in a semi-sextile to Uranus, they're going across the first and second house. It's like this idea could really change how you think about yourself. It could raise your earning potential, and it could really raise you into a kind of new identity. So I don't exactly know what it is, but it's time to move forwards on it. Last thing then, I think, is, Pluto retrograde into Capricorn is big. He's going to be here for 79 days before he leaves this. This is, I think, almost like and I don't mean to call it a last-ditch attempt, but it feels like a last-ditch attempt to clarify what kind of freedoms you want in your life, and to get really clear on how much space and opportunity you need to be you, like how many holidays you might need, or how serious are you about your development? Like, do you want to learn anything else? Do you want to join a group or a club that's going to get you to think in a different way? Like, I think this is a time for you to kind of work on a liberation plan for yourself. Now, it's not to say there's anything in your life that you want to run away from. Definitely not. But this is an opportunity to get really serious about getting your needs met. And I think the more you meet your needs and recognize all of your needs fully in these next 79 days, the easier it will be for you to move on, knowing that you're gifting yourself with the freedom to think. You're gifting yourself with maybe a more expanded worldview because of the course that you've just done, or you're gifting yourself with something that you've always wanted to do and never had the confidence to do. So I think there are some things that you can develop for yourself that are raising your awareness in a way that feels really utterly delightful, personal, and it feels really nourishing. So yeah, as you come to the end of the week and you're coming into this stillness, and this waning crescent phase really comes in, I think it's time for you to start believing in yourself. And in the spirit of believing in yourself, give yourself the chance to do something else. Even if it doesn't lead you anywhere, the fact is you're gifting yourself, and Venus is a gift. Venus is known as a beneficial planet. She is all about the benefits. She's all about the good feelings and making things feel really like as they're meant to feel. So gift yourself the possibility to stretch, relax, and reward yourself. And I don't think you can go too far wrong. So I hope that's helpful for you, Taurus. Have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help in sort of exploring how these energies might play out in your chart over the next week or the next month, 6 months, how many years or whatever, then just get in touch. But anyway, have a great one. Speak to you soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Gemini. So how are you set up? How was last week for you? Did you enjoy it? So there's some great energies. Obviously, you've had the very exciting and interesting conjunction between Jupiter and Mars in your own sign. And so that has probably created quite a few changes in your life. And I'm not really touching too much on that in this week ahead, mainly because yeah, I want to lay off some of that energy, you know, because I see other things coming up in this week. So this forecast is going to take you from the 26th of August right the way through to the 1st of September. It is a week that's dominated by Venus style stuff, you know, Venus aspects, Venus changing signs from Virgo, a Mercury rule sign, a fellow Mercury rule sign, Gemini and Virgo are both ruled by Mercury, and into her own sign of Libra. It's also got, where is it? Where is Pluto? There he is. It's also got Pluto coming out of Aquarius and going into Capricorn. And we've also got your own planet, your ruling planet, Mercury, going direct on the 29th. So what I want to do is pace you through on a day-by-day basis about this week ahead. So first off, I would say that this week is one of the calmer weeks of August. It's the last week of August. This is the one where I think we can think a lot more deeply. And we might choose to do that. You know, we might actually quite relish the idea of having a little bit more time. The last 2 weeks have been quite chaotic. There's been so many different aspects kind of launching all at the same time. It's felt very, very busy in the mind space. And of course, that was right through the middle of Mercury retrograde, your own planet going retrograde. Now, this particular Mercury retrograde is really launching or sort of existing in the space of Leo, which from your perspective is really changing the way you are within communities. It's brought up a lot of stuff about community, about the neighborhood, about your brothers and sisters, your peers. Where Mercury has been residing in this chart for the last couple of weeks has been really bringing up stuff to do with how you fit in. Like, are you the correct size puzzle piece for the puzzle of your life or the puzzle of your neighborhood? And for the era, the time, the place that you've been born into, do you fit in still? Do you want to fit in? So it's brought in a lot of information about that. Now, in this week ahead, we are in the third quarter phase, going into the waning crescent phase of the moon. Now, the new moon will start on the 3rd of September. So I really see that this week ahead is, in many respects, it's clearing down the residual energy. It's clearing everything down. It's allowing us to kind of tighten up, neaten up any loose ends, and it's coming back into ourselves. Now, obviously, Gemini, your sign is a highly social sign. It wants to connect, it wants to communicate. It's not very quiet. No disrespect, I think it's wonderful. Your beautiful voices and your sort of amazingly interested eyes. Your eyes are always darting around, picking up on stuff. There's always something going on with the Gemini. And so this is a particularly quiet time. This is a time when you're coming back into yourself, where you need to rest up. You need to actually buoy up your mental energy that has been expended in the last 2 weeks with all these different thoughts and being sent off in all these different directions. So this is a time to take it easy. Maybe cancel a few things. I'll tell you which days seem better for being interactive and which not so good. If you're single, there are some aspects coming up this week that are quite advantageous in terms of dating and meeting people. And if you are wanting to make new friends, there is also a time when it's really important to pay attention to who is coming into your life. So, yeah. Lots of things going on. So let's examine, first of all, the moon as it's going through the signs. So on the 26th, which is Monday, there's not too much going on, to tell you the truth. It just feels, the moon goes from Taurus to Gemini. It's in a lovely, strong connection with Pluto. So it feels like we are stronger in ourselves. And then, the moon goes into a square with the sun. Every time the moon makes a square with the sun, we sometimes feel this frisson of almost a bit polarized in ourselves, where we're, our heart and our mind seem to be saying different things, or, what we want and what our body wants seem a bit different. Usually a time to just rest and sort of enjoy the fact that, the moon in a trine to Pluto is strong, and of course, later on in the day, and then taking you through the 27th and 28th. The moon is coming into the sign of Gemini. This is a kind of wake up day. Now, for most people, I've been recommending not to do too much on Tuesday, because Tuesday and Wednesday, I think, have a certain amount of perils. But from your perspective, they might not seem so much perilous, but more activating in your personality. So on the 27th, it's a bit of a sexy day. It's a bit of a great day for you to meet people, though there is a bit of a caveat. So first of all, you've got the conjunction between the moon and Jupiter, which brings a real sense of well-being in your body and a real sort of desire to feel good. And then the moon in a conjunction with Mars in this part of your chart again. So it's a day when you're likely to feel stronger and actually want to do more, a day when you're quite active. Now, the moon does also go into a square with Saturn. So you may well find that you're pushing yourself quite a bit. And you might feel a little bit sort of disconnected, almost like anyone that's trying to hold you back. You're kind of separating yourself from them because you want to keep moving. So that's pretty good for you. But what is exciting on this day is we've got this exact trine from Venus to Uranus in the 12th house. Now, this is going to really turbocharge your intuition. This is going to really almost give you this bolt out of the blue kind of energy that's likely to, surprise, delight, awaken. And Venus is really coming out of the 4th and going into the 5th this week. So she is, it's almost like you've been maybe not as outgoing as you might. And by the end of the week, you're really wanting to party. You're really wanting to connect at a much deeper level. And this trine with Uranus is bringing a hell of a lot of new people into your life. It's bringing exciting people, eclectic people, maybe some people that represent what it is that you are slightly fearful of. These are interesting people, people who maybe see life from a completely different perspective. So there is something slightly dangerous, but also really quite exciting going on. And of course, this is actually allowing you to make bigger decisions, better decisions, and ones that include more options, which of course is a Gemini thing. So yeah, Tuesday and then into Wednesday, whilst the moon is still in the sign of Gemini, again, you're likely to feel a lot more emotional and a lot more stirred up, a lot more energetic. But we've got the moon in a square to Venus and in a square to Neptune in Pisces. So this is a T square that's going on. Now, this could feel actually quite illuminating. Venus, is a lover, not a fighter, and Neptune is absolutely wanting to be creative and magnificent and really ethereal. However, these guys in an opposition sometimes bring up a certain amount of deception or such a beautiful feeling that you could get completely lost in it, and you don't really know if it's true or not. It almost feels like, if anything's a bit too good to be true, you might want to really double check that. But with your moon really here, you're really feeling it. So whatever your instincts are saying to you on the 28th, this is exact on the 28th, but really all of these aspects are playing out throughout the whole week. I'm associating them with a date so you get the exact moment, but the themes are still persistent. So that's the day when you really want to double check in your body. Your body knows the truth. Your body's not lying to you. So if you get a really strong instinct about somebody who, who maybe is saying great stuff, is really encouraging you, you might just want to be a little bit cautious. If your body's saying, not sure about this, check in, like step outside of the situation and look at it from the perspective of a third party, viewer. Really important. Just check your assumptions a lot. Now, as we get into Thursday, by the end of the 28th, the moon has already gone into the sign of Cancer, and then the moon is in the sign of Cancer on the 29th and the 30th. And the 29th, I think, is when this week really starts to turbocharge. And that's for a few reasons. First of all, Venus goes into her own sign, so she goes into Libra. The other one of her signs is Taurus, but she's extremely happy in the sign of Libra. And in this part of your chart, this is absolutely bringing a lot more creativity, a lot more opportunity to share your passions, to feel joyous, to feel love, to want to birth things. Your ideas start to like grow legs. It's almost like things are extra starred, like it just feels really, really beneficial. Venus here is actually quite generous, and it feels like there's something kind of magical going on with Venus in her own sign. She is like a fairy godmother waving her wand around. Now she is also going to go into an exact trine with Capricorn, with Pluto in Capricorn. Sorry, Pluto in Aquarius. He moves into Capricorn later this week. But this trine between the exact trine between Venus and Pluto is deep. It's promising a much deeper connection. So whatever your Venus is, however Venus has been expressed in your life, if you've got ideas, creative ideas that you want to bring forwards, Pluto is your man to suddenly really bring in the seriousness and the trust and a level of gravitas that might really transform these ideas into something really worthwhile. So what I'm saying is, your ideas might not be so pie in the sky. You can flit through ideas like one after the other, after the other, after the other. And yet in this week, all of a sudden, something feels really quite, wow, this could really change me. And given that Venus is also in this very magical and transforming trine with Uranus, it's like your unconscious mind, your intuition is feeding you ideas, feeding you inspiration, and putting you in the right place to meet the right people at the right time. So there is, any ideas that you're starting to get excited about, I think from the 29th, things start to move. And of course, on the 29th, your own planet, Mercury, comes out of his retrograde and is moving direct. Now, whenever Mercury comes out of a retrograde, he never kind of like stops and then puts his foot on the brake. The pedal is definitely not on the metal, but he starts to move. So it's a slow process. And, by mid-September, that has really started to speed up. It feels like, you're really cooking on gas again, but he is going direct. And to me, what that means is the time of questions is over. So last 3 weeks, you've been, this retrograde started from the place of the home and also the place of your behaviors and belief systems and belief patterns, a lot about your childhood, a lot about maybe your internal morals and your moral compass and how you also look after yourself and your stability. There's been a lot of things going around in your brain, like what thought or thinking or actions and behaviors would make me safer, what would give me a much better stability right now. And so I think all the things you've been questioning, it's almost like you've done it enough now. You don't need to keep on, because you could just keep asking yourself and review things over and over and over and not get anywhere with that. And I do think some people like doing that. I find myself in thought loops quite a lot, but there does come a time when we say, enough. It's time to get on. And so wherever you are around the 29th, I think you should trust that you already know what you need to know to move you on for the next few months. Mercury will go retrograde again in December. So that is a natural review point for you to see exactly how far you've gone, by which time, the thing that you're going to be reviewing will be more about the impact of your relationships. So, if you are right now thinking, okay, I'm ready, I've got this new business idea, or I've got this new thing that I want to explore and, express, I want to do, and you're really sort of like committing to it right now, I think it's great. You've got the go ahead. And then by Christmas, your next review point of it will be you saying, okay, I'm really happy with what I'm doing. What about the impact of other people and how do they fit in? So it's almost like your idea can grow and grow and grow and get bigger and bigger. So I think this is really quite positive. Now, Friday the 30th, by the 30th, we're at the tail end of Cancer, and going into the moon goes into the sign of Leo, and then we've got the moon in Leo on the 31st and the 1st. Right at the end of this, on the 1st, so Sunday the 1st, on Sunday, the moon actually catches up with Mercury, which is now direct. So I think that's a really good time to sort of come together and balance your emotions and your thoughts and thinking. You know, if you are a meditative person, I think that would be a great day to do that on, you know, to sit down and sort of give thanks. You know, this whole waning crescent time, you know, before the full moon, it is a time of letting go. It is a time to shift, to recognize that it's time to cast off all those old things that are no longer right for you, and clear a space, because, you know, the new moon that's happening on the 3rd is in the sign of Virgo. And of course, Virgo is also ruled by Gemini, by Mercury, just like Gemini is. So, you know, this new moon has a bit of a Mercury theme, you know, so I think anything that you can clear away right now to get ready for this new moon will be very advantageous to do that. You know, the new moon that's coming up next week, which obviously I'll talk to you about, you'll hear from me next weekend. You know, it's lining things up for a fresh new start at home. So any ideas that you've got currently in terms of you know, the way you're living, you know, is it right for you in light of your new projects? Is it right for you in terms of how you want to be in your community? You know, all these different things that are buzzing around your brain. You know, these can be really let go of, so that at the time of the new moon you feel really quite refreshed and ready to go. Last thing that I want to talk about, and this does have an impact. This really does have an impact in terms of moving forwards with your intuitive desires. So I did say at the start I wasn't going to mention so much Jupiter or Mars, you know, which are both coming out of a conjunction that, you know, was really, really tight a very short while ago in your first house. You know, the idea of it is that it's made you really, really busy and full of possibility and ready to take quite direct action. I actually want to take your mind back to around the 15th of July, earlier this year, because around the 15th of July, Mars was actually in a conjunction with Uranus. Now, later on this week, on the 31st of August, Mars is making what's known as a semi-sextile to Uranus. So it's the first aspect that Mars and Uranus have made together since their conjunction in July. You know, in their conjunction in July, it would have been stirring up a lot of intuitive thoughts, and they might not have been thoughts that you were really prepared for. You know, sometimes these kind of things come up as a whisper, where all of a sudden you have this kind of this whisper in your head, and it appears to come from you. And you're like, where the hell did that come from? I don't remember thinking that. And it's like your body or your higher self. Something is wanting to make contact. Something is wanting to get in touch. And then from that idea or that sudden like brainwave, this new energy is starting to come forwards. So what I want you to know is, from the 15th of July, whatever it was around that time that was coming forwards from, you know, the intuitive place, the dark place of stillness, your unconscious mind, you know, a place of surprising new information. When this happened, you know, where we are right now at the end of this month, there is the first step in the process. So if you made an idea, or you had an idea, or these ideas have been coming forwards around the 31st of August, Mars and Uranus in a semi-sextile is saying, right, now is the time to take that first step on that journey. Now, given that Mars and Jupiter have also been in a conjunction, I suspect you've already taken a few steps, not sat back on your backside for a month and a half to think about it. I imagine you have taken a step forwards and another one and another one, and it probably would have made you quite overtly social and overtly strong and vocal. You know, you've probably been speaking up about stuff. What really comes about is it's time to take action. So it's not just about verbalizing things. It's now ready to take action, and it's like you can feel it in your body. So I do think this weekend, the 31st and the 1st, you're going to be feeling quite strident and quite sure of yourself. So yeah, keep even though there's this like feeling of a fresh new start, let go of as much as old stuff as you can. So if you know the steps you're going to be taking forwards, you want to let go of everything that's not going to fit into that future. So if you can imagine this new future you're committing to, or this new idea that you'd like to bring into reality, something you'd like to manifest, because let's face it, Uranus here can bring in a lot of manifestation, because it is open to possibility in your unconscious mind. Anything is possible. So if you have like this new set point, this new seed that you're really wanting to bring about, think about where it might be in a year from now, or in 5 years from now, or 10 years from now, and then look around your life and think, okay, is that really going to be part of it? No, let's let that go. Is that going to, no, and clear off anything. The more space you can make for yourself, the quicker and easier your manifestations will be. So I hope that's helpful to you, Gemini, for this week ahead. Like I said, I'll be back in a week's time with another update to give you a few pointers, maybe to get prepared for the new moon in Virgo. If I can be of any help in the meantime, then just get in touch. All of my details are below, but have a great week ahead and speak to you real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Cancer. So this is a forecast taking you from the 26th of August right the way through to the 1st of September. This is the easiest of the weeks ahead, I would say, in terms of August. Like we had 2 really busy weeks. The last couple of weeks have been insanely busy. Lots of big patterns going on. Lots of what seems quite impossible. And then as I look at this particular setup for this week ahead, I'm thinking in terms of possibility, and I'm thinking, wow, this is great. This is really helpful. Now, the moon is your ruling planet. And so I always think that it's important to pay a lot more attention to Cancer in terms of the moon, and so if we think in terms of this week, we are now in the 3rd quarter, going into the waning crescent, so the moon, it was full and it's been getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, going into that sort of crescent moon shape. On the 3rd of September, in the following week, we've got the next new moon, and that next new moon is going to be in the sign of Virgo. That's going to be bringing you into a bit more of a livelier stage and start a whole new, I think, a whole new sort of social life. I think something quite big is going to come from that. So the waning crescent then is about things being thinned out. It's about letting go. And I always think it's good to let go with a lot of gratitude. During this week, the moon is going to go from the 11th into the 12th, the 1st and the 2nd areas of, the houses, as I'm looking at a chart wheel. And the 27th and 28th, in fact, the night of the 26th, so 26th, 27th, 28th, the moon going through the sign of Gemini is an interesting one. We're often feeling quite reserved and really holding back. We're not really wanting to come forwards. This is a really big time to rest. And given that the waning crescent is all about resting, nourishing, getting a lot more sleep, really going into hibernation, really taking our time, I would say for the first part of this week, really until the 29th, which is a bit of a power day, I would almost say it's good to just rest. Don't plan anything in. If you could get your diary out right now, I would suggest that you kind of cross off on the diary the 26th, 27th, 28th. Not that you don't do things, but that you put looking after yourself as the most important thing. So take yourself off on, little quiet treks, or have deep baths, lovely salty Cancerian baths, saltwater baths, things like that, to really bring you back into the element of water. I just think everything that can nourish you is really beneficial. In particular, because the 27th and the 28th have a lot of very, very strong aspects. So for instance, Mars and Jupiter currently are really opening things up in your unconscious mind. There's a bit of a desire to consider your spiritual leanings, possibly some religious themes coming up. It feels like you've been questioning a lot about the nature of life and death, and what it's all about, and how you sort of make sense of the world when you know that you're only here for a short period of time. Jupiter going through this part of the chart really opens up our awareness to other things outside of our day-to-day living. It asks us those really big questions like, what's it all about? It really does do that, and at the same time it can create a little bit of a disturbance. I think if you're going to be asking yourself these really big questions and really feeling strongly into it, I think it's really important that you do rest up, because it stirs so much up. It's like these old thoughts and belief systems get discombobulated and they're kind of bobbing around somewhere. So that's quite big. But then Mars coming into that area can create some very strong visceral reactions to past events. So you might find that you've been reliving a lot of old memories that have brought up old angers and hurts, and possibly moments where you've needed to be quite fearful or to take direct action. So I do think the past, which is one of the Cancerians' favorite topics, the past and its legacy and its current hold on you has been playing out a lot. So during this waning phase, if you could, especially on the 27th and 28th, if you could relax as much as possible, talk some things out, journal, whatever it is, whatever you do really well to let go or just to make peace with the past, that would be really, really beneficial to you. In particular on, I would say Tuesday the 27th, when the moon goes into a conjunction with Mars and also Jupiter and also makes a square to Saturn, it can leave us feeling a little bit cold and a little bit lost. And I don't think you need to do that. Not if you can help it. On the 27th, there is, however, quite a beneficial aspect coming in. And for that, I really see that it's bringing up a feeling of like where you fit in. So, yeah, there's stuff from the past that may be playing out in your mind, but there are also new opportunities with people that you're connected with, maybe in networks, people that you've communicated in emails. It's almost like people from your local life that and then people from a sort of outside of your normal life, people maybe slightly further away from a different culture or, through a business leaning or something like that. To me, it feels like there are new connections, like stunning new connections coming up at the same time. And if you're feeling sad about the past, and maybe feeling protective of yourself because of, bad moments in time, I think it's a time for forgiveness, because, you can't know everything. You can only know what you know. And then after you realize you made a mistake, you have to forgive yourself. And also if you're forgiving yourself because you realize you only know what you know until you know it, you can't prepare for a future that you're not aware of. You can't prepare for problems that you don't know exist. And it's the same for everyone else. So I think we can all let ourselves off the hook a little bit. Every moment is a fresh moment. And this is what is also being stimulated on the 27th. In fact, all week, but it's exact on the 27th, this lovely trine between Uranus and Venus. It's really stimulating things. So new opportunities that are coming to you via the social field, social networks, through similar goals, like if you've got friends or connections with people who have a similar mind view to you, this could be a really revelatory time where lots of great new ideas are generated and shared between you. So be open, but please don't let the past play into your future. Now, I realized as I said that, the way I work in astrology is I look at the old aspects and how you might have handled it so that you can predict what might be going on in the future. However, when you're projecting the fear of what happened in the past into your future, you're working from a place of fear rather than knowledge. So, what I would really say is, when you are looking at what's happened in the past, keep it separate, like keep the facts separate from the feelings, the strong feelings about it. If you can just remember the lessons, but not have a charge about the lessons. If you're remembering the lessons, but kind of beating yourself up about it, then you've personalized it too much. So yeah, I think this waning crescent time, with people, I've been saying it's a time to let go of things. And they might be physical things, but for you, it's to let go of your personalization of everything. Let go of the personalization of all your fears, all your upsets. Just let go of that personalization, like depersonalize it. If you could step out, if you were playing it in your head as a video strip, could you substitute yourself for somebody else? Could you reimagine someone in your place? Could you imagine like getting off that script, standing outside of that storyline and observing it and getting a different perspective on it? Because, you know, while you're so personalized, you're not able to create this new future with these exciting opportunities that are around you. You can't see them clearly. So, again, that's why I recommend the first couple of days is really a time to reflect rather than act, but still be aware of new opportunities coming in. Now, on the 29th, one of the things I like about the 29th, first of all, the moon is in here and you're still feeling quite stirred. You know, the moon going through your own sign is always quite a stirring experience. We really, really do feel it in our bodies. But we've got Venus coming out of the sign of Virgo and going into Libra. And when she does that, to me, it feels like there's a new gentleness back in town, you know, and it feels like you can be a bit more gentle at home. You can be a bit more gentle in yourself. To me, what that is symbolizing is you're actually really listening to your body. You're really talking to the body that is your home. So, you know, the moon here in your own sign, Venus in her sign, that feels really good. And then Mercury is also going direct. So Mercury in his retrograde was really asking you about your collaborations with other people and where you fit into society and stuff, and really bringing you back to a place of self-worth and possibly self-doubt. And, you know, on the 29th, as you know, the moon and Venus feel like they're in a great position for you to feel really, really at home. You know, Mercury is starting to go direct again. So I hope you really have got to the end of this current bout of maybe feeling a little bit guilty for things in the way that they've happened, and that you let yourself off any kind of misdemeanor, any kind of upset, and just allow yourself to forgive. Just recognize you are human, you make mistakes. Everyone else is a human. They also make mistakes, and we're all learning. You know, if you can see everything as learning information, you'll be fine. All that is required to kind of reinstall that value in yourself is to see yourself without all the weight of those extra judgments. So I really hope you can see that for yourself. Then, you know, we are coming into a time of some sort of pow, pow, pow kind of energies. You know, Friday, the 30th, you know, the moon is in a square with Chiron. How is that happening? It's because the moon is still in the sign of Cancer. So the moon makes a square with Chiron. That often makes us feel a bit vulnerable, but it can also make us feel a bit stronger. You know, it brings to mind what we're torturing ourselves about. It's also in a trine with Neptune, which is really helpful because you can see a lot more possibilities. And then the moon goes into an opposition. She goes into the sign of Leo, and she goes into an opposition with Pluto. So Friday is quite a triggering day. So vulnerability, hearing all sides of the situation from the perspective of your intuition, and then thinking, oh my God, I feel so out of control. What next? What possibly could happen next? So there's a lot of big emotions on Friday. It's not just you, it's happening to everyone. You know, we're all part of this space weather. But where the moon is then going, you know, from the 30th, the 31st and the 1st, you know, for the rest of the weekend, in fact, the moon's going to be in the sign of Leo. Now, this is a time to start to get a little bit busier, start to get a bit more excited about things. First of all, the moon is going to be in a lovely trine with the North Node. So we get that feeling that we're back on track. We remember what our personal goals are, what our legacy might be. It does feel really personal, like having the North Node coming through this part of your chart has really brought into sharp focus what your life is about, and what you would like to achieve by the end of your life. And you might not have put it into words, but you've got a really good sense of it. So that's helpful. And it feels like you're reconnecting to that. And then there's this really, I think, quite phenomenal sort of stepping aspect on the 31st. And so that is involving Mars, which is here, and Uranus, Mars here and Uranus here. They're in a semi-sextile. They're 30 degrees away from each other. This is bringing you back to ideas and thoughts that you were having, and possibly agreements that you had with friends in mid-July. So whatever was going on for you around mid-July in terms of getting fired up with people and really being quite certain and feeling like there was this new sudden like knowledge or concern, some really strong feeling inside. On the 31st, so a month and a half later, Mars is in a 30-degree aspect, a semi-sextile to Uranus, and it's garnering up the extra strength that you need to take the first step of this new idea, this new idea or ideology, whatever it was. It feels like you're about to step forwards. Now, it's interesting timing because Mars is just behind the sign of Cancer. It's slightly in your blind spot. So it feels like there's something going on in your body. There's something going on, something brewing, like a feeling of not aggression, but core strength. And you might not know where it's coming from. Is it that you're getting an irritation that's building? I don't know how you get courage. I don't know how you do courage. Do you know how you do courage? I guess that's the question. But what I'm seeing is the energy is building. There's something building, and I don't know how you're building it. But as you go into the first week in September, as Mars is getting closer and closer and into your sign, it just feels like there's a much more strident, a much more certain, and a much more confident you emerging. And it is absolutely going back to this 15th of July decision. So cast your mind back and let's see. Last of all then, and this is something that's really happening over the next 79 days. Pluto is gone back into the sign of Capricorn right at the end of this coming week. He's going to be there for a while. While he's in the sign of Capricorn, he is absolutely stirring up any old issues to do with not having enough power with people that you're related to. And by related, I'm not talking about your brothers and sisters, your mum and dad or anything like that necessarily, but the people that you relate to on a day-to-day basis. It could be your partners, it could be your business partners, the people in your life. Do you feel like you are powerful in your relationships? Do you feel like other people have the power over you in relationships? Or do you feel like it's quite balanced? It's great if you've already worked through this. I always find that these retrogrades are just giving us a final, we are refining something. This is the last time that Pluto is going to be in the sign of Capricorn. And as such, you've got an opportunity to finesse your ideas about power and other people, and how you are powerful in yourself in relation to other people. So don't miss this opportunity. You don't necessarily have to do anything. It could be acting at the level of your beliefs and your volition, like what do you feel for yourself? What do you know for yourself? If you know deep down inside that you're as powerful as you can be, and that you have the wisdom to know how to act circumstantially in every single moment. I think with Pluto, it's not necessarily a helpful thing to have one set idea as to this is how I am powerful, because if you have this one set idea, it doesn't give you flexibility should the situation changes. However, if you are able to come out of this next 79-day retrograde of Pluto in this part of your chart, and then when it moves forwards into the sign of Aquarius, it's not going to be back here for the rest of your life unless you become hundreds of years old. You're not going to go through this again. But if you were to, by the end of November, when Pluto is sodded off into Aquarius, if you have that feeling of, I know how to be wise and to make a wise decision around other people, and I know how to have my own decision for myself without feeling influenced by other people's power and energy, that would be really quite smart. That would be so powerful. That would be an amazing way to manifest the Pluto in Capricorn energy, as we're going throughout the rest of this year. So bear in mind, whatever it is that you feel about power, whether it's you have the power in the moment, try and create something for yourself that feels like it's got a little bit of wriggle room so that it can be applied however you find yourself. I don't know if that makes sense. I hope it does. But anyway, lots and lots of love to you in this week ahead. If you need any extra help or want to work with me, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. But if not, hopefully I'll catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey there, Leo. How are you doing? Are you ready for the week ahead? I hope so. This is a quieter one, which I'm sure you'll be very pleased about. Let's face it, they've been pretty full on, haven't they? We are into the third quarter phase of the moon, and then leading into the waning crescent. That really is the last part of the entire moon phase, leading us to the new moon that starts again on the 3rd of September. What is this moon phase about? Is going to come out within this reading, but it is really pinpointing that this is a week of getting quieter, more still, being a lot more reflective, and that we're really letting go of things. That's a real sort of key message for this week ahead. So this week has taken us from the 26th of August right the way through to the 1st of September. One of the key things I think is going to change things for you is the fact that Mercury, which started its retrograde on the 5th of August and has quite quickly came back into your sign, is actually going to go direct from the 29th. I think the 29th is a bit of a power day. That's the one that I would hold on to and say, this is the time for you to start moving. This is really, really quite beneficial. In this week ahead, the moon is, as we're going into the 26th, the moon is in the tail end of Taurus. It then goes into the sign of Gemini, and then it's there for a good couple of days. Now, the 27th and 28th are highly, highly interactive days. There's a lot of different things going on and a lot of emotions coming up. And given that it's highlighting an aspect of your chart that is to do with friendships, networks, global visions, and I would say just lots and lots of collaboration. I think, from the end of 26th, but the 27th and 28th in particular are going to be really, really strong days in terms of networking, but also a time when you really need to tune in and find out what's going on. What is your body saying to you in terms of the level of trust that you have with people. And then as we're going through this moon phase, on the 29th, which is one of these days where I said, it's a very powerful day. And I think this is a time of moving forwards and really getting cracking on things. Even though it is one of these go days, I just want to point out at that time, the moon is going to be going through this part of your chart, which is absolutely linked into your unconscious mind, your memories, your belief systems, your absolute, your privacy. Now, interestingly, usually this part of the chart is absolutely not a time when you're taking action. And yet the reason why I want to highlight this as a sort of decisive time is because I think you're taking action about unconscious patterns. I think you're about to take action on old patterns that have been hidden, that you've not been able to see, you've not been able to articulate. So I really see that you're purging some really, really deep stuff. And of course, we are in that last phase of the moon cycle where we are purging, where we are letting go. We're really clearing the decks because something new is coming. And this new moon that's going to come on the 3rd of September, in the following week, it's really highlighting your second house issues of your worth, what you're bringing to the world, a little bit about your purpose and how much you're earning. So it's a really cracking new moon for you. This is a good new moon position, I think. So the more you can let go and the more you can make some very big choices for yourself, in particular around the 29th and 30th, and then into the 31st and the 1st, you'll be really right on track for a very sort of productive new moon next cycle. So yeah, the 29th and 30th is a time to make very, very deep personal decisions. And then as we're going into the 30th, like late in the evening of the 30th, the 31st and the 1st of September, the moon is then in this part of your chart, which is kind of waking you up. It's kind of moving you. You're really stirred in your physical body, really feeling like there's stuff to do. I mean, don't get me wrong. I always find when the moon goes through my own sign that I feel absolutely very emotional. It feels like I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve. Absolutely. But this is moving you. So you might be a bit more vulnerable. You might be a bit more visible. You might make some mistakes that people might see. But actually, I think the 30th, the 31st and the 1st is really you coming forwards quite innocently with some new decisions. So I think this is a bold week ahead, but not one of those topsy-turvy ones that you might have had in the last couple of weeks. This is a bit more smooth sailing. So what I want to do is drill down a little bit deeper as to how it might be smoother sailing for you. And I think a lot of that has to do with the position of Venus. Venus, for most of the week, is in the sign of Virgo. She's coming to the end, and then she goes into Libra on the 29th. She's in this powerful she's in a powerful grand trine with Pluto that is also changing signs this week. Pluto is going to retrograde ingress. That means he's leaving the sign of Aquarius and going back into the sign of Capricorn for the very last time in our lifetimes. So, both Venus and Pluto are changing signs, and they are making this very powerful trine together. And then we've got Uranus and Venus making a powerful trine together. These are absolutely strong energies. So there's 3 trines. Let me just talk quickly about Pluto and Uranus. In fact, you might find it easier to listen to the Venus section and the Pluto section in the first part of this video, because I really do talk about it at a much deeper depth. But deeper depth. That was redundant, wasn't it? Anyway, Pluto is also, it's absolutely about transformation, and Uranus is about sudden transformation and the depth of it. So there is some big shifts going on for you. And, the position of Uranus and the position of, where Pluto's currently at, it's like there is change in the way that you are being in yourself in terms of your work, your persona, how you want to be seen in the world, the direction your career is going in. It's likely to be getting a bit looser, a bit more free. And then the sort of relationship with people. Do you have support right now? This current trine, I think, is showing that you are connected into some really powerful people. Right now, you've got the ability to meet very, very powerful people. So, in fact, the more you choose to network, I don't think you can go too far wrong with your networking abilities. It's almost like the right people that you are connected with right now are connecting you to bigger, bolder, more powerful people. There is something going on right now. It feels like your star is lifting, your star is rising. So there's that going on. And then Uranus in a trine to Venus. When they connect, Venus is here in this place to do with having a different version of yourself, having a different view of yourself, feeling like you have more value. So to me, I think you are you are being met by somebody in quite a sudden way and quite a powerful way. I think in this week ahead, you should absolutely be on the lookout for these powerful, surprising new connections. There is something brewing, and it feels like there are lots of people that are collaborating to rise you up. You don't have to just do it on your own. And I know for quite a long time, it has felt like you've had to keep yourself really buoyant. You've had to keep going. You've had to absolutely make it work for yourself. And quite rightly, we should all look after ourselves. It is our responsibility. But right now, it feels like you've got help. Like people have bought into your vision. People have seen that actually you've been quite steadfast. You've been quite determined. You've not let other people's frown turn you upside down or anything like that. You've kept going. You've kept your heart and you've really maintained it. Sometimes, and it's really like, upset the people around you because you've created a lot of waves. So yeah, I see big changes coming. Now, this is where it gets a bit interesting, because at the same time this is happening, Neptune is making a complete opposition to Venus. Now, this is where it could get a little bit dangerous or a little bit treacherous. Traditionally, Venus and Neptune are both known as planets of love and connection. And so, Venus is the very human expression of connection, and Neptune can show a very spiritualized, idealized connection. Neptune could hint at unconditional love. It's a higher harmonic of Venus. Now, they're both creative as well. Venus is, how we are humanly creative, and Neptune shows how we might sort of channel creativity and really bring the energy of creativity forwards. And this is really quite fantastic, because, when they come into an aspect together, they can absolutely blow our minds with possibilities, like real sort of creative stuff. It can infuse our projects with love and spiritual principles and things like that. But in the opposition, they're not working so well together. There is this one side, which is, I absolutely want to understand our connection and our love, and I want to understand what we're doing together. What value are we bringing to each other's lives? And then Neptune in opposition is not giving us a straight answer. It feels like maybe it's undefined, it's unspecified. Maybe there are no boundaries as to how this happens. So what really is coming forward to me as I'm looking at this is, yes, we've got this lovely grand trine, but there's also the sense of too good to be true. So I'm not saying don't connect with people, but absolutely, you have a responsibility to yourself to connect in that the people that you're working with are telling the truth. It's really important that you verify every opportunity that's coming in right now. I do think the energy could raise you up and have you feeling really quite buoyant and really quite delighted. There's something great, accumulating. And you want to just be a bit cautious. Maybe it would be good to ask some deeper questions, like, okay, if I go ahead with this, what can I expect to see by what time, and how deep will it be? How, you want to measure outcome somehow. So I think there are opportunities coming up, and you want to just be a little bit cautious. Now, with these placements in your chart, I really see that it's impacting you very much in an earnings sense. For instance, that you've got something of value, you're in the marketplace, and you have a particular value, and that you might feel that maybe other people are trying to remove your value somehow. Or if you're not careful, somebody that you've trusted might somehow do you out of a few cents here or there. To me, it just feels like there is an element of too good to be true. However, like if you're single, and because I really do see that romance could come out of this. This could be a fantastic time to meet your other half. And there could be a lot of idealism. When we meet new partners, we often put them on a pedestal. We often lift them up, or, we might be aware of, something about them that we're not quite sure of. And, in those early few days, we just choose to turn a blind eye. What I would say is, whatever blind eye you choose to take, still make a note of it. And spend some time and meditate on it, spend some time and think about it, and think, okay, over a longer period of time, is this really important? It's really important to get yourself some clarity, because the Venus and Neptune opposition could not be very rational. And it's so funny because, I'm super intuitive, and I tend to err on the side of intuition, but with this I would absolutely err on the side of rationality. Find a way to tune in intuitively, but also be very, very rational about it. And that's where measurement is coming in and is very useful. So there are lots of opportunities, and just be a bit cautious. Now, as we're coming to the end of the week, as Pluto is ingressing, like moving back into the sign of Capricorn, he wants to finish up his business. So in the first part of this video, I was talking about what might happen if you're getting getting ready to go on holiday or something. You know, like you pack up your things. You might then think, oh, crikey, my suitcase is a bit too full up. And then you ditch a few other things out of your luggage and you zip it up and you get ready to get in your taxi. And then you think, oh, I didn't put enough food out for the cat. And you go back into your house and you sort it out. And then you get in the car again, you go, then you think, oh my God, I didn't water my plants. You know, that kind of thing where you're almost ready to go, but then you have to come back and review. That's what's happening with Pluto. Pluto has spent a long time in the sign of Capricorn, has left to go on holiday, to move into the sign of Aquarius. You know, he went into the sign of Aquarius in March of 2023, then came back into Capricorn, then went back into Aquarius in January of this year. Now he's going back into Capricorn for the last time. So he's doing his last checks. Now, he's not checking his home. He's checking the sixth house area, which is very much about your health, and how healthy is your life in general. So what's working for you in terms of your health and your diet, your body? Is it all functional? Is it all working? How is your house? How is the flow of energy from you getting up in your routine in the morning, you going to work or sitting at your computer at home if you work from home? Then what do you do? Like it's really analyzing the whole flow of your life. You know, maybe how are you paying your bills? How are you getting everything organized? Have you done your wills? Have you got all of the certificates up to date for whatever it is that you need? It is absolutely asking you to be a grown-up. And you might have found that, you know, in this last year in particular, as Pluto has been going in between these two signs, that you have got a lot more grown up and you've got everything lined up, all sorted, all correct, all stamped, everything's sorted. And that will be really good. I really encourage that. Again, I have to admit, you know, I'm not somebody who's massively formal and tend to, you know, like run away from formality. But again, this time I wouldn't encourage you in my style. I would encourage you to get things formalized. Double check everything. This is another chance to make sure that your foundations are really, really secure and working for you. Now, Pluto also is about power. So you might find that, you know, when you're reviewing your life, you might have realized actually that you've been quite laissez-faire. You've been very sort of gung-ho. You've been very, very much a Leo. You've been relying on your charm, relying on your energy, relying on being able to tell a good story and not paying attention to all the boring stuff. This is the time that you're learning something really quite fundamental about yourself. And actually, you have more power when you are really settled and stable. So the more you get that sorted, the more you can tell tall stories and entertain people and play on your charms, you know, because everything is okay and nothing's going to undermine you. So I think this is going to put you in a really, really strong position. So yeah, I hope that's helpful. Last of all then, you know, during this time of this week ahead, the sun is absolutely highlighting things like your money, how much influence you have because of your money. Are you valued for what you do? And do you value yourself? So, you know, it's worth considering all of those questions in a light-hearted way. I really can't emphasize that enough. Like, you know, the last 2 weeks have been quite high octane, quite high energy. So do it in a light way. Enjoy the position you're in. Give a lot of gratitude for all the things that you've done really well. All of this is preparing you for a really spectacular new moon on the 3rd of September when, you know, whatever you decide about your earnings and how you feel about yourself, you can really take it up a level. So there you go. Use this energy to connect with the right people, to get yourself super organized. That organization thing with Pluto, by the way, it's over the next 79 days, not just over this week. And it will get stronger and stronger. Yeah. And, you know, Mercury is moving forwards again. So it is time for you to start taking a step forwards. So there you go, Leo. I hope that's helpful to you. Have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. But anyway, hopefully catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey there, Virgo. So how are you doing? Are you feeling good now that the sun is absolutely in your sign and has been for a little while. I think you should be feeling quite good. It's usually a time when we feel like it's Virgo o'clock. It's like rise and shine. It's like you've just been asleep for a little while, or feeling the need to relax, and now you're coming back into your own. You're coming back into your own kind of pattern. This is usually quite a good time of year for you. It feels like something is stirring, like it's time to get cracking. Now, in this reading, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Venus aspects this week, because there are many of them. And Venus starts this week in the sign of Virgo before moving into the sign of Libra. So, she's been in the sign of Virgo for a while, and during that time she gives you a bit of a facelift. It's quite helpful being a Virgo when Venus is going through your sign, because she adds a touch of glamour. She starts to neaten you up. You start to tidy yourself up a little bit. It's always beneficial, and then it leads to this fantastic time when she's in your second house, really helping you to earn a little bit more, receive a bit more, and feel really comfortable in your own skin. So I'm going to be paying a bit of attention to Venus. I also want to pay a little bit of attention to your ruling planet, which is Mercury, because your ruling planet at the beginning of this month went retrograde from the sign of Virgo and back into Leo, really working at your unconscious mind and all your unconscious programs and all those things that have been whirring away in the background. Where it is, it's been really picking up on a lot of your fears and the things that maybe keep you up at night, the things that you maybe can't acknowledge, during the day. But then at night when you're trying to sleep, all of a sudden your mind springs into action and it's like, did you forget about this? What about this? I heard this on the news, blah, 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 blah. And it goes faster and faster and faster. So you'll be relieved to hear that Mercury, your own planet, starts to go direct again. And you'll be able to reorganize your thoughts and gently slot them back into place where they should be. So I do think you're going to start to feel quite confident as this week progresses. The last thing that I want to pay a bit of attention to is the position of Pluto. So, Pluto has been coming in and out of Aquarius. He is making his transition to Aquarius permanently from November, but for right now, he's just sort of nipping back into Capricorn. He's going to be there for 79 days, but Pluto is showing us our attitudes to power and what we still need to refine. So there's going to be quite a deep message there. So right at the start then, the first thing that I really want to bring to your attention is this week from the 26th of August to the 1st of September, it's a third quarter week, in terms of the moon phase. It starts off in the third quarter and then it goes into a waning crescent. Now, you might be wondering, what does that mean? What it means is the moon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller each day. In fact, on the 3rd of September, which is in next week, we've got the new moon, and the new moon is going to be in your sign. It'll be about here. And the new moon is like in your own sign is actually quite fantastic. It's really helping you to really shine your light in the way that you do. It's really allowing you to come forwards. And so what we're doing in preparation for this new moon, and I absolutely recommend that you, of all signs, sort of, get your preparation on for this new moon. It's everything is coming back into place. Like the energy of the waning moon is to let go of things that aren't part of your future, let go of things that are not prospering you, whether it's mental thoughts, whether it's sometimes we start projects that end up costing us more money. You might be reviewing things and thinking, okay, I don't need that anymore. It's very much like the process, and I explained it in quite a bit of detail in the first part of this video, but I describe it very much as getting ready for a holiday or getting ready to move home. You start looking at everything in your life or everything in your mind, and then you're sort of going through a tick list, like, is this useful? Yes, no. Can I recycle it? Yes, no. Can I give it away? Yes, no. Should I just bin it? Probably yes. So this last week is absolutely about letting go, and the more you let go in particular, the more you'll be really, really prepared for this new moon in Virgo, which comes in on the 3rd. Now, the moon phase for you is really highlighting a place of freedom and a place of adventure and a place of belief systems and sharing in belief systems. So, you know, maybe you'll find that the world has captured you a little bit in recent times, especially with Mercury retrograde, you know, going into a bit of a fear position. You may well find that, you know, where your attention is right at the start of the week is slightly attentive to what appears to be going on in the world outside of, you know, where you exist. That will change, you know, on the 26th. The moon already starts to go into the sign of Gemini, and then it's going to be there from the night of the 26th to the 27th, 28th, before the moon goes into the sign of Cancer. So let me just talk you through those first 3 days, the 26th, the 27th, 28th, because there's a lot of stuff going on. So on Monday, the 26th, you know, I think your attention will be on what's going on on the outer world for sure. The moon is in a trine with Pluto, which really brings up stuff about power and how stable things are for you. Like, do you think the world is stable? If so, how? If you don't feel like the world is stable, do you feel comfortable? Do you feel like you have enough control to feel comfortable in your life? You know, the sun is also going to go into, the moon is also going to go into a square with the sun later on that day. And so, you know, when we have a sun moon square, we often feel slightly out of sync in our body. You know, our emotions or our heart might be slightly different to what the body's saying. The body might be saying, look, just, it's important that you breathe, and it's important that you relax, and it's important that you eat and drink. And then your mind's going, I don't have time to do that. I've got to worry. I've got to panic. So it's important to keep perspective on the 26th. And then from the 27th, 28th, like, this is usually a time when the moon is going through this part of your chart. This is a time when you usually feel quite energized and quite organized, really wanting to create some output. It feels like you're quite busy, you're achieving things, you're being recognized. It's very, very industrial and industrious. On this particular day, there's some really, really strong energies. We've got a conjunction with Jupiter that is likely to give you some really great ideas and some really great inspiration and a feeling of utter hope and optimism. Maybe you've got a connection with somebody from your work, or a boss, or, you know, somebody who you consider to be a mentor, but it feels like there's a good level of trust and well-being. There's also a connection with Mars, between, you know, the moon and Mars. I would absolutely advise that you don't get too set on your views, because that can create a bit of an argumentative energy between people that might have authority over you, or that you have authority over. However, that moon conjunct Mars might not be a conflict or an authority sort of struggle. It could also just be that you're feeling full of beans and you really want to get things moving. So you start doing, this will be a really good day to tick things off your job list. If you can hear a load of shouting in the background, that's my husband who's loudly having a phone call. Yeah, I'm sure you can hear him in the background. Anyway, there's also a square to Saturn taking place on this day. And this is likely to bring in a feeling of kind of conflict with people as well. So again, there's another feeling of potential conflict, you know, with people in your world, possible authority figures, because again, Saturn is very authoritarian. So yeah, there's a feeling of being fired up, a feeling of really wanting to move forwards, and possible conflicts. But here's the really good thing, which is something to watch out for. And, you know, really, this is already going on the 26th, and it's going to go on throughout the whole week, but it's exact on the 27th. So on the 27th, we've got Venus making a really great connection to Uranus. And to me, it feels like something out of the blue, like a bolt out of the blue. There is some information, maybe from somebody far away, or from something a little bit a little bit alternative or a little bit outside of your normal remit, there is an exciting possibility, and you feel it at a physical level. It really feels like there is a new bit of insight, possibly a new connection, but whatever it is, it fills you with an unexpected feeling of hope and optimism. Now, if you are single and you're really looking to connect, this could also be meeting somebody quite unexpected, that you feel quite passionate towards, or quite, I don't know, like a frisson of energy, you know, like Uranus and Venus in aspects, in particular, these flowing aspects really create some excitement. So, you know, if you are single, this is actually quite an exciting time. But you do need to watch out for these really, really strong emotions that could create a bit of conflict. But again, that could actually add to the excitement of the situation. On Wednesday, then, the big aspect with Venus is that Neptune and Venus are in an exact opposition. So this brings up something interesting, because again, if you are looking for love, it could bring up this feeling of something really magnificent and really idealistic, you know, where Venus is the love in your body, and in your very sort of human concept. And then Neptune is representing something that's really idealistic and spiritual, and like nothing you've ever felt before. It's unconditional love. And I think the two of them in opposition could really represent something unattainable. Could also represent something that seems a little bit too good to be true. And actually, it might be too good to be true, or it really might be the real deal, but you can't ever really know. So what I would say is, on Wednesday, there's a lot of high energies. You have to absolutely watch your thoughts and feelings. I mean, go with the energy of it, but put in some kind of check for yourself. You know, you do need to just check in. I think it could be really, really fine energies, but what you would really want to check is that they last. One thing in particular, by this point on the 28th, the moon, it's just before the moon goes into the sign of Cancer. The moon is in what's known as a T-square. So we've got you know, the moon in a square to Venus. The moon's here in Gemini, and then the moon is also in a square to Neptune in Pisces. This is a time when we really, really do want to believe that the dream can come true, and it really could come true. But you absolutely need to really pay attention to make sure you're not being conned out of something. You know, Neptune in a square to the moon can make us feel temporarily a little bit despondent, you know, almost like you give up. Like the moon in a square to Neptune often brings off the feeling of guilt, patterns, not quite being enough, low self-esteem. And so if something too good to be true is coming in, and yet you have this pang of maybe you're not quite good enough, and then there's this great opportunity, that really could sow the seed to make some kind of decision where you think somebody is better than they are. And you might put yourself on the back foot. You might put somebody else on a pedestal and feel really grateful for it. And you could put yourself in a position where you get gaslit, or you might, you know, what is really coming up for me is, what are they called? Pickup artists. You know, like this is the perfect energy to be picked up. So really do watch your energy. You know, if something too good to be true comes into your life, you know, use a bit of sass. Say, yeah, hey, I'm really happy to meet up with you today. I'm going to bring a pal along because I want this to be fun. And let's see how we get on. And if we do get on, then yeah, we can meet further on down the line. I would avoid this day if you're not feeling completely comfortable in yourself, to manage your energy levels, and stay open to possible deception. You know, if you know that you're utterly grateful, utterly unboundaried, and really hopeful, I absolutely advise maximum levels of caution. Now, this energy could really be used in a positive way. So, for instance, in terms of spirituality or meditation or art and creativity, this could bring up a lot, provided you don't allow yourself to shame you with the moon. It could create such a hypersensitivity that you could really access something fantastic. But it really does depend on how well you're managing your moon right now. So, yeah, big day, the 28th. But anyway, the 29th is when it really gets going. On the 29th, Mercury, which is here, this is your ruling planet. Mercury goes direct. So you're not so much working from your unconscious programs. You're not so much ready to be gaslit. You're not going to be self-sabotaging so much. You're going to be seeing things very, very clearly, finally. Venus goes into the sign of Libra. So your feelings, you're not trying to be of service with your feelings and your energy. Finally, you're in this place of actually like owning your beauty, which is great. And then there is this very strong trine to Pluto, really showing you your true power. What I really like about this trine as well is also that you're feeling powerful in your attraction, you're feeling powerful in your body, and you're also really feeling sort of like powerful in the way you manage your life. I mean, one of the things about Virgo that is so, I think, useful is just how functional you can be. You can be really grown up, which means, whatever happens, you're the best prepared out of all the signs to be able to cope with things, because you got your money sorted, you know how to do time, you've got insurance on your car and stuff. It just feels like you've got everything all sorted. You are already the complete package. And yet this trine really stabilizes you and kind of helps you feel into the beauty of you. I like this. The last few days then, on the 30th, the moon is coming to the end of its time in Cancer. It later does go into the sign of Leo. The 30th is a bit of a trigger day. It is bringing up a square to Chiron, which could, if you do have some old things going on about like playing to the expectations that other people have on you, that could be a bit of a sore spot. It's also in a lovely trine to Neptune, which will be quite helpful. That's slightly romantic. And then later on, it goes into an opposition with Pluto. It's a day, like the 30th, is a day where you experience a lot of different emotions. This, I feel so emotional, I'm not in control. Then you're feeling romantic, then you're feeling a little bit triggered and not good enough. So, it is a day of many emotions. Just, be aware of that. Plan in some breaks, plan in a little bit of time for yourself. Then Saturday and Sunday, it is a big day to start moving. And now I already said that like the 29th was a day when things are starting to shift forwards, but Saturday and Sunday, even though at this point the moon is here, it's in this sleepier part of your chart, there are some things that you're ready to take action on. So you've got the moon going into a trine with a North Node. So it's almost like a feeling of calm. You know what you need to do. You're in the right place. You're on your right path. Then there is this aspect because Mars and Uranus are exactly 30 degrees away from each other. It feels like decisions that you set up around the 15th of July when Mars and Uranus were together last. It's a little while ago now. You have to sort of cast your mind back. But the time of that particular week, it was a time of real sort of creativity and a lot of ideas, in particular about how to feel more free, how to feel more expanded, and how you might aspire to be in life. Like, what could you let go of? What could you stand to let go of right now? How could you make your life more magnificent? I think is through having a higher context for yourself, having a bigger view of the world, maybe seeing more of the world, maybe expanding beyond your little enclave. So on this 31st of August, on Saturday, when the moon is going through this this part of your chart. When you might be having a lie in on Saturday, I think that's actually quite beneficial. There is this feeling of, I can start to do something with this, wanting to have a bigger view of myself. It feels like whatever was playing off in your mind mid-July, you have a bit of a step forwards with it. It starts things moving. And so, yes, you feel like you're back on track. The last day then, Sunday the 1st, it's kind of interesting. There is a square to Uranus, which usually makes us feel a little bit edgy. But there is also a lovely conjunction with Mercury, your own planet, which I think sort of brings it all back into balance. The most interesting part of Sunday, I think, is Pluto coming back into the sign of Capricorn. It went into the sign of Aquarius for a while. It's done it a couple of times now, and Pluto is really showing us what we need to address in ourselves. And it's coming back to this place of birthing, this place of joy, this place of creativity. It's really asking you, are you enough? Are you having enough joy? Are you having enough love? Are you having enough giggles? Are you playful enough? Are you sexual enough? Are you excited by being in your life? And it's bringing up, it will tell you everything you need to work out for yourself. This is, Pluto's come back here for its last 79 days. It's not going to be back in this area in your lifetime unless you live, beyond 100 years or beyond a lot, like beyond 200 odd years. Pluto coming back in here, he's not going to come back here again. So he's asking you to really do a life audit of your joy, which really ties into what I was saying up here about having more of an expanded view, having more context. Like, have you created enough space and possibility and freedom for yourself? I mean, you are really good at creating an orderly life and one that works well and one that does good and that doesn't cause much harm. You're very good at helping others, very good at being an amazing member of the world. You add something, you really, really do. But have you added to yourself? Have you given yourself enough to live up to? Are you creating a goal for yourself that's slightly out of reach, that's going to make you dream a bit more and have to be a bit more creative? This is what Pluto is going to be bringing up. You don't have to do it straight away, but it's just there as a final thought, and it really ties in with the thoughts going back to the 15th of July. So I hope that's helpful to you. It might seem a bit scattered, but the need for freedom is really like an ongoing theme underlying it all. So I hope you have a good week. Like I say, it's not too terrible. There's a lot of really exciting aspects, lots of positive changes in this week. And again, you're clearing out, getting ready for the new moon in your own sign on the 3rd of September. So have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. And hope to catch you again next week. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey there, Libra. So if you feel like you're coming home suddenly, it could be because Venus, your ruling planet, is coming back into your sign. So it's almost like it's almost like a birthday. There is that feeling of the familiarity of knowing your patterns. Venus is ruled by, Venus rules Libra and Taurus. They are both very, very creative signs. But for Libra, the energy that is expressed with Venus is absolutely all about the sense of fairness, equality, the beauty, the grace, the kindness, the balance, the poise. It's really nice what's happening right now. So let me talk a little bit about the energies in this week ahead. The first thing I will be noticing is the journey of the moon, and in this week, which is taking you from Monday the 26th of August right the way through to Sunday the 1st of September. The flow of the moon, it's going through its 3rd quarter phase right the way through to a waning crescent. Basically, it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. and preparing to come back as a new moon on the 3rd of September. So that will be coming up, in the following week. But right now it's just in the getting smaller phase. It's waning, and the moon, it's born. I guess you could see that the new moon each month it rebirths, it comes back to life, and it starts to grow, and it grows and it grows, and it gets into its fullness, and then it comes back down again. And it's like pulling out an accordion. It's like your lungs. You breathe air in and then you release. It's a continuous pattern. Now in this waning phase, which is a natural part of life. This is about tightening up loose ends. This is about letting go. This is the out breath. This is you preparing for the new breath. And you obviously have to let go of what's in your lungs first. You have to absolutely let it go fully and freely. And so as the moon is going backwards, it naturally confers to a time when, not backwards, obviously the moon's not going backwards, but as the fullness is retreating, what is essentially happening is we are retreating. We are quieter. We are more reserved. We are maybe coming back into our shell a little bit. We don't necessarily need to be starting new things. Our energy is naturally a bit on the low side. We tend to sleep a bit more during this phase, in particular as we go through the week, and that moon gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Essentially, there's less light at night. And so, that there is this feeling, okay, it's a bit darker. We don't have as much vitality or energy. And it's a time to just hibernate a little bit. Now, this is also matched a little bit with the fact that the moon is also heading into this really sort of personal part of your chart. It's not there yet, but, I always think of the phrase, it's always darkest before dawn. And I always think that when I see the 12th house. Now, we're not there yet, but the new moon, as it launches next week, on the 3rd of September, will be in this kind of darkest of places within your chart. It's not to be feared. I really want that to be clear. It's almost like you are absolutely releasing a lot of stuff fully. To me, it feels like you're absolutely emptying your life of everything that's just not working. So I think as we're in this last week of August, preparing for the first week in September, the first key is to let go, let go, let go. And be really, really quiet with yourself. Now that probably doesn't sort of match with my sort of opening entrance to, this forecast saying, your planet is coming back round, and it feels like you're getting back into your power again. But I want to examine that, because you know what? Sometimes we do need to take a deep breath, and sometimes we do need to just stop and slow down and notice the changes. So, your ruling planet, for the first part of the week, up until, so from the 26th to the 28th, is in the tail end of being in Virgo. Your ruling planet has been in this, go back to that phrase, it's always darkest before dawn. I don't actually know if that's true or not, but it's that sense, isn't it? So, your natural Venus has been in this place of mystery, this place of being in a blind spot, this place of your unconscious mind. It has been in the dark. It has been kind of finding its own way. When Venus goes, this is a really, really intuitive part of your chart, and it's absolutely, it picks up on our self-sabotage. It picks up on our old memories, our old fears, and also our active fears. It brings up a lot of our internal programming. And so having your ruling planet going through here for the last couple of weeks, and still a little bit more, is putting us into a bit of a quiet state, into a bit of a review, Venus is all about the flow and continuity. It's very much about our connection with people, our generosity, that natural flow of love and empathy and compassion. You may well feel recently that you've been quite exhausted, almost as if you are almost tired of caring, and also feeling like the weight of the world on your shoulders. Those moments where you might just care so much that it almost hurts to be human. I'm sure you've had that moment. Like I think it's a natural conclusion that many of us come to at different times, but it's almost like one of those times where you almost want to give up on love and give up and say, oh, do you know what? It hurts a bit to care so much. And so as Venus is coming back into the first house, I think she's connecting with your body again and not the unconscious, not the collective unconscious. Venus has been pulling so much from outside in, and when Venus comes back into this part of your chart from the 29th, it feels like she's back in your body. It feels like you can touch Venus and experience Venus again. So you're feeling what's yours and not everything else. This is quite positive. So she's making a lot of aspects in this week ahead. And, I covered a lot of it in part 1, but I do want to reiterate a few things for you. So first of all, on the 27th, she's making a really strong and exact trine with Uranus in the sign of Taurus. Now, the trines show where we have a natural ease, a natural flow, and we're quite talented. It shows a natural brilliance, maybe a creative brilliance. And if you're a single Libran, this could actually signify a chance meeting or something really quite exciting, where somebody is almost surprisingly talking to your soul, really getting you in deep, something really unusual, something that strikes you. It feels strong and surprising, possibly a bit scary because it's quite new and fresh and invigorating. So there's a lot of surprising creativity and surprising flow, surprising connections. So that is a really, really useful aspect. Now, although it's exact on the 27th, it's actually really playing out the whole week. So in this week ahead, be on the lookout for surprising new connections. In particular, I would say after the 29th, when Venus goes into your own sign. On the 28th, she is making an exact opposition to Neptune, another one of the outer planets. Now, this one doesn't feel quite so beneficial. However, it could serve a really good purpose. I mean, Venus is known as the harmonic of love in terms of, our physical body and our physical, very human personalities and the way we love, from me to you and vice versa. Neptune is the higher harmonic of love and creativity. And so, at its most brilliant, it could be unconditional love and beautiful spirituality, but at its lower end, it could be, almost deceptive and very much about self-interest. Have you ever sort of had one of these moments where you feel somebody's buttering you up a little bit, where somebody's flattering you and you don't quite know whether to trust them or not? It appears a little bit too good to be true. That's something to watch out for, in particular for you, because Librans are naturally partnership oriented. You can't really help that. It just feels like you naturally attract partners and people to have fun with, and Neptune is coming so close to your descendant, so close to that part of coming into Aries, where it's all about partnership. So it really is there. And, with Venus right here on your ascendant, it seems like it's playing out that you're wide open and loving and ready to connect for all sorts of different reasons. And yet there's this divinely, possibly really inspired person, possibly really spiritual, possibly really creative, somebody who seems a bit of a dreamer. And it feels absolutely so right. It feels like this person understands your level of sensitivity. This person understands your empathy. And there is this like soul connection, that feeling that it feels just too good to be true. Well, I always think with these kinds of energies, it's worth testing it in a week's time or testing it maybe in an hour's time. If you get that sense that something is a little bit impossible, because remember, everyone you're relating to is a human here, unless there are, unless that's not true. From my perspective right now, it appears that everyone that I meet along the way, some seem more like human angels and some don't so much. But essentially, we are all incarnate. We are all fallible. Nothing is permanent. We can't make these big promises. So, one thing to just watch out for, and this could be also in business, it doesn't always have to be about love, but any kind of partnership, anything that feels too good to be true, just check it out. Just be really ready to enjoy the moment, enjoy the rise of it, enjoy the potential. But if you're putting all your money on that, I just say don't. Not because I'm a non-believer, but just because I think anything that's really good for you will wait. Anything that's really, truly good for you is not going to force you to make a decision straight away. It's not going to force you to commit your very valuable and beautiful energies to anything. So, whatever great occurrences are occurring right now, keep them open, keep them ready to, just encourage anything that feels good, and also put in some sort of boundaries. They don't have to be things that close you down, but more that gives you a natural time to review. They say that Rome wasn't built in a day, and I've never seen anything completely built in a day, apart from, like ants' nests and things like that, which seem to manifest very quickly. But, good relationships take time, whether they're business ones or, romantic ones. Everything takes a while. And so, whatever you're getting excited about, put in some review points, keep monitoring, expect results, or decide what results you're hoping for and see how they pan out. Now, on the 29th, there's an extra Venus connection, and that's to Pluto. And, Pluto is bringing a much needed depth to your relationships. I'm not suggesting that your relationships are shallow, by the way, but it's a deepening, I guess is what I'm saying. There is a deepening of existing relationships. There is a chance to have something so much more meaningful, it makes a lot more sense. So we've got this energy of surprise and innovation and out of the blue. We've got this deeply transforming, something where you can trust, where you can, where you can change and possibly create something really that has a lot of impact. And there could be this really sort of spiritual element to it as well, though it's also worth double checking intentions. But this is really dynamic, this energy here. So this energy could really take you somewhere really quite amazing. Now, there is something else that's coming up that is also really, I think, quite motivating, and that's happening on the 31st. And that is, where is it? So we've got Uranus here at 27 degrees, and on the 31st of August, Mars is going to be in a semi-sextile to Uranus. Now, the last time these two planets connected was on the 15th of July when they came into a conjunction. I think I recorded something about that, talking about the brilliant creative possibility of Uranus and Mars. Mars helps us take action, and Uranus helps us really come up with something truthful that feels absolutely important, something that we might want to make a change for. So, what I would say, if you can cast your mind back to what your core truth was that you might want to take action on, this first aspect between the two planets, for me, as far as I can see, is a stepping stone. It's showing that you're about to take another leap forwards that feels more truthful, more authentic, that allows you to experience a greater level of freedom. Now, for you, it's creating a greater freedom from the psychological burdens that you have endured or willingly taken on in many respects for other people. So there is this real big leap forwards in how you are managing your life and managing your energy and moving forwards in relationship to people without actually burdening yourself. So when you link that in to the fact that there could be some stunning moves forwards in terms of your relationships, whilst also managing and watching and looking for results and not giving everything away in one go. To me, that feels like you're going on a bit of a quantum leap. So I'm really excited for this potential for you, really, truly. The other thing about this is a lot of the planets in this week ahead are at 27 to 29 degrees. You know, Venus does cross over this point. Pluto is coming into 29. It's actually going to go retrograde from Aquarius into the sign of Capricorn on the 1st. So that's going over this 29 degree point. You know, Neptune's at 29 degrees. Uranus is at 27, Mars is at 27. It just feels like there are a lot of energies and points within the chart that are at the end of their current journey. In particular with the outers, that's signaling some really, really big changes, some fundamental changes. And then when we consider that these fundamental changes of these outer planets are, you know, really active from your 4th, 6th and 8th, so it's almost like from your static home and work and kind of commitments, like everything that has felt quite static. I say that really quite purposefully. You know, these are all places where there are high levels of responsibility to others. So these areas where you've been really, really stable. By this time next year, as Pluto has shifted, Neptune has shifted, and Uranus has shifted, you will be in a much more creative, relational and freeing place. So yeah, I am super excited for you. And I think that this week that you're experiencing, that you're going into right now is part of that, seeing that picture emerge, seeing that you can actually move beyond where you've been for quite some time. So just to run through the kind of day by days, I'll try and do it with a little bit of speed because I realise this is such a long reading already. I would say the 26th is as you're coming into Monday. It's quite an ordinary day. There's something to do with power and getting the power balance right in your body. Now, the 27th and the 28th, when the moon is in Gemini, there are some really powerful connections, particularly on the 27th, when the moon makes a connection to Jupiter and also to Mars. It's really there to kind of fire you up and to get you thinking, God, I don't want these burdens. You know, I want to be free. I want a bigger worldview. It's kind of stressing out everything that has tried to hold you down. And there is this very instinctual move to free yourself. There's also the feeling that you might be there are heavy responsibilities trying to pin you down as well. So I do see that the 27th to 28th is really stimulating a lot in you. The 29th is your go day. That's the day when Venus is moving into your own sign. Also, it's the day when Mercury goes direct. So, you know, that is creating a lot of strength for you. It feels like you're not questioning things so much anymore. You are instinctively knowing how to put your foot in front of the other and kind of step away. Then the 30th, the 31st and the 1st, you know, we're at the tail end of Cancer going into Leo. And, you know, this is where the picture ends, you know, this week. So the last, basically the weekend, this coming weekend of the 31st to the 1st, you know, 31st of August to the 1st of September, it's a very rich and colourful time, I won't lie. It's when the Uranus and Mars connection comes in with some gusto. And if I'm looking a bit red, I've just had a massive coughing fit I had to stop the video for. So it's a time when things are going ahead with some gusto with Mars and Uranus, but also the moon is making a trine to the North Node, a trine to Chiron, a conjunction to Mercury. So it really starts to feel like things are moving forwards. The very last moment of this week is when Pluto goes retrograde into the sign of Cancer. I will be Capricorn. I will be talking about this separately, but it's going to be there for about 79 days, and it's quite important to consider what you might be learning here. But I think that's a conversation for another time. So there you go, Libra. I hope that's helpful in understanding some of the energies for this week ahead for you. Wishing you a lovely week ahead, and look forward to catching up with you next week. If you need to, or if you want some extra support, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. Yeah, have a good one. Speak to you soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Scorpio. So this is a forecast taking you from Monday, the 26th of August, right the way through to the 1st of September, Sunday, the 1st of September. Now, this is an interesting week for you because your ruling planet, or one of your ruling planets, Pluto, is changing signs. He's going backwards from this sign of Aquarius back into Capricorn. So he's retrograding and ingressing into the sign of Capricorn. There's a bit of a story around that, so I will talk a little bit about this a bit later. The other ruling planet, Mars, is in his first actual aspect from Uranus after they came together in July. So there is an interesting kind of movement, I would say, with the sign of Scorpio, whether you've got it as your ascendant, your moon sign, or your sun sign. There is this feeling of movement, with both of these planets moving in this week, or connecting in this week in quite profound ways. I think this is a fundamental week for you. I also want to note as well that this week has a lot of really, really strong, but I think really quite beneficial aspects involving Venus. This is Venus's week, I have to say, and similarly, Venus being known as being a benefic planet, this is also, I think, the easiest week of August. It's the one that's going to allow us to see things from different perspectives, but in a slightly calmer way. The last 2 weeks have had some really big and stressful aspects forming and shaping our world in quite a dramatic way. And actually, this week I see is about us coming into more cohesion, and having some strong feelings of connection. So what I want to talk about in this update is your part that you're playing right now and how this is likely to be reflected in your week. I also note that in terms of the moon phase, we're in the third quarter and going into the waning crescent. Now, if you think of the moon phases a little bit like your lungs inflating, so you've got a full breath in and then you release your breath, and then you've got no breath left, and then you breathe again. So you're always in this cycle of breathing in and then releasing your breath. It's very much, to me, like the pattern of the new moon right the way to full moon, and then back to the new moon. The new moon is when you've released your breath. The new moon, as it gets, as we are in the phase from having a full breath to no breath, you are releasing, you're letting go. Scorpios aren't so good at letting go unless they do it in quite a dramatic way. But I would say the release of the breath is letting go of everything that's not needed, everything that's already used, everything that's just not needed for you to be a healthy individual, for you to be mentally, spiritually, physically healthy. It's time to let it go, and to let it go with full consciousness and really let it go, not hold on to it. You don't want to hold your breath. That causes all sorts of different issues. This is about a full clearing, a full, beautiful clearing. Now, whilst the moon is in this phase, we are getting closer to the new moon. That's going to happen in the following week. That's going to be happening on the 3rd of September. And where it's happening in the sign of Virgo, which for you, I think, is a new moon that's about to set you up with lots of exciting new possibilities in terms of collaborations, in terms of feeling supported, in terms of the kind of global vision you might have. And by global, I don't necessarily mean worldwide vision, but the sort of vision that you might have outside of your family, outside of your group of friends. It's feeling like you're a lot more connected in the world. You know, you're a citizen of the world, not just of your actual family or community. So this is quite a strong new moon for you. So, you know, if, for instance, during this week, as you're in this letting go phase, if you're able to truly see what you're letting go of and be in a place of gratitude, actually, for having had those opportunities, using the opportunities to the level that you did, and then to fully release them and say, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's clearing a beautiful space for that new possibility to seed itself on the 3rd. So I love that, you know. It is setting you up for a much more compelling reach, and a lot more support. That's always helpful. So I actually want to talk about Pluto. Now, you know, the energy of Pluto has been debated quite a lot. You know, I've been challenged in terms of Pluto aspects. You know, some people don't consider Pluto to be a planet or to have any kind of energy that could be remotely tested. But if you've had Pluto going over your ascendant, your sun or your moon, you'll definitely know about it. And you know, astrologers absolutely will know and will say most likely that lots of people coming to them right now have one of their 3 points, their ascendant, their sun or their moon, right at the end of Capricorn or the beginning of Aquarius, most likely at the beginning of Aquarius, because they're feeling it coming. You know, so Pluto has a strong presence. You know, for me, it's a really felt presence. It's a bit like in the Jaws movies, you hear the sound. Before you see the fin, you hear that da-da, da-da, and you get that sense of, is it like wariness? There's a sense that something is lurking. What is that thing that's lurking? And actually, I think it's yourself. It's yourself realizing there's something you're trying to control. There's something really deep that you can't quite get a handle on. You know, Pluto, in my own experience, has kicked my ass many times, but it points out what I can't control and what I'm desperate to control, and the utter futility of it. And of course, in our lives, you know, most of us have these big goals and desires, and it's really hard when someone says no, or it feels like life is saying no. So Pluto often, you know, when Pluto's in a prominent place, it often makes us feel out of control. And so, you know, Pluto spends a long time in each sign. He's been going into Aquarius. He's gone in twice now, and he's just coming back into Capricorn for the last time. Earlier in this video, I was talking about how, you know, for the next 79 days, he's back into Capricorn for the entirety that we'll ever know him in the sign of Capricorn for the rest of our lives. Unless we live beyond 248 years or so, we're not going to see Pluto come back into Capricorn. This is the last we're going to experience the Pluto and Capricorn energy in our charts. And so I always think it's a little bit like, you know, you're going away, you leave the house, and then you think, oh, I didn't turn my oven off. And you run back in to do that last bit. You know, so whatever the Capricorn energy is showing up for you in your chart, Pluto, which is power and control, and also that feeling of something, you know, that you can't quite put your finger on, but you know it's there and it might be there to stop you. That kind of feeling of fear and anxiety. There is something for you to conquer here. So let's examine this, you know, where this is going backwards. This is moving into that feeling of your community, that feeling of where you belong, that part of your chart that has to do with local support. It's interesting that the next new moon is about sort of more of a global support system and friendships and networks and stuff, because this part of your chart here is absolutely about the local, like your siblings, the people you grew up with, the context that you grew up with, you know, like the family culture that you grew up in, that you might be replicating in your actual real life, but you might not. You might have found yourself in a new community with a different context, a very different cultural beginning, very different ways of being, maybe different languages, different dialects, different religions. And how do you feel in your culture right now? How do you feel in your community? what's going on for you. So whatever's going on, it's like you're at your community finishing school or your belonging finishing school. So, as Pluto is coming into here and he's going in here, he's moving back into Capricorn right at the end of the week. So I'm kind of going backwards in this reading. I think a lot of this is about your context in belonging. So hold on to that as a thought as I look at the rest of, this week's forecast, and I will probably come back to this at the end. So that's an ongoing theme. Now, something else that's occurring is there's a lot of aspects or planets between 27 to 29 degrees. So, Pluto is going to be at 29 degrees. Neptune's at 29 degrees. Venus is coming out of Virgo. She starts her week, I think, I can't remember where she starts it at, but she's, at the end of Virgo, crosses over the 27 to 29 degrees, goes into the sign of Libra. We've got Uranus at 27 degrees. We've got Mars that goes into 27 degrees at the end of the week. We've got slower moving planets, the outer planets, Venus and Mars, all moving at these sort of end degrees of particular signs. What this is saying to me is that you are right now, in fact, we all are in our own different ways, but one of the things that's going on is a bit of a change for you. There is a new scene that's setting for you. This a new transformation. There is something shifting. And I think you're really getting a sense of it in this week. It's really starting to dawn on you that things are shifting and there are changes that are coming in, and it feels like there's a sense of a permanent new pattern, which you might like and you really might not. And again, when we think about the community, what kind of effects could a new permanent pattern have on your community? What's it meaning to you? There's lots going on, with these like tail end positions. Now, Venus in Libra, Venus in this week ahead, she's making an exact trine to Uranus on the 27th. On the 27th at 27 degrees. And this is bringing up a feeling of excitement about connections and an excitement about your creativity, maybe an excitement in love. If you're single, that could be quite good. But it's something new, something innovative. There is this feeling of something great that's about to kind of spark up in your life. It's good. You're heading in a good direction. And then on the 29th, we've got this exact trine to Pluto between Venus, really showing that you're about to go deeper into your connection, deeper into love, deeper into creativity. So there's a deepening and a stimulation, something new, something changing, and something exciting. So there's excitement and deepening to do with all kinds of feelings and connections. I love that. But she's also making a connection to Neptune, and Neptune is in the tail end of Pisces. Now, both Venus and Neptune are higher harmonic, like one's the planet of love, that's Venus, and Neptune is known as a higher harmonic of Venus. So, Neptune has higher love, unconditional love. Or if you think of Venus as a planet of creativity and sharing and generosity, then with Neptune, you might have creativity, idealism, and like service to others. You might have this like self-sacrificing kind of energy, like I can't think what it is, but when these two in opposition, they are slightly tricky, because you might feel this real flow of love and creativity, and the two of them could actually really rise you up to create this real sort of sense of lots of love, like the highest connection you've ever had. But what I would say is, with these slightly stressful ones between Venus and Neptune, can you trust that it's too good to be true kind of energy? Because, Venus in this particular aspect is absolutely wide open, trusting, doe-eyed, and Neptune could be telling you everything that you want to hear, and really selling a beautiful vision, a beautiful dream. And, you know, I'm not necessarily saying that the Neptune characters in your life are deliberately trying to mislead you or create problems for you. But, you know, there are people that sell dreams that they can't realize, or they know that you can't realize. You know, there are deceptions, whether they're deliberate deceptions or not. So yes, there are some very exciting connections, exciting news, exciting creativities, and a deepening of your understanding of it all, and a deepening of your commitment to it all. But can you fully trust it? Maybe, maybe not. You know, at its highest expression, something really magical could be going on for you. And you would be, I think, wise to stay open to the possibility that everything is as it feels, that it is as good as it feels, and yet also be open to the potential that you might have got stirred up or whipped up in the frenzy or the emotion of it. One day when things could really get whipped up into the emotion of it is on the 28th, when the moon forms a T-square with both of these. So, you know, the moon is up here, Venus is here, Neptune's here. They are all in a stressful position. And of course, the moon gives us our psyche, our intuition, you know, our emotions added to the feelings and the connections and relationships. And then that sort of feeling of transcendental connection, you know, so it really could create a completely new dimension for you. But again, it might not be a dimension that can be readily translated at a real human level. So just watch out for that. So let's just pace it out on a day-by-day basis. I've put Mercury here because on the 29th, he goes direct, something just to pay a little bit of attention to. If you do get affected by Mercury retrograde feelings, if you get a bit worried about when Mercury goes retrograde, you'll be pleased to know that he's going direct from the 29th. So this week then, on a day-by-day basis, the Monday feels quite normal. There is a sense that there's a little bit of structure or strength issues coming up, but nothing necessarily that too challenging that you can't deal with. Then as we're coming into the 27th and the 28th, the moon is really going through the sign of Gemini. And these 2 days are actually quite dynamic. First of all, on the 27th, there is the Venus and Uranus exact trine, which really whips up quite a bit of new and fresh energy. But we've also got an exact conjunction with the moon, with Jupiter and Mars really firing us up. You might find that some of the issues that you usually sweep under the carpets get dragged up to the surface here. So you might want to pay a little bit of attention to that. In particular, because, you know, Mars is obviously, you know, one of your ruling planets, and Mars is also on the move and going to connect into Uranus. I'll talk about that a little bit more towards the end. The 28th then, this is the day when there could be the big sort of T-square, you know, the big emotional too good to be true day. So this is a time to absolutely watch your emotions. You know, 27th to 28th, we could absolutely feel a lot of things and then really get kind of swept away in it. As we come to the 29th, by that time, the moon is fully into the sign of Cancer, and Venus goes from Virgo into the sign of Libra. I think this is helpful because, you know, Venus isn't trying to be a good girl anymore. You know, she's not trying to be healthy and do the right thing, and she's not being so service to others. You know, Venus is coming into her own sign. Yeah, she's still nice and still likes to serve others, but she also serves herself. It feels like we look after ourselves a little bit. And by this time, as the moon is getting smaller and smaller, and as Venus is coming into this part of your chart, you might actually feel like it's time to really have a rest and refresh yourself. And in particular, kind of give yourself a bit of a facial or something. You know, Venus coming into this, it's almost showing you at home, you know, giving yourself a bit of a pamper. On the 29th as well, as Mercury goes direct, you might also, in this sort of internalized mood, really just want to sit and think, okay, things feel a bit clearer now, you know, and it's almost like you're pacing out your next few steps in your mind's eye. Friday the 30th and the 31st and the 1st then, you know, so we're like from the end of the 30th, we've got this real sort of Leo energy coming in, the moon in Leo. Now, this is an interesting one because, you know, with the moon going through this part of your chart over the weekend of the 31st, you're likely to feel a lot more prominent. You're likely to feel a lot more talkative and possibly a bit pushy, a little bit showy. You know, this is a time when you do want to be listened to. And it's also a time of some very, very direct and triggering aspects. You know, the moon is going to be making a trine to the North Node. So it feels like you're getting back on track. It's also in a trine to Chiron. So it feels like you've learned a few lessons and you're ready to share some of them. It's also going into a square with Uranus. So you might even be a bit shocking with what you want to say. And then, you know, the moon goes into a conjunction with Mercury. You know, as Mercury is direct, you know, the words come into your mouth and boom, there it is. Also, you know, Mars at this point on the 31st is exactly 30 degrees away from Uranus. If you can remember back to what you were doing in mid-July, you know, when Mars and Uranus came together, it was like promising you this new sense of action, this new action that you wanted to take in terms of your relationships. Maybe it was you made a decision that from now on in, all your relationships are going to have a certain amount of freedom, or, you know, there was something going on with what you were learning about how you are in relationships, you know, between what's yours, what's mine, etc., etc. Whatever you've been feeling about your freedom, your ability to act within relationships, you're starting to take to the next level. Another reason why I think the 31st and the 1st are such dynamic days for you. So yeah, there you go. I do think it's a bit of a dynamic ending. And even though I say, you know, you might be like looking after yourself at home a little bit and pampering yourself, and you are in this waning phase where it's not good to start new things, it's time to let go. Maybe you're letting off a bit of steam. Maybe you're letting off some of the pent up emotions, but it does feel like you're clearing a lot. And that's good, because the more you can clear before the new moon, the better. Last thing, you know, I said I'd come back to Pluto retrograde. Maybe all of this clearing is to help you feel where you belong. You know, maybe you can't belong somewhere where you have to keep yourself hidden. Maybe you can't belong to a community where you don't feel like you can be yourself. Who knows? But you've got 79 days to work that one out. Anyway, lots of love to you, Scorpio. Have a good week ahead. If I can be of any help in the meantime, just get in touch. All my details are below. But if not, I'll speak to you in a week's time. So have a good one, and catch you next week. Bye for now. Hey, Saggy. So this is the forecast for the week starting Monday, the 26th of August, taking you right the way through to the end of the week on Sunday, the 1st of September. Now, there's a few things that I'm going to be running through in this forecast. One of them is talking a little bit about the moon phases and, you know, the signs that the moon's going to be in during this week and how that might show up in your life, and, you know, the kinds of energies that you might want to consider. The next thing I'm going to be talking about is Venus. I mean, Venus is having quite a prominent week in this week ahead. So, you know, it would be rude of me not to mention Venus, because she's making aspects to the 3 outer planets. All 3 outer planets are also in aspect. There's stuff going on. Then the other thing I really want to focus on is Pluto ingressing back into the sign of Capricorn. So you might already know that Pluto is, you know, on his journey permanently into the sign of Aquarius, and he went into Aquarius in March of 2023. He went back into Capricorn later on that year. Then he went back into Aquarius in January of 2024, and now he's literally just peeking back into Capricorn for the last 79 days before heading back into Aquarius for the next 20 years. He's going to be doing that in November. So there is some significance to this that I want to explore in this forecast for you to give you a much better idea. You know, like Pluto, I think has quite a magnificent energy. You know, it feels really, really strong. You know, anyone that's had Pluto going over their ascendant, their moon, their sun, you know, will usually talk about the time that it was occurring as being quite difficult. You know, there is a really strong energy, and so this, I think, is really important. First of all, because of how it's affecting the world, you know, world politics and stuff. But what this actually means to you, Pluto's about control and stuff. So, you know, this part of the chart that's being highlighted by Pluto is about getting your assets right and your resources. You know, are you resource rich? Do you know where you're getting your resources from? Are you earning enough money? How do you feel about yourself? What value do you bring the world? And here's the bigger thing. How much control do you have over it? So, you know, over the next 79 days, Pluto's really giving you the final bit of, it's like the finishing school on how you value yourself. So listen up. I'm sewing that into the start of this reading because as I go through this, I'm pretty sure it will relate somehow to your value and what you might want to work on over the next couple of months. So let's get cracking. You know, just before I talk about the moon phase, I also just want to say what's underpinning your energy at the moment is this Jupiter-Saturn square. So, you know, Jupiter, which is here in the sign of Gemini, is in a long-term square with Saturn that is about here in the sign of Pisces. Now, whilst they're not you know, I haven't drawn their aspect in or anything. This is a long, slow energy that's going to be going on for the next 10 months. And so there is this feeling of one step forwards, two steps back. You know, you're wanting to progress and very much feeling like it is time to expand a little bit and to meet a few more people, get out and about a little bit more. At the core, there is something keeping you back at home, you know. So I really see this for you as a battle between how far you're leaving your home. You know, are you wanting to be out and be really social, or are you being dragged back in? It feels a bit like a balancing act, and who knows why you might be caught in between these two positions. But I'm sure, again, all that will become clear as we go through this reading. So in terms of the moon phase, as we start the week on the 26th, we're already just gone into the third quarter of the moon phase and going into the waning crescent as the week progresses. What this means is, you know, we've recently had the full moon on the 19th, and after that point, the moon has just been getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and going into a crescent shape. By the end of this week, you know, the moon will almost have disappeared because we're getting ready for the new moon that's taking place on the 3rd of September in the sign of Virgo. So again, that's something else to focus on, because where this new moon is going to be is really highlighting your career and how well rewarded you are. Now, notice I said rewarded because, you know, where Pluto is coming into has something to do with your pay, with your resources, and with how you value yourself. There is some kind of synchronicity here, you know. So whatever you're thinking about working on right now, if you can prepare yourself for the birthing of the new moon in Virgo from the 3rd of September, you could actually at the same time also be working on whatever Pluto is highlighting for you right now. So let's continue. So in terms of this moon phase then, the waning moon, the waning crescent moon, is all about letting go. So we're at that part of the moon phase where there's no more growth. You know, actually you've grown everything as much as you can in this particular moon month, or moonth, as my good friend Tom Evans says. He's a good writer, by the way, and a fantastic person to speak to if you're after ideas. You should check him out, tomevans.co. He's great. Anyway, Tom Evans, he calls them moonths, like a moon month. In this moonth, we've come to the end of the growth cycle and we're cutting back, we're coming back to zero. The idea of this is to let go of as much as you can. It's like the more you can let go of, the more space you are creating to birth something new. And for you, you know, when this new moon comes back, you're creating a possibility in the area of your career. You're creating a possibility for yourself in terms of your reputation, your reach, how many people like your output, how many people are going to pay for your output. You know, there's some real benefits to letting go of the old things that aren't working and preparing a clean slate for this new moon. So, you know, during the new moon, the waning phase, getting ready for the new moon, we often feel tired. We need a lot more rest. It's not a time to start a new gym routine necessarily. However, it is a time to detox and let go of things. You know, you might also choose to look in terms of, you know, your moods, your thoughts, your beliefs, not just physical things. You know, this is a big shedding. Now, as we come into the week, the moon is just in the tail end of Taurus. In fact, on the first day, on Monday the 26th, the aspects aren't that dazzling. You know, there are some really big star-studded aspects in this week ahead, but on Monday we don't really have them. We've got the moon in a trine to Pluto, so the moon's here and Pluto's down here. Which is bringing up a feeling of us wanting to get a little bit more control in our lives. And then the moon is also in a square to the sun, you know, as we're coming to the end of this time. And, you know, that is encouraging us to, I would say it's just showing up as a bit of dissonance, you know, between our heart and our head. Our body and our mind. Just feels like we're slightly irritated. We're not quite in our full power. We're not quite in our full flow. Now, you know, all of these aspects I'm going to mention in this week ahead, even though I'm giving the dates of when they are exact, you know, what I do want to share with you is that these bigger ones, the ones with Venus and definitely the ones with the outer planets, these ones here that I'm illustrating and I'll be talking about, these are happening really over the course of the week. You know, you'll already be feeling them as they're coming in. And then on the day when they're exact, they are really kind of popping into your mind, you know, and then they pass away, but they're still going on at the end of the week. So, you know, this isn't like blink and you'll miss it. You know, these are really here influencing us. And this is why this is a strongly Venus-based week. You know, Venus really is ruling the roost. So, as we come into the 27th and 28th, the moon is mainly in the sign of Gemini, which is your opposite sign, but it's absolutely about your perceptions of other people. Now, during this time, the moon is actually going to make a conjunction to Jupiter, your ruling planet. That's on the 27th, and also is going to make a conjunction with Mars on the same day. Now, during this day, you might find that people are really, really lively, really over the top, possibly a little bit angry or agitated. There's a lot of energy that you're picking up from your partners at this time. Dependent on how much rest and relaxation you've had and how well you are in yourself, you might choose to just avoid people a little bit or just entertain yourself with people. So, you know, if you're looking to have a bit more fun, hang out with your best pals, in particular your pals who have a Gemini energy, you know, because they are absolutely going to be feeling quite a lot around the 27th and 28th. In particular on the 28th, there is also a very emotional T-square, which features Venus and Neptune, and then the moon right at the tail end of Gemini. So we've got the moon, which is about our psyche and our intuitions and our emotions, Venus about our feelings and how we relate to each other, and then Neptune, the higher aspect of love and creativity and flow. Now, they're all challenging each other. It's almost like there is too much emotion, which creates a tension with us relating to each other, because we're just basically relating to ourselves and then reacting to each other. And also we are wanting to be really idealistic. And of course, it's very difficult to be idealistic when we're also highly emotional and highly charged. You know, we're not able to judge situations very well, and we might go over the top. So I do think the 27th to 28th is a time when the people in your life are likely to go above and beyond, but also over the top. And you could get absolutely hoodwinked into the Venus and Neptune energy, which is a little bit too good to be true. Just I'm going to explain this a little bit more in a second. Now, from the 29th to the 30th, as we've got the moon in Cancer, to me, this is really indicating that it's time to go. It's time for things to start moving. Now, on the 29th, sorry, Venus is actually moving out of the sign of Virgo and into the sign of Libra. She's much happier in the sign of Libra, and I think it feels like the return of kindness. You know, when you're looking around at friendship groups and things like that, it feels like people are coming back into compassion, coming back into empathy. You know, before it might have felt like people were being a little bit rational and a little bit sensible and possibly wanting to do the right thing, but it wasn't necessarily coming from the right place. You know, from the 29th, it feels like people are coming back into their own sanity and absolutely into their own, you know, natural kindness. You know, people are becoming human again. I really see that. And also on the 29th, Mercury is going direct again. So, you know, if you were to put any date in your diary as a really good date for things to move along and coast along, that would be the day, the 29th. It's a bit of a mover and a shaker. Now, I want to also pay a bit of attention to the 31st and the 1st. That's Saturday and Sunday of next week. On these 2 days, the energy is really popping in the sign. You know, we are talking about the sign of Leo, and you know, the sign of Leo has a feeling of adventure. It has a feeling of openness and possibility and space and freedom and truth. It also has a feeling of speaking out a little bit, also looking at situations from a deeper perspective. You know, it's really open-minded, and it really sort of matches your idealism for how we can be, you know, how we can connect at a much deeper level. Now, on those particular days, there are also some quite healing aspects. You know, we've got a lovely moon in a trine to the North Node. We've got a moon in a trine to Chiron, which are absolutely encouraging people to talk a lot more and to absolutely feel back on track. And then we've also got a conjunction with Mercury between the moon and Mercury is direct again. So it feels like you can absolutely articulate things in a really beautiful way. It feels like you're getting things off your chest once and for all, but in a way that's inspiring confidence in people, not in a way that seems like, here, have some truth. You know, nobody likes it when you say, and another thing, you know. So it actually feels like you're getting the right timing. You know, you're not necessarily you know, trying to make people wrong. You know, like I said, there is this feeling of a return to compassion. I think actually people are stepping back into a conversation again, and I think that's fantastic. Now, let me just talk a little bit deeper. I want to go over the Venus big aspects, Pluto retrograde, and also a rather spectacular buzzing kind of energy between Mars and Uranus. I mentioned that. Now, it doesn't have anything to do with your ruling planet. However, you know, this year Jupiter has made a conjunction with Uranus. Then later on, Mars made a conjunction with Uranus. Then Jupiter and Mars made a conjunction. And now, so, you know, we've had like all three of them kind of interacting with each other over the last couple of months. You know, Jupiter is about big aspects, big expansions, hope, optimism, goodwill. Uranus is, and also truth. Uranus is absolutely about truth. It strips everything away, so you get to the truth, and it's quite exciting. It's absolutely a bit shocking. It represents starts and ends. And it's quite idealistic, but, you know, it's innovative as well. And then Mars is a doer. And so those three planets playing together and kind of interacting together, I think, has created a series of opportunities for us, you know, for people who are really open to progressing and moving forwards in sort of unprecedented ways. I think these three planets coordinating over the last few months has really led to an updraft, you know, an uplift in the way you're seeing yourself. A bit like, you know, if I'm trying to think, for some reason I'm thinking of yeast. I know that sounds like But, you know, like if you get the temperature right, you get the right ingredients and you leave it, it ferments, you know. And so what I'm thinking, and I love probiotics and I love making pickles and things like that. So, you know, that's that's what I've got on my mind, you know, the idea of these ingredients kind of working together and creating an uplift. You know, we've got these bubbles coming up that are moving us in directions, and they're beneficial, you know, like they're these little beneficial ideas. And so what is spectacular, I think, on the 31st, and it's bringing us back to mid-July, the 15th of July. What were you doing around that time? Can you remember some of your big ideas? And it also takes you back to the 21st of April as well. But anyway, on the 31st, Mars comes into an exact semi-sextile to Uranus, and it's like Mars is ready to take a step forwards on the energies of being fermenting. So it's almost like your first batch of kombucha is ready, you know, and you're ready now to kind of split the mum in half, the mother, and top it up and make another batch. You know, it feels to me like you're making the first step in your home brew. It feels like you're ready. You know, you have created a lift, an updraft. So I don't know what projects are going on, but these would have to do with your relationships and how your relationships and your life fits together. You know, maybe you and your partner haven't been seeing eye to eye for a while, and it's about getting back into some kind of inner magic. Maybe, you know, maybe the way you run your life might be better without people, but having different relationships to people, or a different way of functioning with people. But there is something, I think, that is helping you to be a bit more realistic, a bit more responsible, a bit more organized, and how you make that work with the people in your life. Who knows how that's going to manifest with you, because you know, you're full of ideas. So let me just speak briefly about this lovely grand trine with Venus, Uranus, and and Pluto. So, you know, Venus here, you know, she makes a lovely trine with Uranus. That is absolutely about exciting feelings, exciting new creativity, new possibilities. We've got Pluto and Uranus, which have been in a trine for ages. They're going to be in a trine for quite a while longer. But this trine is, I would say, it's showing that there are sudden transformations in consciousness, sudden transformations in how we organize. I think there's going to be some departures. There's going to be some very new things coming in. You know, things are changing really, really quite dramatically. And then Pluto and Venus in their trine, I think, is about us going deeper into our relationships, going deeper into our flow and creativity. So the three of them together, I think, could be bringing us really inspiring new people into our life. You know, if you're open to inspiration, which I'm sure you are, you know, prepare to be surprised and amazed. And the people that are coming into your world right now, and also the ideas that are manifesting in your world right now, they are, I think, in particular, going to be impacting you from the position of your value, how you're organizing your life, and then how people are seeing your output, and what are the rewards. So these new ideas that are coming up and these new people coming in, watch them closely, you know, explore all of your dynamics together, because there may well be something that is going to suddenly like click into your mind, and you go, oh my God, that person, there's this thing that we can do, you know. So I don't know, it's almost like the strength of your relationships, your ability to see possibility, is going to be leading you to a much better place in terms of how you put yourself out in the world. So, yeah, very excited about that. Now, one thing I do need to, I would say, caution you about, and that is the position of Neptune. You know, Venus is going to go into an opposition with Neptune. I spoke about this quite a bit in part one. So if this fascinates you, check it out. I'm talking about this particular KITE formation. But this particular opposition creates a feeling of it's a bit too good to be true. You know, Neptune absolutely has this idealistic, creative, higher spiritual kind of energy, and possibility for unconditional love and utter connection. And, you know, we may well want to dissolve our identity, you know, like we feel so great, we forget who we are. We just feel so connected to everyone. And at its most negative energies, I would say it's deceptive. And it might be where we're kidding ourselves. But if you think about Venus, you know, is about our flow and our connections and our possibility to love and create from that place of love and passion. You know, and the two of them working in opposition, you know, sometimes we might have a really, really good thing and we might think it's much better than it is, you know, or somebody that is co-creating with us might be selling us these really positive ideas that actually under a bit more scrutiny, we realize there's not much underpinning them. So it's a bit like having like the idea of like pigs may fly, you know, like we could our ideas could take on such phenomenal proportions that they're completely unrealistic. And so, you know, the benefit of this falls flat. So what I would say is this trine is working perfectly. There are new opportunities coming in, and, you know, prepare to be dazzled and prepare to be amazed, but also know when to say, you know what, that sounds great, and yet it's not for me. Because I think if you're doing that, you're almost invoking the law of attraction that's going to say, oh, you want something better? Okay, try this. So, you know, we are actually in the time of magical manifestation. So, you know, if you were to not like drop your knickers at the first invitation, I actually think there would be, sorry, I can't believe I said that, but I actually think there would be better and better opportunities for you. So, you know, be cautious, use your discernment, and absolutely invoke that sort of Sagittarian, Jupiterian kind of energy of, you know, what else is possible, which I think is a really powerful question, and could take you to a whole different realm. Final thoughts then. I said I'd get back to Pluto. You know, you are reevaluating your intrinsic value and your resources. And I think the law of attraction, this is actually a really good time for you to use the law of attraction. And if in this week ahead, you know, as we're in this waning crescent moon, if you have these thoughts about how you can reorganize your life so you can foster some of these new creative and dazzling relationships that are coming in, or these new technologies, because Uranus is also sort of technological, these new wonderful technologies, and creating like the powerful connections with them, you could absolutely come up with something dazzling. But always be looking for the next step. Don't just rest on your laurels and think that sounds too good to be true, but I'm going to go for it. Keep testing, keep measuring, keep pushing. You know, the Sagittarius arrow, like if you think of the centaur, you know, you're flying arrows and you're flying them up as high as possible, and you might not actually reach the thing you're trying to catch, trying to pierce into. You know, most of those arrows will fall flat, but the more you try and hit something that seems out of reach, the more you will achieve. And so that's really what I would say you should do at this time. Also, if you look at the shape of the kite, you've actually got like the Sagittarius arrow. It's just like facing down here. And funnily enough, where it's facing this part here, it's right at the, you know, right in between being home and then being passionate, you know. So like you've got home, which, yeah, you might be playing it a bit too safe, but it's so close to passion. It is so close to self-creation. So there you go. Stay inspired, Sagittarius. Don't let this week pass you by wasting your time with, you know, ideas that might have belonged to a different month. Seriously, the ones that you really want to work on are the ones that are going to create masses of change and that feel slightly out of reach. So I hope that's helpful. Wasn't sure where that reading was going, but there you go. It's landed. If I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below, but have a fantastic week ahead and hope to catch you back here next week. Bye for now. Okay, so Capricorn. Do you know what I realise? And this has got nothing to do with your forecast, so sorry, but I realise that as I do these forecasts, as I go through every single sign, these forecasts get longer and longer. So like when I start off at Aries, they're a bit shorter and more concise. And then by the time I'm getting to the other end of the zodiac, I'm feeling a bit more inspired. I might be a bit more tired, but all of a sudden more's coming out. Now, Capricorn, this is an interesting week for you because Pluto is coming back into your sign. You've had Pluto in your sign for a long time, like 15 years. And then in this last year, he's given you a bit of respite. He's gone into the sign of Aquarius, popped in, then thought, nah, I don't like that. And he's come back into your sign. Then he's gone back in again in January of this year. And he's been there up until literally the end of next week. And then on the 1st of September, or the 2nd, dependent on where you are in the world, he nips back into Capricorn. So he's back in your sign, or will be back in your sign for 79 days and counting. And then he'll finally will head into Aquarius, I think on the 19th of November 2024. And then he's going to be off your hands for a bit. You know, he's going to be in the sign of Aquarius for 20 years. In fact, you know, unless you are super long lived and live for like another 200 years, you're not going to see Pluto's face back in your sign. So this feels like going to finishing school. You know, this is like your Pluto finishing school. So there is something brewing. There is something that you're about to release. And I, for one, I think this is really quite helpful to you. So I'm going to come to this right at the end of the reading, you know, because this is a slightly longer term thing. This is going to be persistent for about 79 days. There's something to be learned here. Other things I'm going to be talking about, this great big pink kite shape. These are all to do with Venus and Venus's positions in this week ahead, which are pretty phenomenal and very strong. And then where this yellow is showing up the path of the moon. Now, the moon phase that we're in as we go into this week, and I should say it starts on the 26th, that's Monday, the 26th of August, and it finishes on Sunday, the 1st of September. We're in the third quarter into the waning crescent phase. So like last week, right at the beginning of it, we had the full moon. That was a pretty strong astrological day. Don't worry, this week's not going to be as taxing as last week, but the full moon, you know, brings up loads of opportunities. And immediately after the full moon, you know, it can't get any bigger, any bolder, or, you know, it can't get any more stressful. We start to let go of that. And we've already been in the waning phase, the letting go phase, and now we're into an even deeper cleanse. I always think that this third quarter waning crescent time is a time when we rest, where we need to come into ourselves, where we need to listen to what our body is saying. You know, we need a lot more sleep. You know, this isn't a time to be getting up early and starting a new regime, unless that regime is detox, which is letting go. But it's not a time to, you know, go jogging every day, you know, for hours on end. You know, this is a time of gentleness and a time of deeper listening. And I also think it's a time of gratitude, like really like let go and create space. You know, this little dot here I've put in, this is for next week, not this week that I'm talking about now, but the following week on the 3rd of September, there is the new moon in Virgo. So it's almost like if you follow the direction of this moon in this week ahead, it's leading you to this new moon on the 3rd. And, you know, the moon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And it disappears. So what does that mean? You know, what new moon are you kind of spending this week preparing for? You know, it's a new moon in Virgo, a fellow earth sign. And so there is, I always think, you know, when you've got a new moon in what your sign or the same element, there is a feeling of continuity. You know, there is something that, like a shared resonance. So this new moon that's coming in will absolutely be about helping you grow more freedom, grow a bit more wisdom, grow in knowledge, and create a bit more space to be yourself. You know, there is this real need to be quite independent. In particular, I would say with the sign of Virgo, like, how can you be independent in your health? How can you feel like you know everything you need to know to stay free and healthy, you know, like vigorous and healthy, so you can move around and think clearly in your mind. So this is an interesting full moon. It's not one that necessarily brings you very visible rewards, but it helps you feel a lot more like yourself, like at your core truth. So this is really interesting. So, oh yeah, and I will also just mention, you know, Saturn, your ruling planet, it's in a square with Jupiter. You know, this is a bit of a chronic condition because it's going on for, you know, the best part of 10 months. We're a week in now, officially from the exact start of this. But that is, you know, you are in a time of changing your ideas about what responsibility is and how you can be. Like, do you want to always manage things so tightly, or are you going to create a bit more space and be a bit more, I don't know, careless, haphazard? You could say joyful, playful. You know, is it possible that you can be a bit more playful with how responsible you are? I know responsibility and playfulness seem to be polar opposites, and yet I think it is possible to do responsibility in a different way. And I think that's one of the challenges that you might rise to in this next 10-month period. So that's underpinning it all. Anyway, this moon phase. So as you go through the week, this is a time to reflect more and more and to let go of more and more. Interestingly, the last 2 days of this week, really from Friday night and then into Saturday the 31st and the 1st, when the moon is in the sign of Leo, it's having some absolutely dramatic energies. You know, it's got a square, the moon's in a square to Uranus. Pluto goes retrograde into Capricorn. You know, that there, and there's some more stuff. You know, the weekend is quite dramatic. You know, and as the moon is in the sign of Leo, it's in a place that has a lot to do with other people's expectations of you. So you might choose to have a calm one this, you know, next weekend. You might choose not to invest so much in other people, but to, you know, have a bit more of a bit more you time. Now, you know, as we start this week, you know, the moon is at the tail end of Taurus, you know, so it's like you've had a bit of a creative weekend. And, you know, as you're moving through the week, I would say Monday is just getting back on track and catching up with tasks and feeling like you're getting back into control. Tuesday and Wednesday, so that's the 27th and 28th, there's a whole range of different energies. Now, during this time, the moon is going to go into a square to your ruling planet, Saturn. And at the same time as it's doing that, it's also having a conjunction with Jupiter and a conjunction with Mars. In particular, this is on Tuesday, the 27th. This is likely to really hit hard the message of, and hit it home, the message of responsibility versus a different way of being. You know, to me, it feels like the moon is saying, look, if you're so responsible and always doing the right thing, following the rules and watching your P's and Q's and dotting your I's and crossing your T's and stuff, you know, it leaves no room for creativity. It leaves no room for personal style. You know, it kind of desiccates things, you know, it ages situations. And yes, you can have a lot of longevity by following rules and things, but actually in your heart of hearts, you're wanting a bit more passion, you're wanting the heartbeat, you're wanting to feel vital. And so the moon in a conjunction with Jupiter is really throwing your usual routines up in the air, and it's doing it with some kind of flourish. In fact, the moon in a conjunction with Mars is actually making you feel quite irritated with your routines. Yes, you've got a lot of energy to do something, but are you going to do the routines? I'm not sure you are. I think you're more likely to almost want to throw things out or, kind of kick things over if they feel a bit too starchy. So I do think the 27th is going to bring up quite a bit, in terms of how stiff you can become and how much more flexible you want to be. You might find that your irritation is because you're not getting the results you're wanting, and it's because you're not taking enough risks or not giving yourself enough space to try something new. So trust yourself. Trust yourself to know when it's okay to deviate and to use a bit more personal style. The 28th then, we're still, the moon is mainly in the sign of Gemini. And there's another influence that's coming in, and that is this T-square. So we've got the moon in a square to Venus and in a square to Neptune. These are all sort of very sort of feminine energies. Neptune, is traditionally a male energy, but Neptune is higher spirituality, higher love, higher connection. The idea of oneness, and it's highly, highly idealistic. You've got that with the moon's feelings in Gemini, which are really divided, I have to say. And then you've also got Venus wanting to be a goody two-shoes in the sign of Virgo. So there's this very difficult feeling like, are you going down the route of being one and zen, whilst also being a little goody two-shoes, back on planet Earth, and then feeling really, really divided. It's not necessarily bringing in peace. At best, you might have some really interesting ideas coming from the tension that is created with that. But at the worst, you need to watch those ideas and make sure they don't get so idealistic that they're actually not achievable. So there's this real danger of you using the emotion available to you and creating something that's just not realistic. So I think realism is a really big issue on the 28th. Now, from the 29th, things start to get moving. Mercury goes direct, which is great because, where he's been going retrograde, it's brought up all sorts of guilt, shames, blames, angers, old family issues that you thought had been long since put to bed. It's brought in quite a bit of questioning, deep questioning. And so on the 29th, when Mercury goes direct, it feels like things get a bit clearer. Venus goes into the sign of Libra. She's a bit more sensuous there. You're a bit more in your body, a bit more in your style, a bit more willing to trust that you have got the style and the grace to do what it is you need to do. You don't have to kind of put on a mask of goodness or a mask of deservability. This is actually a time where you really do deserve to be heard and deserve to be seen. So I do see that it's a time to shine, actually, as Venus goes into the sign of Libra. So the 29th feels good. It feels like you're not torturing yourself with big psychological questions, and you're prepared to shine. You're taking off any masks of not good enough, need to work harder, and you're just kind of being yourself. And finally, people really see you for who you are because you've taken your mask off. And then the 30th, 31st, and the 1st. Like the 30th is quite a spiky day. That's Friday the 30th. On that day, the moon is in the sign of Cancer, and it later goes into the sign of Leo. But during this time, the moon goes into a square with Chiron in Aries. That brings up a bit of a vulnerability. It goes into an opposition with Pluto, which brings up a bit of a power struggle. And it also creates a trine with Neptune, which is pretty supportive. It's very, very creative. But given the other two really hard aspects, you're likely to almost miss out on the extra sensitivity of Neptune. It gets a little bit drowned out by the other two aspects. So the 31st and the 1st, these are the days where things start to move and you're at the maximum stage of clearing out. It's kind of fascinating. So the way Venus is lined up in your chart in this week ahead, with Venus right at the top of your chart in between Virgo and Libra. Like I said, as the week goes on, this gets easier. But Venus is making 3 big aspects. So I've mentioned lightly the opposition between Venus and Neptune. Neptune is, I think, creating this sense of unrealistic expectations, highly, highly strong ideals on what it is to be a loving person, what it is to have relationships with people, and how people should be. So I think there's this highly idealistic situation that might not be possible. You might have ideas above your station or big dreams that can never really match the reality. But we've also got this really helpful trine to Uranus. And this is bringing up a sense of newness, a sense of freshness, and a sense of innovation in terms of how you might choose to relate to others. It's bringing up spontaneous connections, a sense of let's find out, a sense of possibility, a sense of adventure with people. So, if you're single, this week could actually be quite an interesting time to meet new people and connect with people in a way that's surprising, go on a different kind of date, in particular because Uranus is absolutely highlighted as one of these like romantic positions right now. It's really bringing up a sense of individuality and unconventionality. So something really surprising and exciting could arise this week. We've also got Venus in a trine to Pluto, which is showing that we want to go deeper in our relationships, and that maybe you trust yourself a bit more to relate to people at a much deeper, stronger level. Maybe you're opening up more. Maybe you're casting your fears aside. Suffice to say, it's pretty big. And then Pluto and Uranus in their ongoing trine is really kind of underpinning the need for a deeper cleansing change. And I don't just think that is in your life. I think this is part of what we're all letting go of at the moment. But there are very big changes in the way we consider our relationships to each other, in the ways we assimilate new information. It feels like there are some big changes where things are going to just kind of stop and break and fracture and then start again. So we are in a time of, I don't know what it is we're co-creating exactly, but something big is changing. So Venus is at the heart of it. And if you think of it, Venus is all about relationships and how we, how we create the magic together. So big stuff. Last thing that I really want to talk about, and that is, the position of Pluto ingressing into your first sign. So, whatever you've been battling in terms of your personal identity, maybe in terms of your confidence, maybe in terms of your body and what you can do with your body, what you can't do with your body. It's a bit like your personal brand. I think you've gone through some massive changes in the last 15 years, and you probably think that you've finally done all your changes. Well, Pluto coming back into your sign this last time is an indication that you can go even deeper with these transformations. Whatever it is that you've been learning about yourself and what you can have power over and what you don't have power over, you're about to go into that a lot deeper. Now, the more deeply you go into it, in particular this week, in terms of the decisions you're making, the more it can have an effect on your career, as Venus is coming into this place here. And also the more it is creating a new sense of passion for what it is you do. So, in many respects, I think you're becoming industrious in a new way, maybe because you're recreating a new image for yourself or seeing yourself differently. You now realize that you are your business. You don't work for anyone else. You work for yourself. Maybe that's it. Who knows? But it's you that knows. I'm just here to give you a few clues and a few tips. And if you remember at the start, I also said the next new moon is about creating freedom for yourself. You know, so you are not beholden to anyone, so that you know how to do life without feeling like you can't do it your own way. So I hope that's helpful to you, Capricorn. Have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. But have a phenomenal week ahead and catch you next week. Lots of love. Hey there, Aquarius. So we are entering into the week starting Monday, the 26th of August, ending on the 1st of September, Sunday, the 1st of September. And so what I want to do is talk you through on a step-by-step basis a few of the key facts that I think are going to be affecting you and how they might be affecting you, but also some of the opportunities, you know, like what can you look forward to? And you know, what might that lead to? Because, you know, you've got two ruling planets, according to whether you're a traditional or a modern day astrologer. The traditional ruler is Saturn, which is in a long-term square with Jupiter right now. And that will come up in the conversation, I'm sure. And you've also got Uranus, which is one of our stars of the show this week, that is forming part of a really, really dynamic KITE aspect or set of aspects with Venus, Pluto, and also Neptune. So all the outer planets are aligned, and Venus is just coming into this lovely top spot up here. And this is going to be creating what I consider to be a bit of an upliftment. So I think this is quite an important week. We have got these underlying stresses between Saturn and Jupiter, but that's giving you the right kind of stress, to like functional stress or foundational stress, for you to consider different ways of doing your life. And this is where Uranus comes in, because Uranus is actively seeking out ways to be different, ways to add value, and ways to bring in a greater level of truth and freedom for you. So that's all great as far as I'm concerned. Now, also worth considering is the fact that we're in the third quarter and the waning crescent moon phase. So at the start of the week, we're really at the third quarter. And then as we go through the week, the moon gets smaller and smaller and smaller into that tiny, tiny crescent. And what's it preparing itself for? Well, it's coming into the new moon phase. The following week, on the 3rd of September, we'll be at the position of the new moon, and that's where it's showing up here. But as the moon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, it's really asking you to let go, relax, let go, nourish, let go and nurture yourself a lot more. And it's also talking about getting a little bit more quiet, a little bit more reflective, to be on, you know, slightly reserved, to think things through, to let go of all of those kind of opportunities that you've had in the background, that you've been holding on to, because actually they're confusing the picture somewhat. It's really getting you to sort of focus in on one or two key things whilst letting go of everything else. And actually that's when the Uranus energy is really likely to come into play. You know, the Uranus and Pluto long-term trine is absolutely ready to create different kinds of structures in your life, different fundamentally transformative sort of powers in your life, so that you can do more. But it needs to shuffle it. It needs to have a bit of a change. It needs an open space. And so this particular moon phase, where it's all getting smaller and smaller and smaller, is, you know, letting a bit more darkness in. There's not so much light throughout the whole course of the day. And, you know, I think when we're in the dark about things, it activates our unconscious mind. It activates something in us that wonders why, or wonders how, or just wonders. And that state of wonderment is, again, very much linked to Uranus. So I see this as being quite an important week, and a much easier one as well. You know, the last two had us really kind of battling with all sorts of ideas, all sorts of people, all sorts of pressures. Whereas this one is really saying, come on, just take your foot off the gas. You don't need to get into any kind of fights or anything. Just be at ease and see what happens. So let's talk you through this. Oh, and there's something really quite big. And that is, you know, over the last couple of years, I guess, the last 18 months for sure, Pluto has been making a transition into the sign of Aquarius. And, for a lot of Capricorns, they're like, yay, Pluto's out of our sign. And for a lot of Aquarians, they're like, oh gosh, that Pluto energy is coming into us. I think of it as an opportunity for you, though it's not one that's habitual yet. It's not one that you might have got completely used to. Pluto takes a while to go through a sign, and that's because Pluto's signature energy is actually really, really quite tough initially. And so, that's why it's there for so long, so that you get used to it. Now, from a Capricorn perspective, they've been on quite a grueling, at times, training session, really understanding what power is, how much power you have, etc. And they're about to graduate. Pluto's not going to be back. He's in Capricorn for another 79 days. He goes in on the 1st of September. And then Pluto is going to be really focusing his sights on you. Now, again, you could be really worried about it, but you've already had a couple of tasters of what goes on. And the discomfort, as I see it, is that, Pluto is getting you to see a different side of yourself. And this is the difficulty, usually you don't see that side of yourself until you experience extreme pressures. It's the kind of pressures where you have to just give up your position. And of course, for most people, that is absolutely out of the question. I remember when Pluto went over my ascendant and also over my Sun, my Mercury, my Mars, my North Node. It felt like my position was getting eroded, and it felt uncomfortable, because it felt like I was constantly stepping back towards a corner of a house, and then I knew I would have my back against the wall. So the Pluto energy might feel a bit like that, and it probably has felt a little bit like that. It came into your sign in March of 2023, and then by the summer was out of your sign, and then it went into your sign again in January, and later on this week is going back into Capricorn for 79 days. What this is giving you is a moment to really review what you have been doing since these times. So, what changes started to come up in your consciousness, and, what were you consciously aware of that just didn't quite feel right? I've sometimes described it, and maybe it was in the first part of the video. It's almost like hearing the theme tune for Jaws in the background. You hear da 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 da, because there's something in the deep that you can't quite put your finger on, and you feel that something's coming. This sense of a need for change. And for me, when I was going through it, it felt like a whisper in my ear, like something was telling me it wasn't going to quite work out as I expected. And sure enough, actually, the lessons I went through with Pluto, they were true. They put me on a completely new path, and I'm so grateful for it. The difficulty for all of us is we can't see the hindsight until we get to the other side. So, it's time to really review, what have you felt a deep shift in your life? Where have you been feeling it's time to cut away from things and start over, or really dramatically change? Because what has come up last year from March until the summer, and then from this year, January, up until today's date, whatever it is that's in the back of your mind, is you've been thinking, oh, it feels like I need to change this, but I'm not. Think of, what have I been most resistant to? That's usually the key to what's going on. What have I been resistant to? What have I been not wanting to transform? What have I been afraid to face? Because Pluto also represents fear. That will give you a really good clue as to the whole Pluto journey, how he is approaching the things you fear. When your resistance comes up, that's showing there's something to change and transform. Now, the reason I'm sharing this with you is not to freak you out or anything, but to let you know that for the next 79 days, starting from the 1st of February, basically until the 19th, 20th of November, Pluto's back in the sign of Capricorn. So it is giving you a bit of a breather from the overwhelming need to transform. He will be back, but you've got 79 days, you've got a couple of months, 2.5 months to actually understand why you might feel resistant without having all that pressure on you. In fact, as Pluto goes into this part of your chart, into the sign of Capricorn, he's really touching your unconscious mind. So, you know, you can actually delve down into the unconscious reasons why you might feel a bit resistant at the moment. And that will give you the clues. And then if you're brave enough to face what you know already you might want to change, while it's in the place of the unconscious mind, it's a great time to do therapeutic things like timeline therapy, neuro-linguistic programming, hypnosis, subliminal techniques, anything that gets you underneath your belief pattern, examining it, and also being open and seeing other ways to function, so that when Pluto does come back, it doesn't feel like it's just hit you head on. You'll understand, some of the patterns of resistance, but also hopefully loosened it up. As I'm talking about this, I'm seeing almost like a knotted hair. You've got this really tight knot, and when you're trying to get a brush through it, that's what it's like when I think Pluto goes into Aquarius. You're trying to brush through and find your way through the resistance, and you can't, because there's loads of little strands of consciousness all bundling up together. Whereas what you've got the chance to do is to put some hair relaxant on, or some conditioner, let it soak in, and then just gently tease out every little strand of resistance, so that as Pluto goes into Aquarius, you get the better of it. You get the release that happens when you surrender to one thing and open yourself up to another. So I'm really excited for you. And I also understand if you feel a little bit hesitant. So that's one of the themes that's coming on in this week, which is worth paying some attention to. I will come back to this point right at the end of the reading. But what I'd like to do now is just really consider where the moon is going and how that might create a sense of release. So on Monday, the 26th, he's absolutely, the moon is in the sign of Taurus. And she's making some important and also quite not easy, but kind of standard aspects. She's making, there's a square to the sun, the moon and the sun in a square. That's not an uncomfortable energy, in terms of overall energy fields. I think most of us are quite aware of what it's like to want one thing in your body and want one thing in your mind, or want one thing in your heart and one thing, in your mind, like the sort of dichotomy, the sort of polarity that you might actually hold as a constant in your body. So that comes up. And there's also the need to get things back in control after a couple of really quite hair-raising weeks. And then later on the 26th, the moon goes into the sign of a Gemini, and a fellow air sign. And the next 2 days that follow, the 27th and 28th, have a lot of really big aspects. So, you have got this sort of waning conjunction between Jupiter and Mars in this part of your chart, absolutely bringing up a real need to express yourself, to find joy, to find passion, to seek how to have more fun, to feel a lot more alive. I think the fifth house is absolutely where we want to feel alive and free, and the moon is going to make a conjunction to Jupiter and to Mars. And so there is this feeling of possibility and upliftment, and like a sense that you actually might take some steps to create some kind of change. It does want us to take action. I think if we're not taking action on the 27th to 28th, it almost feels like the energy that you have to take the action is likely to rancor a little bit and could come across as irritation or aggression. So, the more you can express your creativity, the easier the 27th is going to be. On the 27th as well, your ruling planet, Uranus, is in an exact trine to Venus, and Venus is just at the tip of Virgo at this point. So, if you're a single Aquarian, this could be a time when there is something really quite exciting coming up in your love life. Because Venus is about how we relate to others. It's about our feelings and our sensations, how our body reacts when another body is nearby, or, how it's relatedness. And so there is an unusual and new and surprising and possibly sudden relatedness. So I love the idea of, how Uranus and Venus can relate in a new way. Now, again, if you're wanting to meet new people, it's a great time to meet new people. And if you wanted to use that information or that energy field to create something like where you're relating to artwork or you're relating to a project in a new way, it's very, very inventive. So this is a really strong aspect. And although it's exact on the 27th, it's really playing out the whole week. On the 28th, then, the moon, as it goes into the tail end of Gemini, it forms a T-square with Venus up here at the tail end of Virgo and Neptune here at the tail end of Pisces. Now, this particular day is, I think, really quite difficult and could also have some real beautiful aspects. The moon is about our feelings and our emotions and our psyche and our utter sense of vulnerability, that sort of childish innocence that sometimes comes up, and Venus does have an element of feelings and relatedness. So how are we relating to our emotions? How are we relating to our vulnerability? We might be a little bit, we might not want to attend to our needs. We might not want to attend to the needs of other people. It almost feels like we can't quite relate to them. And then Neptune, which is a higher harmonic of Venus, which is ultimately very, very creative and spiritual, absolutely wanting to connect at a fundamental kind of energy of oneness, where you almost merge. I think with Neptune, especially when it's in a hard aspect, the energy of disappearance is really, really strong. So we might disappear from taking like conscious energy to define ourselves. We could define ourselves with creativity in a really uplifting way, but actually we might lose control of who we are a little bit. I think it's a time where things can absolutely present themselves as a wonderful opportunity, like the best opportunity you can possibly imagine. And yet you might find the reality falls far short of that. So what I would say is on Wednesday, the 28th, is to pay really close attention to anything that appears too good to be true. And anywhere where your emotions are really, really peaked to the highest end of experience, it's really important to see that it's not really true. That's not to say that if you're with people and you have this really emotional experience and it's beautiful, that doesn't exist, but just be cautious. You may be tuning into a veil of reality between you two that exists outside of our physical reality. We are absolutely able to sense things in all realities at the same time, it would appear. We are extra sensitive. So you might be feeling something that is absolutely possible in a non-human realm, like, if we were tuning into unconditional love and unconditional healing, unconditional personal high regard for others, we could tune into the utter best of the situation. But the human reality, when we're actually living that reality, is quite different. So it might feel like people are hoodwinking you, but they're not. You're hoodwinking yourself. You may be deluding yourself that the highest expression of spirituality can live as a permanent field within the human experience. And maybe it can. I am still open to the possibility that it can happen, but for most of us, it doesn't happen on a continuous basis. We might get a little sense of it in a nanosecond that maybe stretches out a week. Or I've spoken to loads of people that have had a full-on awakening, and it usually lasts for a certain period of time before it changes and it alters and it manifests in a kind of more workable human state. So yeah, really, really be aware of what's going on and recognize that this too can change, and that the true reality, the human reality, might be a little less spectacular, and not to say it's not worth having. So just watch yourself, because great stuff can come out. That heightened sensitivity and creativity is phenomenal. Then on the 29th, this is a real day when I think it's go time for you in particular, because on the 29th, that's the day when Pluto does shove off and go into the sign of Capricorn for his last time. Now, on that particular day as well, Venus also goes into the sign of Libra. But before she does that, she makes a lovely trine, an exact trine with Pluto. And so the energy of love and relatedness and kindness and compassion gets very, very deep. To me, I see it as a bit of a promise. You know, Pluto does want us to transform. And his transformations, I think, usually come from a complete surrender. So you might be surrendering to a loving principle. You might be surrendering to a relatedness. You know, you might have had barriers, things where you said, I'm not going any further than this, or, you know, this is where I am. And yet, how can you fully connect when there's a barrier between you and another person? The human mind understands the need for boundaries. However, if you are wanting to transcend all boundaries, it's funny because it's a different kind of transcendence that I'm talking about with Neptune. With this Pluto thing, I'm talking about it in the real consciousness, like you can actually really sort of feel it. You're not kidding yourselves necessarily, whereas this Neptune one in its position is difficult to see the full picture. But here with Venus and Pluto, it's showing how you are preventing love and connection from having judgments or from having hard positions. And so Pluto is giving you an opportunity to trust what you're feeling and to go a little bit deeper in. So a really interesting kind of set of planets. The real possibility for something to really deepen, and also for something to surprise and delight you and awaken you. And also just the possibility that what you're feeling is real in the moment, but not maybe real in the whole entire reality. So there's a lot going on with your perceptions, in particular, because this is also activating in your unconscious mind. So yeah, lots to consider here. And we've got Venus, we've also got Mars, we've got, Mars is here actually, Venus, Mars, we've got Venus, Uranus, Mars is actually here, Neptune and Pluto, all between 27 and 29 degrees. These are all at the end of a particular zodiac pattern. And within a year, I mean, Venus and Mars will change signs. You know, Venus is changing signs in this particular week ahead. But a year from now, Uranus, Neptune and Pluto will have all shifted one sign along. So we are at the end of a pattern. You are at the end of a pattern. So what patterns of consciousness are holding you in relationships that only go so far? How can we move beyond that? There's going to be all sorts of things that come up. And the way they are coming up is, you know, at an unconscious level right now, so that, you know, as you're moving into your future, your personality really transforms to represent that you have fundamentally shifted in your unconscious mind. So this is big stuff. Talking of the 29th, Mercury goes direct. So for the last few weeks, Mercury has been going retrograde through the sort of beginning part of Virgo and into Leo. Now Mercury's going direct again. You know, things will get clearer in terms of your relationships. You know, you will feel like you've got a bit more control again, a bit more of an understanding of maybe what's gone on, you know, so you can see it really clearly. So I really like that. I think the 29th is really shifting you into a new sort of go phase. Now, at the start, I did say opportunities are waning and it's time to thin things and let go of things. And, you know, letting go of things and taking action almost sound like different opportunities. But actually, as you're thinning out and actually as your consciousness is becoming more focused, I actually think you let go of the things naturally that you don't want to hold on to, because you can see your true path a bit more clearly. So really, really good. The weekend then, so Friday is a day with quite a few sort of triggering aspects. As just a trigger warning there. The moon does have a square to Chiron. It also has an opposition to Pluto. So really hard-held beliefs and vulnerabilities, in particular beliefs about your vulnerabilities, are going to be difficult to dismiss. And then later on Friday, the moon goes into the sign of Leo. And then on the 31st and 1st, we've got some very, very strong, hard-hitting aspects. One of which, and I really like this, is Uranus is going to be in a semi-sextile to Mars. And back in July, around the July the 15th, Uranus and Mars were in a conjunction, and I recorded something about that time, about the energy of taking action about a new idea, really showing us an inventiveness. There is something to invent, there's something to enjoy. And in particular, when Mars moves on into the first aspect since this particular conjunction, which it's doing on the 31st of August, I think that's giving us the readiness to take the first step or the next step. These changes for you are really impacting you at the home level, again, at the fundamental belief level. So this is really quite positive. So whatever beliefs you've been developing since mid-July, all the things that have been coalescing and coming into play, you know, they might have been a bit uncomfortable because Uranus does bring up stuff that is a bit surprising, and the truth might actually not hurt, but be a bit concerning. It might be something that you're not quite expecting, but there is a shift in how you feel. And then Mars is really sort of encouraging you to speak up or to take more action. So, you know, a month and a half on the 31st of August, it feels like you can take a step forwards, or you're prepared to, almost like the courage of your convictions. So yeah, that feels really quite stable. It feels quite a positive stance to have. Add in the fact that the moon in the sign of Leo is also making a trine to the North Node. It's also making a trine to Chiron. It feels like you can come forward about your vulnerable feelings and talk about them and communicate about them. It is quite exciting and a bit scary. You know, the moon is also making a square to Uranus, your ruling planet. However, it is really allowing you to be your truth. So yeah, I think this is really deep for you. So I'm going to leave that there. I hope that was helpful, Aquarius. Let me know if you need some help. All my details are below, but have a phenomenal week and hopefully catch up with you this time next week. Bye for now. Hey there, Pisces. So this is your heads up for the week ahead, starting Monday the 26th and ending on the 1st of September, Sunday the 1st of September. There's a few things I'm going to be covering in this reading. First is about the moon phase that you're in. We're in the waning crescent. It starts in the third quarter. Essentially, the moon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And as that happens, you know, we don't have as much light in the evening sky. You know, it's like we have a bit more darkness to contend with. It's a time when we tend to feel more sleepy, need to relax more, need to heal more. It's a time to let go. And also, I think, have a level of real deep gratitude for what we do have, which I really love. Also, you know, it's getting so small. The moon is getting so small at the end of the week that it's preparing itself for the new birthing, the new moon that will happen the following week from now. On the 3rd of September, there will be the new moon in Virgo, which just happens to be really highlighting all things to do with relationships. So if you're ready for a new start with your relationships, this is a week to let go of as much kind of bad relationship programming that you've got. Let it go. Use this week to really focus on what you're grateful for in your relationships, what you're grateful for in terms of what you're able to attract in, and the stillness, the still calm expectancy of things to change around the time of the new moon. So you really are going into a moment of preparedness, which I love. The next thing that I really want to talk about will be the amazing, fantastic and interesting aspects that Venus is having. So she's in an opposition to Neptune, which is one of your ruling planets. She's in a trine to Pluto and also Uranus. So I'll be talking about that as I go through. Pluto is also getting a bit of an extra mention because he's moving from the sign of Aquarius back into the sign of Capricorn, which I think from your perspective will actually make things a bit easier. And the other thing that I'd also want to mention, you know, the other ruling planet that you have, so you've got two according to modern day and traditional rulerships. Jupiter is in a long-term square to Saturn. He's in a square to Saturn now for another sort of like 10 months, 9.5, 10 months. And this is really creating some fundamental shifts in terms of maybe the rules you've got for how you need to look and be in your body, and how strong the strength that you're creating for yourself, versus how you actually really want to be at home, which might be a bit more comfortable and a bit more optimistic. To me, it feels like you've got these ideas about yourself that you cling on to with so much more vigor, and then actually in your home you're a bit more relaxed. And so the big question here is, how can you find a midpoint? How can you find a level of acceptance about how you are in your body, and not treat your body quite so harshly in terms of your judgments, and actually how you can get a bit more structured at home. So this is interesting. This is really going to create a little bit of a balance, I think, of judgment, and put the judgment where it needs to be. Although, actually, to be totally honest, I think judgment could really just do one, like throw it out the window. But one side of judgment, which you could say observation and measurement, that is quite useful. So if you could measure or observe how things are without the judging aspect, which is the sort of criticism of it, then I think actually observing and measuring how you might want to be in your body and in your home could be beneficial, so long as you take those negative feelings away from it, where you're kind of using it to hurt yourself. So yeah, this is an ongoing square. And there are some really quite exciting things going on, which I think would be worth paying a bit of attention to. So here we go. So as we start this week with the moon phase waning, getting smaller, there's a bit more darkness. Like I said, there's a bit more of a time to let go, to relax, to reflect, and to not necessarily take action, but to be open to making some decisions at some point, but just letting go of some of the peripheral stuff that's been going on in the last 2 weeks. As you start the week, Monday feels like a back to business. You're catching up with loose threads. The moon's in a trine with Pluto. You want to get back on track, get a sort of modicum of control. Also, with the moon in a square to the sun, you do want to tighten things up. You don't want to let things go a bit loose and baggy. It's a time to just knuckle down a little bit, even if it does feel a bit resistant or not necessarily comfortable. But as you come into the 27th and 28th, by which time the moon is firmly in the sign of Gemini, things are starting to happen. Now, this could really create some change at home, like the sort of changes that I was talking about. The moon is going to make a conjunction to Jupiter, one of your rulers, and also later to Pluto. And I think that creates a sense of optimism and hope at home. It also does make you a bit more emotional at home. You might have emotional reactions to how things are, and then get moving because of emotions rather than it's the right common sense thing to do. So really be aware of whiplash decisions that you're making on the 27th, because they might not really reflect the truth. You might be using extreme emotion to get things moving, which it does work, but it doesn't necessarily lead you to feeling really calm and serene whilst you're making these changes. So again, you might be being hard on yourself, mirrored by the fact that the moon is also in a square to Saturn. So, be kind to yourself. Also on the 27th, and this is something that I really like, is you've got the first of the exact aspects with Venus. So Venus is in the sign of Virgo at this point, in an exact trine with Uranus. And, Uranus brings stuff up from our unconscious minds, and it creates a surprise. It creates a really sort of exciting frisson of energy, especially with Venus, which is all about relatedness, and the sensations that we might feel. Venus is very sensuous. And so, if you're a single Pisces, this could actually be quite beneficial. If you're ready to meet somebody or connecting with somebody, especially through social media, given that Uranus is here in this very sort of social house, there is this opportunity to reach out and meet somebody a bit unusual, somebody who might stimulate quite a lot of conversation with you, somebody who has a perspective that maybe seems a little rebellious, that you're a bit curious about, and whether that relatedness might come to, a curious and surprising new individual, or it's about your creativity. Venus, she is feasting you know, on sights, on sounds, on smells, on tastes and touches, you know, so allow your senses to really enjoy the variety, the full variety of life. And, you know, if you are a creative person, you may well be indulging your senses in a new way. Just be open to everything that's unusual. You know, and I think that will mitigate some of the harshness, you know. So I was mentioning just moments ago that, you know, Venus connecting with Jupiter raises the feelings and also a feeling of well-being. But then when it comes into a conjunction with Mars, I mean, that could actually be quite sexual as well, to be fair. You might take action in your body because of your high emotions. But, you know, you just don't, like, obviously, if you have these strong emotions, you want to get them out as soon as possible. But if you're getting them out, if you're having emotions just to take action, you might want to look at that a little bit, because on the 28th, we're even more in our emotions than usual, because on the 28th, the moon comes into a T-square with Venus and also Neptune. So she's in a square to Venus and Neptune, causing, you know, the T-square setup. Now, the moon in a square with Venus, I think, creates friction and tension about relatedness. You know, so Venus wants to connect and share love and flow, and the moon is a bit sulky and a bit emotional and resistant. And so, you know, we might not open ourselves fully to loving experiences because of petulance, or we're over emotional. You know, we're like, nope. Like cutting off your nose to spite your face could really kind of surface at this point. And the moon in a square to Neptune can really make us feel despondent. I've got this in my birth chart, actually. And when this comes on, boy, is it strong. It almost feels like, what's the point? It really is the what's the point of all aspects, as far as I can see. You know, there is this feeling of, I don't know how to act. I don't know how to take action. I don't know what to do next. So it can create this kind of, why bother? So, you know, you may well, this T-square could suddenly turn you off and take the foot off the connection gas in quite a marked way. The other thing that I do see could happen, and that is the sort of complete opposite would happen, and that is that you go completely into the emotions. So you have an over emotional connection whereby you connect at such a deep level that it's almost overkill, and that the relevance of a connection might feel overly spiritual. So you could have this real kind of sense of oneness and completeness, like nothing else had ever sort of matched this kind of potential. And in fact, Neptune and Venus in an opposition can show situations that appear to be too good to be true. So what I would say overall, because I can see that it could spin both ways, because emotions can be very on or off. I guess the key to it is that you are having a reaction. It's a reactiveness, whether you've turned that reactiveness completely off or completely turned it on. You know, there is a reactiveness about relating and also creating. So the big takeaway from this is, can you believe your eyes? Can you believe your senses? Whether you've overdone it or underdone it, don't believe the reality of it. That is what's going on in the moment for you. But as the moon changes and moves into the sign of Cancer later on the 28th, and then it's in Cancer for the 29th and 30th, you're probably going to feel quite different, and maybe feel a little bit more, I was going to say grounded, even though, you know, the moon is in a water sign, feel a bit more true to the nature of emotions. You know, you like, I always just think of, you know, being in that water and being really comfortable, you know, like a crab might. You know, you can get the groundedness if you want to, and you can go into the sea as well. So, you know, there is that feeling of being back in nature, being back in the right element for you, I guess, especially seeing as you're a Pisces, you know. So there is a relatedness. You can start to express that moon energy a lot better. So whatever happens on the 28th, it could feel a bit dramatic, and you might not believe your eyes. And yeah, there's a reason for that. So I'm not saying it won't actually express itself in a really beautiful and positive way. It really could. And it is in that moment maybe an over the top reaction that will actually come back down to earth and then show you its true face. So be ready for the true face. In fact, on the 29th, when the moon is in the sign of Cancer, there's some nice things happening. So on the 29th, Venus actually goes into the sign of Libra, which she rules. She's very happy in the sign of Libra. And, finally we'll come out of this service to others kind of Venus, which is a goody two shoes. She wants to do the right thing, but it's really a mask. I do think we all want to help and be good people, but we should always be ourselves. We should attend to ourselves first. It's just in my opinion. I think true charity can only come when we have been completely charitable to ourselves. And so we come out of this goody two shoes phase and we come into a true reflection of Venus, where we attend to ourselves, where we take some pleasure in looking after ourselves a bit more, and connecting because we can connect, and we value the divine balance, as opposed to us wanting to do the right thing. And of course there's a slight sort of morality shift going on there, a bit of a judgment. So yeah, I see that as being really beneficial. On that day as well, Venus is making a really beautiful exact trine with Pluto. And here, this is one of the expressions of Pluto that I like in the trine. It's giving you strength to relate to others, to relate at a deeper level. It's goading you to let go of some of the boundaries that you've put up to go to a much deeper level. Now, that could sound a little bit similar to the Neptune, that you could go to this really extreme level. But with the trine energy between Pluto and Venus, I think you can... I think there's some common sense there. I think there is a reason why you might want to experience a deeper boundary, a deeper relatedness. You have to let go of some of the things that you're resistant to experiencing. So for instance, in a relationship, you might actually not want to let go of a particular thing. You might be a bit resistant because to you, that thing represents who you are, when in fact it's just a thing, it's just a preference. But once you realize it's just an arbitrary idea about yourself, an identity that you've held on to, as you let go of it, you can meet someone more fully, which I think is quite practical, and it takes you to a much deeper level. I think there are real potentials to love and relate through the truth of really being more open and surrendered to people with this trine with Pluto. I love that. And I think when you're in this particular state, the Uranus surprising connections, the surprising conscious connections with Venus really are emphasized. So there's some really fundamental change that's possible in our relationships. So, as you're coming into this week, you might actually think about, are there any relationships that you are wanting to bring in, but also are there some relationships that you want to let go of or work on before letting go of? This could be a time to really get sure about your relationships and which ones are for the future and which ones really are just a sort of memory of the past. And then finally, on the 29th, Pluto is going back into Capricorn for the last 79 days of his time in Capricorn before coming back into Aquarius. Now, when Pluto went into Aquarius in March of 2023 for a few months, and then came in again in January up until pretty much now, Pluto has brought a new depth to the unconscious mind, almost like there's a feeling that you can see this self-sabotage. You're very aware now that you have some fears, you have some beliefs that have been playing out that have maybe been holding you back in your experience. And so you might have been feeling the call to change. And if you recognize that the biggest change you could do right now is at the unconscious level, you could start to clear some of the old patterns and fears that are based on some of your experiences. So you might have actually been encouraged, like life has been giving you opportunities to see old patterns, see old things that have happened, experiences, and kind of recode them or think about them in a different way. It's quite an intense process. So, over the next 79 days or so, you're actually it's like you can take your foot off the gas with that. Now, what I would say is, as Pluto goes back into the sign of Capricorn, you are back kind of transforming your networks, your friendships, the support. Do you feel like you have support from people who have similar aims to you? Do you feel like you're part of a tribe? You might have found actually that some of the unconscious programming that you want to work on actually is about not feeling supported enough, or maybe you recognize there's a shortcoming in terms of the friendships that you've got. This 79 days is giving you your last opportunity with Pluto, I say, not for good, but your last opportunity to work with Pluto in this place in your chart, in your lifetime. When he moves out of this place, he won't be back for another 248 years or something similar. So, this is an opportunity to go deeper with your friendships too, which kind of fits in with that message I was talking about. How can you go deeper? Is there something, a belief that you have that you're holding as a reality that's actually based on something that happened in the past? So lots of deep stuff. And of course, you're going through this waning moon phase, so you can be deep. Just relax, just ease off, don't be so busy, take some rest, nourish yourself, and recognize that it's okay to let go. It's okay to shed some of these maybe connections that just aren't going to stand the test of time. So there's a lot going on there. The last couple of days, or I should say the 30th is a bit of a trigger day. There's some high emotions. So whatever you're doing on the 30th, just be aware that other people are likely to really feel some strong emotions. For you, I would say that when the moon goes into an exact trine with Neptune, you could really feel quite sensitive, but in a real sort of gentle way. There could be some really nice sort of experiences. But anyway, going into the 31st and the 1st, that's Saturday and Sunday of next week, there's a lot of high octane energetics. So the moon makes a trine to the North Node. It's a moment to recognize that you are back on your path. It feels like maybe you disconnected, and maybe Mercury retrograde had something to do with that, but it's no longer apparent. Then the moon goes into a trine with Chiron, so it feels like you can be vulnerable. You know where you're vulnerable. It then connects with Mercury. The moon connects with Mercury, really helping you to talk about it or articulate it, at least to yourself. You can have that communication. And then the moon goes into a square with Uranus. That brings up a sense of surprise and a sense of what's the word? Possibly frustration and impatience, but there is this opportunity to move quite quickly and to make some emotional decisions. Now, something else is underpinning this. I just want to put some mention on, and that is that Uranus is making a semi-square to Mars on the 31st, so over this weekend. This is the first aspect that Uranus and Mars are making since they made their conjunction on the 15th of July. And the 15th of July, this would have been happening here. And I think I remember talking about your feelings of belonging to the community. Again, that sort of does talk about friendships. It's like that continuous, where do I belong? Where do I belong? I don't quite feel like I belong. And it felt like things were coming up for you to take action on. And a stronger feeling was becoming apparent, so that you could really see what might be occurring at a deeper level. On the 31st, as Mars goes into its semi-sextile, that 30-degree aspect, it feels like you're taking a step forward. So whatever you've decided over this last month and a half, whatever consciousness has been evolving around friendships and belonging and your role within the community and within your friendships, you're able to take a step forwards. So what a big way to sort of end this week. You're stepping forwards in terms of community and friendships. You are reviewing your friendships and networks, in particular, from already understanding something about your unconscious mind. And also Venus is encouraging a much stronger level of relatedness. So quite a big week, really, in terms of how we connect with ourselves, with others, and the world at large. So I hope that's helpful, Pisces. Have a fantastic week ahead. Don't be so tough on yourself and give yourself some of that love that I'm talking about. If I can be of any help, then get in touch. All my details are below. But if not, catch up with you next time, this same time next week. Bye for now. So there you go. They were my thoughts about the week ahead. You might have noticed, if you checked out a couple of signs, that my readings got longer and longer and longer as I went through the signs. I don't know why that's happened, because my throat has got more and more sore. If I've sounded a bit croaky, that's why. I really love doing this. I really thank you for watching these, because this really helps me to do more, because each time I'm doing things, I'm recognizing more patterns, which I think helps me as well to deliver more to you. So yeah, lots of big stuff coming up. I really do think the Pluto thing is a big opportunity. Interestingly, I started recording this earlier this week. I started preparing the notes on Monday and Tuesday and recording on Friday. And there's some really big astrology. I noticed, I don't have time to do a video about it, but RFK Jr. made a really big step. I had a look at his chart. And if you can read birth charts, it's worth having a look at his chart, because his descendant is... and his sun and a few other things are all together, and they are all around the end of Capricorn and the beginning of Aquarius. So I think off the top of my head that his descendant is like 2 degrees, I think, in the sign of Aquarius. And so Pluto is right, earlier this year, Pluto was right on his descendant and has come back closer and closer to his sun. And of course, it then will start to move forwards again. He has absolutely had some massive changes and transformations as according to who he is aligning to. I mean, he's on a real on a real journey of transformation with relationships. It's literally bearing out. I listened to his speech. I really loved, politics aside, I'm not interested in whether I agree with his politics or not, but I absolutely loved his final sentence where he said, it's time for us to put the love of children before our hate for each other, or something similar to that, which really, I think, also talks about Pluto, going right over this descendant and come back to the sun. We are absolutely thinking, like, how are we relating to each other? And of course, this really fits into the Venus week ahead as well, which is all about relatedness and the power of relatedness. So Venus and Pluto are the big things, absolutely the big shifting things. Yes. And, I also heard that in his, in the decisions that he's made, he's turned his back on his family, and he understands that his wife and his kids might find his decisions difficult. So isn't that such a journey, when you are making a decision of that magnitude to go against the people around you? Again, that is very much Pluto on the descendant. Huge shifts. So, I'm sharing that just from not sharing that to put any bias into this conversation at all, but to recognize that when people make big decisions, there's usually something astrological going on that absolutely backs that up. And boy, when I look at his chart, Trump's and Vance's, and someone told me how to pronounce her name, Kamala. Remember, I'm also English, so we do put our emphasis in different places to Americans. And also Tim, I would say RFK Jr. has got a much bigger change going on for him fundamentally. Wow, what interesting times. So anyway, I hope that was helpful. Sending lots and lots of love to you. If I can be of any help, then get in touch. But if not, I'll catch you next week with another update. Bye for now.